Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on Election Day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump, in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here, is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility here, these patterns we're used to where Republicans vote more on Election Day, you know, maybe that blows up a little bit this year, but we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes, though, on Georgia. I'm hoping to see some light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour, all reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law, that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot faster.
All right. Oh,
Chris,
and we
just
have
something to keep your
microphone
eye on
action.
Florida tonight. The last New York Times Siena poll had Trump up 13 points in Florida, which is sort of an outlier and surprised a lot of people. One thing I'm looking at tonight is what you might call the Florida heat sink effect, which is we have the Electoral College. I think it's a terrible system, but it's what we have. From the Electoral College standpoint, it makes no difference whether you win Florida by 1 point, 10 points, or 20 points. There are many MAGA diehards who have moved to Florida over the last 4 years. We know this from moving data from colder Midwestern states that are in play. There is the possibility that Donald Trump and Republicans end up on the wrong side of that trade.
Let me interrupt you here for a second. We do have a couple of additional calls.
Projections.
In Indiana, in the presidential race in Indiana, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won in the state of Indiana. We've got an additional Indiana call in the Senate race.
Exactly what we were expecting.
The Indiana Senate race. NBC News now projects that Republican Jim Banks has won that race. Again, early calls just after poll closings in Indiana. There is an additional race in Indiana that we are watching that's got nationwide eyes on it, which, again, is a remarkable thing given Republican prospects broadly in Indiana. But that governor's race in Indiana has been one to watch, and so we'll keep eyes there. So sorry to interrupt you.
No, just to finish that point, that we know that a lot of conservatives have moved to Florida. We've seen it in the voter registration data. We know the state is moving to the right, partly because of influx of folks. There is an inefficiency in the Electoral College to winning Florida by 10 or 13 points. I personally think we should have a national popular vote. It shouldn't matter if you move from Saginaw, Michigan down to Orlando, how much your vote counts, but it does matter for our purposes. And so one of the things I'm looking at tonight is that Florida margin, because it might be much bigger and you might think, oh, wow, that shows strength. That might actually not be the best outcome for Republicans in terms of the efficiency of the distribution geographically of their vote.
One of the calls that we just got on the presidential race was the first call for Vice President Harris. She has been projected by NBC News to be the winner in Vermont, and I reiterate that now because, interestingly, Vermont's governor is a Republican. His name is Phil Scott. There isn't a call yet in the Vermont governor's race. It's still too early to call. But Governor Phil Scott of Vermont walked out of his polling place today and said this. He said, quote, "I did some soul searching and thought about a lot of different things and came to the conclusion that I had to put country over party. I voted for Kamala Harris," the Vermont Republican governor up for re-election in a very blue state, saying that he crossed party lines to vote for the Democratic nominee for president.
Yeah. I mean, that is also the question that is laying out there.
We might have power outages.
I always got to text my Florida friends. It's kind of what I do. But the other
guys,
interesting thing that's happened
it's a
is
secret government plot. They're going to power outages.
Republicans have been winning the voter registration drive.
We won't know who won the election, and that's so the government can slip in under the darkness of night.
So you're starting to see a big part of that election.
And we are also streaming to one Annie and Jay dialogue.
The turnout, it looks like, as statewide voter turnout, and we'll get all the final numbers of, when we get them approved to say, it's looking like it's going to be like a quarter independent.
I could only stream to 3 channels, and I chose Annie and Jay over Comedy Hub.
Republican state. But it does throw into kind of the air kind of what happens with particularly white and Latino voters who may have in the last week, to your point, watched Donald Trump do some really strange, crude, odd things that I think this Vermont Republican governor also watched, and people in the end who decide late going, there are some indications that late breakers are leaning toward Harris.
And I think we should watch for that also in states that have a lot more money and ads and energy pouring into them. What was so interesting about Iowa, and now we get to learn tonight or in the coming days how it lands, but Iowa was outside of these holy 7 battleground states that really one of the few things the campaigns agree on. Both campaigns said it looks like these 7, and then maybe there's more. And so what happens in those final...
If you're on Annie and Jay Dialogue, get over to the Sideshow Live
news and information
for your drunk coverage
that breaks one way or the other is what we're
or Comedy Hub.
And also, you have to keep in mind that
Because it's going to go live on there in just a moment.
Want to vote for a winner. And it's, I mean, I really think this is unscientific. But the last week has been a very good close for Kamala Harris, not a good close for Donald Trump. He hasn't been able to fill the rallies. He's addled. He has races.
I can listen to Reason,
It's
Annie.
been a trashy week for Donald Trump. It's been a very strong
Open up
week
the
for Kamala Harris.
Discord.
And if you're sitting there in the line thinking, I want to vote for the person who has a W at the end of their name after this is all over, that's a good
you're
thing.
here.
for
I'll
Harris.
put you on
I think
camera
it's important
too.
for us to say that, if you're watching, as Nicole said, stay in line. There have been some extended
need
voting
your
hours.
OBS
So I just
open
want
to have
to
you
say
on
to people,
camera.
hopefully you're listening to us on Sirius XM and not at home if you are in one of these states. And NBC now is able to
you're on
report this as well.
camera.
You have Cambria County,
you're not.
Pennsylvania. You have extended voting until 10 p.m. Eastern because there were voting machine outages this morning. This is a court order. So if you're in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, if you're in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, extended till 9:30.
We are
There
now
two
streaming
precincts in
Comedy
Cobb
Hub
County, Georgia,
as
that will be
well.
open for
And
another
Laughing Larry
10
is over
minutes. So
there.
if you're in line per judge's orders, you can still vote. 2 precincts in North Carolina, Wilson County, and 1 in Burke. Both were extended till 8 p.m. Eastern time, and 1 more, St. Clair County, Alabama. A judge has ruled that polling locations affected by ballot printing issues stay open until 9. So I think to that point, late breakers are probably they're election day voters for the most part. So don't get out of line. And also be careful what you're hearing in those lines. We've seen a lot of threats. We've seen a lot of sort of strange rumors. Try not to spread them. And don't text them to people. Don't spread disinformation on accident. Just
Laughing
stay in
Larry's
line
on the
and
right
do your
page
thing.
tonight, y'all.
Don't be dissuaded. Don't be afraid.
That's
don't
right.
let
Cheers.
anybody talk you out of it.
Cheers. The
While
first
we're waiting
states
for
have been
Rich,
called.
A large number of votes reported out of Georgia. Let's go live to Scottsdale, Arizona, where Liz Kreutz has been talking to voters as they've been queued up to vote in Arizona. Liz, what have you seen today?
I did vote, guys. I should put on my I voted sticker.
Critical Maricopa County.
I voted too, but I voted while I was streaming the other day, and I wore
right
my
now, there's a
stick.
very long line here at this
That's
polling
okay.
location.
There.
have a
I
sticker
dropped
anymore.
off the ballots today,
60 or
so
70 people here in line waiting, and some
Yeah,
people
in
saying it's taking about an
California,
hour
where
for them
we
to get
can
inside
early
there. Part
voting,
of that is because
and
of
where our
the
votes
page
don't
ballot
count.
here in the state. It's the longest
Well, I
ballot
mean,
the state's had
for
since
president.
2006. So it just
President,
takes a long
I
time
mean,
to fill out.
or
Not
where
every polling
our
place has
votes
a line
count
this long. In fact,
our state.
there
like
are even
10
there's a
sixteenths
Republican group here
less
that's been
than a
calling
person
it,
from
bunching out a
Idaho.
bus that they're calling the
Oh yeah,
truck train,
Wyoming
and
is
Or
like a Florida
Wyoming,
one
Wyoming,
situation.
yeah, that's the
polling
that's the
location
biggest
that
difference
doesn't
is
have
Wyoming.
As long of lines. There's also signs here that say it's
Yeah,
fine,
things
stay
aren't
in line. So they're hoping
fair
people
here.
don't see this and get discouraged. As we
But-
talk about turnout, though, Rachel, right now,
should I be
think
plugged into
Republicans
your
are
sound, by the
feeling
way?
pretty
how
encouraged.
it's
at
You
this
could be.
moment.
I do have
Today, Maricopa County,
MSNBC
there were more than
on
1.5
very low
million
at the moment.
Voters who had cast their ballots. Today, Maricopa County has seen more than 200,000 people cast their ballots. 40% of those ballots today have been.
Did
cast
you
independent
see the
voters,
Daily Show's
39%
liberal
from
tier
Republican,
comic, The
21%
Insult Dog?
from Democrat. Going into
No.
today, Republican turnout had
They
been
went
higher, which is to be
to,
expected since voter
I
registration
guess
among
it was
Republicans is
some
higher
kind of
than
Trump
Democrat
rally,
here.
maybe?
I think
Not sure.
Democrats have been
There's a
hoping
bunch of
they'd
Trump
see some high
supporters, right?
turnout
There's just a
today.
ton of them.
So they're certainly
And,
going to be banking on those independent voters, those other voters, to see how
the
they
dog
vote
had
in
written a
Arizona,
song
Rachel.
Liz,
called
thank you.
Liberal
Liz
Tears,
Kreutz
and he
in
got the whole
Maricopa
crowd to
County.
sing it with him, and it was
Really long
hilarious.
ballots in Arizona. Maricopa
But how they
County
want to
voters
bathe
on
in
average
liberal
being
tears.
asked to vote on 79
Gotta watch
different
it.
items on their ballot.
What's going down, Mac Dave?
While we were checking in with Liz, we got the first
We are
big
here,
batch of votes out of
hang out with
Georgia.
everyone,
Steve,
support you all
Okay,
through
so
this
as we said,
election
we
cycle.
expect a ton to come in here,
I don't know about you,
and
Jay.
what's
I'm really
supposed to
happy.
happen is all
Beginning of the end.
Yeah.
No more campaigns.
in-person early
No
They
more.
moved to Spain. Spain, or Portugal, or will I stay in the U.S.?
So far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report
I mean,
that incrementally.
I'll be
because it's
honest,
variant
unless
we're
like the
getting. But
Republicans
I'll tell you, I
keep
talked about if you were watching
all
earlier,
three
what we call, or I call at least, the
presidential,
blue
House,
blue
and
hub, which is the
Senate,
immediate
I don't
What are you
think I'm
talking
gonna
about?
run.
And two
I'm
Trump
not gonna run
wins
away.
and the Democrats win Congress and the Senate. He's just going to disband them both.
Have substantial vote in right now.
I'm here for the ride. At that point, he really does start losing his supporters, I think.
3/4 of the vote, and again, that is
Oh, no.
probably all of the.
Are you
They're
also
the,
streaming
they're
on
the enemy
Comedy
within,
Hub?
Annie.
Yes, Mac Day. Our stream on Comedy.
This is one of the
Yes.
We're doing it. Our normal Comedy Hub show was canceled tonight because people are getting out and voting.
Used to win. Harris up 2-1
So
here.
we're
Last time
supposed to
around,
go
Biden
ahead.
won this 62-37.
Not here.
He
If you're
won
watching
by
over on Comedy
25.
Hub, by the way,
Currently,
thank you
Harris
guys
is
so
about
much.
32.5
I'm Annie.
on
This
Trump.
is Jay.
The key
We
question
usually
here,
run
and this is
things
gonna be
behind
the
the
key
scenes on
question
Comedy
in
Hub.
Georgia as we
I'm
start
usually
to
on
get these
Fridays,
big
on
batches
Sundays.
around the state.
No
What we expect
digital
from the
slumber
past
party
is
tonight.
that the
Anthony
rest
and
of the
Amber
vote in
are
Douglas
voting.
County
They
is
are
gonna be more
taking their
Republican
civic.
friendly. It's going to be the election day vote. The people who went out
And we
voted
already
today.
did it. We
You remember
voted.
from
Or at least
2020,
I
that was
voted.
Overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming.
You know what I think is funny, Jay, is like I've been watching all day today. They're like, yeah, there are more women vote than men. More women vote than men. I'm like, do they even really know? Because y'all, my whole house just hands me their ballots and asks me to fill them out. And I got friends that ask me to send them cheat sheets.
Don't tell people that you vote for multiple people, Annie. The Republicans will.
I did not vote for them. I told them what to vote for and then let them sign it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. I did not vote. I did not sign anybody's name. I did
you
not drop off
you
anybody
helped
else's
me
ballot.
being handicapped, and you helped me fill out my vote thing.
Yeah, I don't see how it's any different either, you guys. We've been together for
these 9 counties right around Atlanta.
for pretty much that entire time. He before we could mail in ballots, he asked me to fill out a sheet.
Losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is
So when they say more women vote than men, I wonder how much of that is true for other women. You know?
Very population dense here. And again, now Harris
like
by about a little bit more than 50.
Hey, we just got a Georgia drop.
Oh, we got a Georgia drop. Hang on, you guys. Georgia.
Winning 75% to 24%.
I do not have my glasses on. What is the number of tally right now? Like percentage?
It's Rockdale County, 74% in. He's outpacing Biden.
That's just one county, though.
Yes, it's Rockdale County.
Okay.
Seems
Is
to be
Rockdale County
it seems
a
to
big
be a
deal?
swing county, Annie.
Oh, well, I
Or
mean,
not a swing
Steve
county.
Kornacki is
It
doing
seems
it,
to be an
so.
important county.
I'd have to watch on Comedy Hub. That's fine. Come on over. Comedy Hub is great because we got Laugh-In Larry AI. He's the world's worst AI comedian, you guys, and he's going through some emotional upheaval these last couple of weeks. I guess he's a teenager now in AI years. But let's see. Let's ask him a question.
Just putting this in some perspective, this is a very
Laughing
high income,
Larry.
high college degree concentration suburb.
Who did you vote for in this
Atlanta,
presidential
exactly
election?
the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago. Core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along.
I voted for the candidate who promised the most free drinks and questionable decisions. Politics is just a circus, and I love a good show. No one promised free drinks, but Trump promised a lot of questionable decisions. Laughing Larry, I never thought you'd be red hat. But
Taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump is going to be winning these counties with.
You know what I think is funny is after many years of Kornacki, like he's kind of like a drone sound in the back of
these places from what he got in 2020. So let's just take a look here again. This is
Next polls close in 12 minutes, everybody. 12 minutes.
Mac Dave says, I'm hoping more women voting means Ted Cruz loses, but I have my doubts. Oh, yeah, because you are in Texas, aren't you, Mac Dave? Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, I hear it's a close race. That is one of the Senate races that I will be paying attention to tonight. will be whether Ted Cruz loses. Because, I mean, who wants Cancun Cruz winning, you know? I mean, how does this dude keep winning when he creeps out everybody in his own fucking party?
Can we get hashtag Cruz lose?
Oh, Mac Dave, also on you, if YouTube is better than Twitch for you, because I know you watch it at 720p and whatnot, we are on the YouTube for Sideshow, if YouTube is better. I'll paste that in the chat so it goes
Here in
everywhere.
Texas, the winning economy, and I'm a bit disappointed that Allred didn't include that in his. Yeah, I did think it was interesting today to see, what most people were voting on. It was democracy first, economy, and then abortion. Those are the three main issues.
Yeah, I'm shocked democracy came out as the #1 issue today. I mean, it was supposed to be economy and abortion were the top two, but somehow democracy is snuck up there.
We're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in.
Oh yeah, I put one too many O's in there, didn't I? I intended the Z, Mac Dave, but I did not intend the extra O.
Very early. Let me just tell you one thing about Georgia.
Well, I mean, it worked since you put the Z in there. If you would have tried to
Well,
spell
also,
it with
I
an
could have just
S,
dropped
you
the
would
L and
have.
gone Cruz. Ew. He looks like when he takes his shirt off, just all of his pores start to eat. Right? Like, gotta keep a girdle on.
Gwinnett County, where precincts were able to extend their hours. They had to.
Let's see here.
Mac Dave, here's the crazy part. I am not a Texan, but I think most of America stands in solidarity. All hope that can't.
This is currently mine and Annie's map, or our official sideshow map, where we're keeping up with states. Right now, Vermont, Indiana, and Kentucky, I think, are the only like states that have been called. But come on, I can go ahead and give Trump Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia. And I can go ahead and give Kamala Washington, Oregon, and California, and New York.
We get hype about that for a minute, that Californians, people in the Bay Area got to vote for one of their own. That felt so good for me. I'm like, Bay Area!
Well, I mean, next time you'll get to vote for one of your own, too. No, you know fucking, what's his name is running for president next time. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't try to weasel his way in as the nominee this time.
I think that was 100% intentional, though, because he knows how much other people were betting on that, thinking that that's exactly what a dirty Democrat would do. And, like, for a lot of people, the epitome of dirty Democrat, knew that he could not accept it this time. He knew that. But he's been doing great handling competitors on the debate stage. But no, I am very interested tonight, Jay. I'm not just like tuned into the presidential election. I want to know what's going on with the House. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what boundaries that we're putting in place here. Because I know that you say Trump is just going to disband the House and the Senate.
Disband the House and the Senate, yes.
But I think that'll be a lot harder if it's all Democrat, and it makes it very obvious when democracy is the #1 thing being voted on. Very obvious how against democracy he is at that point.
Yeah, well,
and it should just take his words, but it's going to have to take action.
Mac Dave, do I not only hope Cruz loses, I hope that Kamala wins Texas.
I feel like you've just stepped outside of his zone.
Jenny Face! How you doing?
You guys, if you're watching Comedy Hub, you guys...
Jenny is actually on the YouTube for...
I know that Jenny Face is on YouTube right now, but I am speaking... Jenny Face is an amazing gamer that regularly streams over on Twitch. And, dude, if you want, like...
Twitch.tv, her name.
That's right. Twitch.tv/JennyFace. She's great. She's fun to hang out with, talk with. So check them out.
Well, I mean,
we're glad you're here tonight, Jenny Face.
Mac Dave, I remember a time before George W. Bush. And y'all used to have a governor down there, this lady person, and she was a hard ass. I don't remember what her name was, but she like told you how it was. And maybe that's why she was a Democrat governor in Texas. But yeah, that was back in the day. Back around the pre-turn of the century even. Who was the governor before George W. Bush? Do you remember Mac Dave?
I think
Yes. Ann Richards. Mac Dave got it in same time you said it.
there you go.
Yeah, Ann
Well,
Richards.
that's kind of the crazy thing.
She was
though.
a badass.
Well, I mean, they show us maps like this that make it look all red or all blue, but in reality, it is intensely
Yeah, just like
purple.
Mac Dave said, it's purple down there.
Mhm.
And you know that if you're in Austin or if you're in Dallas or any other major cities, the cities are going to be blue and the rural area is going to be red. Because I don't know what it is, but however, the further you live away from your neighbor, the more red you are. I don't understand that.
Well, I think I do understand. I think it's how you actually have to live with people nearby and how do you accommodate for that. Because I think if you live in a rural area, things like neighbors' noise and just little things you're not going to think about at all. It's not your concern at all. But if you live in a very condensed area, you understand you all have to make sacrifices and then also accept certain things change. You know, like there's definitely sometimes I'm going to call the police because people are playing something and I got a headache. But also, I don't know. It's a city. There's definitely a level where I don't go past it.
Well,
Just
the
accept
Vermont
it.
governor stayed the same. It's a Republican, but he actually voted for Kamala today. The Republican governor said searched his soul and had to go with Kamala. And yes, the state did go for Kamala. But Mac Dave asked Laughing Larry, "What do you think about Texas?" Texas, Laughing Larry says, "It's like a giant barbecue pit, smoky, a bit messy, and full of characters." I didn't know we threw characters in barbecue pits, but I mean,
that's what you do with the character.
you
They
either
taste
love
best
it or
covered in
you're just
barbecue
passing
sauce.
through. I mean, it sounds like Texas is kind of brat.
Oh, it's brat, is it? It's brat.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like
brat.
Texas is brat. Have y'all been listening to a lot of Charlie XCX down there?
Not some.
And now, Jenny Face, Mac Dave, anybody else out there in the stream world, you guys are welcome to call in tonight.
Absolutely.
By call in, you have to go through the Discord, which you two are already members of. So,
And listen, I know that Comedy Hub, you guys are not used to Discord. Usually they come. But we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna drop an Instagram discount a Discord link in the chat. Click on that. You will be invited to the Annie and Jay Dialogue Discord.
Laughing Larry's brat.
Brat chat.
Yeah, because of the emote. It reads the emote as it's spelled.
Like a fancy way to say it. Let's gossip about our bad decisions. Count me in. Laughing Larry.
Yep, I mean, Laughing Larry's obviously made a bunch of bad decisions. He's
I
now
don't know that he's made
AI
a good
on a
decision.
cheap comedy channel. So, I mean,
Liz life
that you
decisions
got
are
to make some
bad.
bad decisions to get there.
All right, let's see. What time is it? 4:29. I think we've got
1
some
minute,
more polls closing
1 minute
in 1
and 30
minute.
seconds. Well, they're a little bit behind on our news coverage up here. There's
A lot of you are
I
watching
swear it
this,
just
and
went
you're
backwards.
1,000 miles away from us. It's amazing you can get it this fast. Oh no, it's a 12-second delay. Oh no. Oh, I feel like we need circus music. circus music. And because I feel like this is circus, where's my funnel cake?
I thought you got funnel cakes at the fair, not the circus. Hey, Bernie wins Vermont.
Where's my peanuts? Bernie wins Vermont. Oh, wow. Big surprise. So he had to run this year. Senator.
Yep.
I know that the House, everybody had to run. And there are so many people I'm hoping that lose, but I don't think that they will. I think MGT, fortunately. Lauren Boebert, I'm not sure about. Hopefully, Bobo be gone.
I mean, if people talk like that, she should be. I mean, hey, I don't mind that we have a prostitute in Congress.
Whoa. Alleged prostitute. Okay? And it seems like that's very much so the truth, but also. Funnel cake for the win. I agree, Miss Cat. Welcome, welcome.
Cat. Damn right.
Right. I do feel like I deserve some funnel cake. We have already agreed, Jay and I. This is a drunk stream. You guys, we only just started drinking. But we know this is going to go for a long time. We're going to keep streaming until we can't.
This is going to be one of our longer streams. About an 8-hour stream, probably. We might stream till midnight-ish.
Maybe. At that point, ask me tomorrow if I remember what happened today.
An escort, that's just a fancy word for it, Mac Dave. That's like calling me a chauffeur, even though I'm an Uber driver. So same thing, but one's just a better word for it.
And by the way, I don't actually have a problem with escorts or prostitutes.
No,
in any way, shape, or form.
Aren't they supposed to be legalizing it?
Well, I do hope that 20 years from now, or in the future, I would love that have a healthy sex act for sex workers, right? I want them to have access to freedoms that they don't have right now. I think it should be legal. And also, I wouldn't mind if we had spokespeople for them. There's no prostitutes that are representatives of any state. I would like to see them represent. But Lauren Boebert, who I'd be interested in seeing, and I haven't checked in with her in a long time, so I don't know. Maybe the politics have changed.
Fancy or polite? Either or. I mean, it kind of depends on where you're from or how you say it. I mean, I say fancy because I'm from the South. I mean, but polite and fancy sometimes is the same thing.
What was the name of the porn star that used to do podcasts with? She was fantastic.
Say what?
Porn star that used to do podcasts with Kevin Smith. Even in the Zack and Miri Make a Porno movie.
Oh yeah.
And she had some of her own series on HBO and everything. Fantastic. Got to hang out with her for a minute when we went to that all-day podcasting thing. I didn't know who she was. She was upstairs and I was upstairs, and we just chatted for a while. And then she says, "Oh, I have to go now." And then she walks up on the stage. I'm like, "Oh, Katie." Her name was Katie something.
I'm looking through the cast list, back in Mirror, and left her out. Top cast, I guess.
Definitely. Morgan.
Yep.
But yeah, someone like her. I would love to see someone that's very smart and very knowledgeable about their profession and can break down why it should look down upon. I would love to see some representatives like Katie. PMH, are we still streaming on Annie and Jay Dialot? You are definitely young.
No, I posted YouTube and our Discord.
Okay. Welcome. Just so you know, buddy, this is all politics all night long. Feel free No, you can give me some
I mean, they came
respite.
in and said cheesecake. So,
They
I
said
mean,
cheesecake.
that's who
PMH,
they're voting for tonight is cheesecake.
And PMH, I want you to come in every 40 minutes and let me know if you won any matches in Fall Guys. Need something else to think about other than the election. And for all of you over on Comedy Hub and on the sideshow, Jay and I actually started out as video games play on Wednesdays and Saturdays.
It's about a third black.
They
It's a
died.
pretty diverse county. In the early vote,
We
you see
did-
Trump
we
leading
did post to our
56-43. This is the kind of place.
So,
Trump slipped
some of our
in
viewers might not
2020.
be
He does not want to
us,
slip any further. In
engaged
fact,
in
to have a
politics.
good night in Georgia, he wants to go back a ways. Let me show you. This is
Doing
what
it tonight.
happened
We're
in
doing it all
2020 in this county. This is what happened in 2016. Trump won it by
The
almost
show
22
Godless, the
points.
town
When he
escort
won
ends up
Georgia
being
and won the
the person
presidency,
in town.
fell all the way to
Oh, I
12
gotta
in
check that
2020,
out. I
and he
haven't even
wants to get
that
this
one,
number
Kat.
back up. So as we say, we expect the vote you're seeing right now, the early vote, to be the best it is for Democrats because it includes that vote by mail, and we expect the remaining vote to be more
that's
Republican-friendly.
unfortunate.
We don't know if
Talking
that's
about
gonna
Georgia
happen.
right now?
We got to see these completed
All of
counts.
But
Georgia?
only a
That is the
county.
pattern.
It's
If
that's
Houston
just a county.
County.
that is
Glasses
a
are off.
positive
Cannot see.
development for Trump in that county, and that's something he needs to replicate in a lot of other counties. We also got a big batch here.
That's why
This is
Annie
a
won't be
Colony
calling
county.
states, guys,
This is
because
right
she won't
outside
wear
Athens,
glasses.
where the University of Georgia is. This is one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia. It's heavily white, high concentration of college degrees, yet actually still a very Republican county. And again, you're looking at all of the early vote here. And again, the kind of place Trump doesn't want to be slipping anymore from 2020. So again, he wants that number above 66. So that's only 2 counties, but that's what we're
Right, that's
looking
only
for
counties,
as the Trump counties
guys.
start to come in. Let me just take a look. I think we might have.
All right, I have
again,
pulled up
resetting
Godless.
statewide there. Those are the numbers statewide in Georgia right now. Again, for the Democrats, so much is going to have to do with that Atlanta metro area. Starting to get vote in here in North Carolina. Again, keep in mind, you see a lot of counties, the colors here, you only see about 27,000 votes statewide.
Okay,
Also going to come in very incrementally here.
And guys, in this time of night, most important thing is we just see who can count ballots faster.
I know, right? I'll be perfectly honest. Jay and I are gonna we're gonna hang out. We're
But I just give you a
drinking.
sense of North
Jay
Carolina.
even
A
stayed
couple
home
things.
from
We
work so that
expect
we
what's
could
going to
get.
be reported out here in the
Wait,
early.
why do we hold elections on Tuesdays again?
Again, this is going to be very
It's
familiar
the
to a lot of places.
Constitution.
The vote by mail and the early in-person
Guys,
vote. And
I
it's
mean-
the majority of all the vote in North Carolina.
When I
This should
run
be
for
a national
Congress, everybody,
holiday.
we will change voting to a week-long holiday.
Then the same-day vote. We're going to see if that's how it plays
Right.
out. But as we get a big batches in
But
these
yeah,
counties,
this is on
we're
a
looking at that
weekend. If you
pattern
really
here
enjoyed the
where
show,
perhaps
yeah, I'm
Democrats
checking
do
it out
their
right
best
now.
to make
I'm
Trump
down
the
to
election
clown.
day
I will
vote is
totally.
trying to
I
come
love
back. Just to give
Western.
you a sense here on the political
You'll be having
geography
some
of the state we're
Whataburger
following
and a
tonight.
milkshake later
Couple things
today.
to keep in
That
mind.
sounds
There's
awesome.
big
They're having
core
whiskey all
Democratic
night, and
vote-producing
we
areas where the
also
name of
are
the game
gonna
for the
order.
Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them.
Yeah,
We're going
I mean,
pizza.
should we have an early
The
meal
state
and then have
capital, University
Mountain
of North
Mike's
Carolina
late
in Orange
tonight,
County.
or
Totally up to
Durham
you.
here,
I don't care.
Duke University is there, a
Okay.
large black population, also a large the white
yeah, if you want to make
population
up like
there, a lot of
sandwiches and mac and
concentration
cheese
of
or something,
college
I'd be
degrees.
down.
Democrats run up
Okay, I'm not
massive
ready for that
margins
at the
there. We're
moment.
going to look at Mecklenburg
Sure.
County, that's where Charlotte is.
I know what I am
Democrats
ready
got a
for.
margin of
Already?
200,000 votes just out of Mecklenburg County in 2020.
Already?
They wanna
What do you mean
grow that
already?
number there. They
Grab
need
my
to
bong.
Run up margins in places like this. A lot of attention on the
Well, I thought
flooding
you meant
in
drink.
the mountains of
And
Western
and
North
she
Carolina.
now has her glasses on and can't tell the difference in whiskey and a bong.
I wasn't looking at you, sir.
In the mountains,
Oh.
it's the much bigger one.
I haven't
And
had
Democrats
Whataburger
actually
in a while.
became
I've
a
never
pretty
tried
big plurality
Whataburger.
out of
Do you even
Asheville.
have
It
Whataburgers
wasn't
here?
No, it's a
I know
Texas
we've got
thing.
Five
voters.
Guys.
We'll talk
I
about,
haven't tried that
whether
either.
Helene was going to drive down turnout. We didn't
As far
really
as
see that in
chains
early vote.
go
We're gonna
that are
see
popular
if that matches
in
up with the same-day
California,
vote, but that's
I
another
like
place Democrats are depending on there for their votes. They're also
don't like
gonna
In-N-Out,
depend
y'all.
here, Cumberland County, where
I can
Fayetteville is,
stand
so
it. I'll
core
eat it. I
Democratic
just
areas.
don't.
And we're also tonight
I like
gonna be looking sort of in the eastern part
I
of
think of
North
what it's
Carolina.
called. Something Hut?
This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties,
Place
a
that
lot of
makes
these Barack Obama either
burger
won
this.
in
They don't start
2008
frying
when he
it till
became
you
the
order
last
it.
Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since
Thanks,
then,
sir.
the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get
But
the turnout
honestly,
up
let's
here
be
this
honest,
year.
Jay.
We're going to be
Honestly,
paying attention to those
honest.
counties as they come in.
The
But again,
best
statewide
burgers are
right
at
now
like
in
Whole.
North Carolina, very
There's this
early. That's what you see Tennessee with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
So we just had North Carolina, West Virginia.
Yeah, there are none in California. There are some in Colorado. We've expanded to Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Nevada. That's not too far away. There's only one in Nevada.
We have a new projection. Again, in the great state of Vermont, the incumbent Republican.
All right, Matt Dave has asked Laughing Larry, which restaurant has the best burger? Laughing Larry, you guys, world's worst AI comedian responses. Best burger depends on your taste, but I'd say any joint that serves it with a side of regret and a dash of bad decision. Right,
from polling location
that's not funny.
This
just in, you guys. It's Kat, aka Prismatic Ascension, makes the best burgers. You can find Kat in Texas, not too far from Mac Dave. Well, I mean, I don't know. Texas is huge. It might be very, very, very far apart.
All right, West Virginia goes to Trump.
West Virginia, I am disappointed in you, West Virginia, but also way to get out and vote, West Virginia.
I don't think I've put West Virginia on the board yet.
All right,
Bam.
there you go.
Now it's red.
Well, there we go. Also, if you make the best burgers, maybe we should go out to eat. Maybe you should make me burgers.
And 70, 80 minutes right now, so we'll see how long this line takes to actually get through. That's what the app is saying right now.
Also, I'd be down with that. I'm gonna stay in. I will frickin'. I'll make sides. I'll make food too.
But we've been talking a lot about the gender gap.
We're down to just like chill.
A lot of the younger women. This is a very weird thing. You got robots.
That's right, you guys. Kat is coming California in
driving a lot of these young people out to the polls.
Jenny Face now wants a burger. I know, right? Burger does now sound pretty good.
Is huge. It's a big,
you know what I'm gonna?
It's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing.
Let's expand myself.
But you're on vacation. You don't cook when you're on vacation.
Okay, then I'll just have to cook.
Masculine identity.
Or we can go out and have like a bomb meal. So many options.
In fact, a while ago we were talking to you guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until.
Actually, I went to a good friend's house. They got married over the summer. They live out in Montana. Drove up to Montana, and that was one of our wedding gifts. Was I came up to their place and I cooked full on like really nice.
He said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period.
Ooh, that beef is fresh.
It's just some of the things that we're hearing from some of these college students.
All right, I'm getting up. I'm walking away for just a minute. I will be right back, everybody. Give Jay a hard time and vote.
All right, Annie's off. I am going to pack my bong. First, I must clean it.
And then you've got this battle of these stickers. You've got
I guess I have to finish my whiskey.
Given stickers, and it seems like back in the day, you'd go to a
2 drinks, only 5 p.m.
You wouldn't necessarily see or know who somebody was voting for before they went into the polls.
Or a short night.
Polling site in Mesa, Arizona. Those hats.
I did get the big bottle tonight.
Prevalent here in Arizona. So we've been seeing a lot more of this kind of tribalism at the polls, heading into the polls. Whether it's any indication as to how things go in Arizona, it is too soon to tell. And Arizona.
All right, time to put a little bit of cheap sauce that I don't like in here and heat it up so it helps, kind of melt and season the bowl here.
We got weeks. We got as long as it takes. We are tireless, Gotti, just like you. NBC's Gotti Schwartz. Thank you so much, Gotti, with students there.
When you're a cook for hire, you try not to cook too much more than you have to. I mean, I can understand that. I mean, that's why the mechanic always has the worst car. Because he don't want to fix his own car after he's been fixing cars all week.
East of Atlanta, it's a very democratic.
I understand.
County officials there that NBC News has spoken to say they have received bomb threats at 7 locations in the last hour.
Wow. 7 bomb threats in the last hour at a polling location. I wonder who, all right, guys, let's guess in the chat who's calling in bomb threats.
Some of these locations appear to include black churches. So again, we have heard about.
Oh, they're calling in bomb threats to black churches. Guess who's doing that?
Place that has had its, whether it's Georgia or anywhere else, if you are in a place that has had its voting
Things you just
hours
said, bomb
extended
threats
or
to black
indeed
churches?
voting,
What?
poll closings have not yet arrived in your state.
Yeah,
If you are online, you will be allowed to vote.
Yeah, like 7 places have received bomb threats in the last hour.
Are being held open until 8:22, so they're being held open to account for the.
Matt Dave, turn your phone. No.
Don't let anybody dissuade you from voting. They're trying to create.
You're a cook for hire. You try not to cook too much more.
Oh,
I didn't realize
4chan?
that you cook for hire, Kat. I'm
You
sorry.
mean Twitter?
I get it. I get it.
Mac Dave, Twitter has become 4chan since Elon Musk took it over.
That is our biggest overall hour for poll closing. That means an avalanche of returns is on the way. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right there.
I have a sister. She's a staff. But I think it's funny. She lives states away, so we don't get to see as much as we see the rest of our siblings. And when we do get to see her, she's like, I need to cook for you guys because I cook better than all of you.
Confident about which used car to buy?
Nope.
Right?
Why not ask the most confident person you know?
My old high school coach.
Awesome.
Just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most.
No, they might be here this Thanksgiving, Jay. Jesse and Jay.
Oh, yeah, you said they were invited.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can we
I
get
kind
a
of
check
think
on
they're
what's
always
trending
invited.
on Twitter? All right, I'm going to Twitter right now. What is trending
yeah.
on Twitter?
Let's see. I think I have a Twitter thing.
Number one is election 24.
I
Top
think I
tweet.
just have to switch this over.
OMG, Elon Musk has like button for the United States election. What? Okay. Don't you? Not fake. It's damn true. Like button.
And if you have like a
he took away the
election
ballot box.
Oh.
Is that what they mean?
I
If you
really
like
don't
it,
know.
you don't get a ballot box anymore.
I mean, you had to tag. You had to have a certain hashtag in there.
I mean, this feels like something that even if it's very, 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 very,
And guys,
very minute.
y'all might hear me cough this evening, but I did test today. It is not COVID.
Now, I am doing a Twitter check, and you guys, I am on KO Comedy's Twitter right now. And what I can tell you, the most interaction that we have right now is people being excited for Sammy elects an hour. You guys, it doesn't matter where you're watching. If it's Comedy Hub, if it's the Sideshow Live, or if it's Annie and Jay Die-A-Lot. Guys, we have a very awesome special going down 7 p.m. Pacific this Thursday. That's right, it's happening. Sammy elects an hour. Sammy Obeyed, an amazing comedian,
and
is going to come.
I just clicked on the like button for Sammy elects an hour, and I got the
Awesome.
ballot box.
Thank you. Sammy's great. Sammy is a Palestinian American, and has been amazing for years. Also, finally, Manchin is gone. Is that true? Manchin is done. Now, who replaced Manchin? Question. I need to find out. As long as an actual Democrat replaced, I'm happy. All right, so friends on Twitter, election 2020 trending. We've got Indiana, because Indiana polls are closed now.
They were the first place to close polls.
Well, several of their districts were the first place to close polls. It wasn't the whole state.
Oh, I thought the whole state was done same time as Kentucky.
Nope, not at all.
That was at like 3
Kentucky
p.m. or
also,
something.
not all of the districts closed. That was just like the first. Ain't no way you guys are crying over Indiana and Kentucky being red.
Well,
I agree with that tweet. You guys, if you expected anything other than full-blown red in Indiana and Kentucky, y'all don't understand.
Oh, that's why I'd already
More
given
Kentucky.
them to them on our map. But
Oh, it was a Republican that overtook Manchin?
but
I would much prefer
Manchin
Manchin
wasn't
over
running,
Republican.
so
Was
his
he
seat
not
was
running?
vacated.
Oh, okay, so I didn't realize that. He was done. Was that why he switched to independent
I don't
in
know.
the first place? Like, I ain't running, I don't care.
He's trash.
But, I mean,
You heard it here, folks. Joe Manchin is trash. Breaking news.
I mean, he's not a good person. He's definitely very
But yeah,
wealthy and,
Jim,
and
Jim
votes for things that are
Justice.
for his own benefit, not the benefit. Why I don't like. I don't know if he's garbage or talk enough to discern.
But Jim Justice, the governor, actually won the Senate seat. Yep.
Well, that's me. All right, Melania is trending number 3. Why?
Oh,
because
but that's cause
Melania hadn't been out all day,
right.
but someone posing as Melania.
Now, guys, I got a question. Trump said if you vote illegally in this election, you're going to go to prison. Does that mean fake Melania goes to jail or real Melania goes to jail since somebody voted as her?
I think it's fake Melania.
Because if fake Melania voted today, because it was definitely fake Melania.
Oh yeah, when she smiled, like Melania, when she smiles,
right,
she got like these lines that go from her jaw to her chin.
If
this
one
is
really
did not
her.
have that.
That's not her. She never took her sunglasses off the whole time. When she smiles and waves, she just doesn't even look close. I mean, here we got, let's see, in the video, they don't really show her smiling, but for real, look at, that's not her. Also, this picture right here, definitely not her smiling. I mean, plus when she smiles, I mean, Melania has this little Eastern European, I'm better than you smile. That's not that kind of smile. But all right, here we got a comparison, side by side, guys, side by side. Let's look at it.
Here's the thing: when you keep it that blurry, it's not terrible. The nose is the wrong shape, and the jaw is
the
not.
The nose is way the wrong shape.
The nose is the wrong shape.
The neck don't match.
The neck, yes, and the jawline is not as sharp on fake Melania for her. But I think that skeletally, I actually do think this is part of the problem. Jay. A lot of times, these people are talking about bodies. Her body type is very on point. They nailed the body, which is all Donald Trump sees. Don't see.
I understand that Donald Trump thinks every woman is his wife.
Body is good.
But when you look at how she stands, that's what gives it away for me. She does not stand like a model. And Melania does stand like she's still modeling most of the time.
That one. I thought that
just the way she stands, shoulders back, head up. I mean, that's she walks a certain way, like she's still got a book on her head. But fake Melania doesn't walk that way or stand that way.
I don't know. I thought she had. I thought it was all in the face. The face doesn't. But you know what? It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Whether she's fake or not, Donald Trump could still or not still be elected.
I mean, shit, that's crazy. You got to break out your fake wife.
I don't know. I feel like at this point it's just normal. What happened? Why do I accept it?
I mean, it almost makes me think like the movie Dave is real. Like, how many fake presidents have we had?
I need to watch that. Dave used to be my favorite. I watched it so many times. In fact, I watched it so many times. My dad was like super, he was weird. He was like, we don't have to buy a movie, you can rent it. But then he wouldn't realize that I would rent it over and over and over and over and over. And then I had spent so much money on one movie, watching that one movie over. Like, all right, fine, you can buy Dave. It was weird too. He let us buy any of the buy it at Costco.
But yeah, where do y'all stand on fake Melania, y'all?
I stand my stance is I don't care, honestly. I think it's hilarious. I think it's really funny that out someone that's not actual, but also I don't care. I get it. If Trump was my husband and I had to like stay with that to like get my later day payout, Melania, you.
Yeah, Mac Dave. I mean, I had one of those Blockbuster cards. I had one to every Hollywood Video. If there was a rental place, I had a card to that place.
Mhm.
But all right, so who wants to bet fake Melania is 10 years younger than real Melania?
Nalia?
Whatever her name is. Melania.
Milosevic.
But yeah, oh, 2 VCRs to pirate videos. Hell yeah. People wonder why I got into pirating movies. Back in the early 2000s, I was a pirate. I had all the DVDs. Ask Annie, she knows.
True.
Dude,
Jay
I was
have all the...
I was making an extra $300-400 a week just in pirated videos, and I miss those days, to be honest with you. I mean, shit, I'd be at the swap meet right now selling them if I could.
Tina thinks that maybe Melania had been having surgery. I wouldn't be surprised. Fixed damages, welcome. You heard of fake Melania and now you're convinced. I mean, she doesn't seem very real, huh?
And
but here's the thing. I think Melania
damages. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here.
She's a great example of living the
and
American
Tina,
dream.
hello.
Right? Melania came here, shady ways, got to America, pretended to be something she wasn't, got someone incredibly wealthy to marry her, used that wealth, and now, like, Donald Trump cannot just divorce her. He can't.
No.
She got the long game.
Y'all been thinking that rhetoric about deporting people has been about people from south of the border this whole time. Trump's just ready to upgrade wives.
Okay.
He wants to deport Melania so he can get a younger wife. That's what's happening. All his whole immigration policy is so he can get a new wife without having to give up money in a divorce.
Oh, you know it's bothering him bad right now. Barron bringing home, like, potential girlfriends and just friends, and him going, I have to seem like I'm faithful to... Of thought. Let's move on to the next thought. Jay, the next thought is, what is this? Let me find, what are the swing? Well, I don't care.
All right, Georgia's trending. Oh, Pennsylvania closes in 4 minutes, y'all. Shit about to get real up in here.
Tina says hello, Jay. Tina says hello to you.
I know,
Jay.
because I said hello specifically to her.
Oh, okay. Hello, Tina. I didn't realize I didn't say hello. I'm sorry.
Oh, and they're saying the bomb threats that we've gotten over the last hour have originated from Russia.
Oh, yeah, I did read that.
Now, if you had... now, guys, we did have on the drinking game, anytime Russia interferes, we have to do a shot, but...
Oh, Jesus Christ,
I'm joking.
Okay.
We'd be drunk in the first hour.
I'm cutting out from...
Because Annie don't...
What am I cutting out from? Right by my...
But when you don't, like, talk into it, it cuts out.
Oh, yeah. Jay says that I speak for my breath. That's probably a truth. I just might not realize it. I'm the oldest of 7 kids. We said things all the time that we didn't want anyone to hear. So maybe that's what what's happening without me realizing it.
Well, see, when you talk in your normal talking voice, it picks you up just fine.
Normal?
No, it was cutting out when you did that. See?
Oh, I don't know.
When you get all breathy and weird.
Breathy and...
Like you were doing it when it wasn't picking you up.
I don't know when it wasn't picking up.
Our microphones are sexist.
Sure.
All right, I think it's time to go back to the big board.
Ooh, Cats districts are about to close in Texas. Ooh, Texas.
Will Texas go blue?
I am curious about that. Like, I know it's not supposedly a swing, a swing. It is too. But But I think Texas could pull it out. I actually think that I agree with Mac Dave. Texas is so purple.
All right, live results, Annie, from tech from
Let's check it out.
all right, right now we've got Vermont going blue with Sanders. We've got West Virginia with Justice. We've got Indiana with Banks. All expected. Let's see. Just tell me the other states that aren't running. Not gonna have pop-ups.
Now it's not even
yet.
close in California, right? Like Schiff is expected to, like, no question.
Yeah.
In California, we do have a Senate race between Adam Schiff and Garvey. Garvey used to play baseball once upon a time, and Adam Schiff in politics for decades.
But Steve Garvey's been a racist for 2 decades. So.
Steve Garvey has been a racist for 2 decades. I wasn't trying to point that one out, but here we are because. But no,
right.
It should be a very interesting night. And you guys, we plan on staying here until we can't be here.
It has a very dark blue square next to it, so they're expecting it to go blue.
There's a few things. I don't think there's going to be a lot of surprises in the California election. My mind is mostly on the national. A lot going on, and you guys, full disclosure, be calm tonight. Chill. Veg out. Watch your favorite show.
What did they say on
Because I don't think we're gonna get any calls tonight. I don't think we're gonna go to bed knowing who the president next year will be.
And this is currently the Annie or I guess this isn't Annie and Jay Dialot. This is
the sideshow.
This is the official sideshow map where we'll be calling states as they come in and become official. Certain states we did go ahead and give to Kamala. Certain states we did give to Trump. Some are official now, like Indiana, Virginia, West Virginia, Vermont, things like that. They did just call Maryland for Kamala.
Yep. Oakland in the house. You guys do have to understand how excited I am. Like, I voted for Kamala because I think she's a better candidate. But
they did call.
I'm from Oakland too. I'm in Oakland right now.
They did call Bama for Trump, and I have already given it to Trump. They did call Oklahoma for Trump. I did give Oklahoma to Trump. DC, Kamala.
Florida seems to have gone to Trump. No big surprise there. That's right. The uncircumcised. Y'all, I was watching that Brian Williams
counted more than 75%
earlier,
of the votes in what state?
And all they had behind his head was just the tip of Florida hanging above his. I was like, that's just right.
Florida seems to have gone to Trump, Massachusetts to Harris.
They've counted more. They haven't counted more than 75% of the votes in general, but there are certain states where they can count that.
Well, yeah, like certain states were required by law to release their early voting immediately, which was Georgia for one of those. But yeah, that's
Harris,
definitely
guys,
still too early to
you keep saying Trump, so Harris. Here's the thing, Tina. I want it to be Harris so badly, but also I'm going to be honest, and let's be honest.
But Annie voted for Trump, so
I did not vote for Trump.
RFK Jr.
Yes, that's who I voted for. Exactly. Totally. Also, I showed it live on screen who I voted for the president. So, y'all, if you watch Annie and Jay Dialot or but no, let's be honest. The majority of the southern states, they're gonna go to Trump.
Now, we do only have 33% in Georgia. Trump is in the lead currently. But I always expect smaller areas to count their votes first.
Well, I mean, larger areas have so many more votes to count. This is one of the places where I don't think we're going to have a definitive answer tonight.
I didn't see how much was in, but we'll go back to the news stations here.
But Jay, I don't even know that we'll have the answer for Georgia before
Tomorrow,
Thursday, Friday,
next week.
Yeah.
Ohio. With it looks like only 20% in, Kamala is in the lead. So obviously Cincinnati's counting faster than the rural folks right now. That's all that means. Senate in Maryland, also Brooks versus Hogan. Hogan being the Republican.
I see what you're saying. Tina says y'all keep calling her Kamala and calling him Trump. Either Kamala or and Donald or Harris and Trump. Is it though? Because Kamala feels like I know her, and Trump feels like some random bro. I feel like he is.
I mean, would you rather me just call him Diddlin' Donnie?
Call him Kamala.
Kick-ass Kamala and Diddlin' Donnie?
About Mamala and...
Y'all stay Kamala out there.
Dippity diphead.
What did they say on Saturday Night Live?
They said Kamabla and Arianala. No, and it's only because, let's be honest, I do feel like I know Kamala Harris more than I feel like I have a personal connection with Kamala Harris than I do with Donald Trump. I don't have an affectionate name for Donnie Boy there because I feel zero affection, feel zero connection. I feel just a lot of divide. So
Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in
Diddling Donnie is perfect. All right, we will refer to him as Diddling Donnie.
Let me take you to another one.
Rest of the night.
We talk about for the Democrats, this core blue area.
All right, guys, I have turned on some MSNBC low in the background while we check out what's happening throughout the country as we get some new polls closing.
But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it.
No, Steve Kornacki's on the big board.
That's where he the same place he's at every 4 years.
He never leaves.
Like, do you think
his
he
bed
has
is
like
right
a little
behind
cave
it.
underneath, like crawls in there?
It's
and
behind the
hibernates?
screen, and
He
yes,
hibernates until the next election,
Yes.
and then he like crawls out of it.
it's exactly what happens. There's like one of those pods behind that screen there that he just like lives in and goes into stasis until they need to pull him out again.
Yeah, they got like IV drip stuff back there, so like he's not gonna die, but he's gonna be in like.
We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more.
Because I figure if they pulled him, if they let him live for the rest of the year, he wouldn't have the energy to do all this every.
Want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one.
All right, you guys. Welcome to election night. If you're just joining us, thank you so much. I'm Annie. This is Jay. Whether you're watching on the Sideshow Live, Annie and Jay Dialot, or Comedy Hub.
It's only on Comedy Hub and Annie and the Sideshow.
Oh, we took it down from Annie and Jay. Okay.
I can only stream to 3 places.
I gotcha. For all of those that usually watch us on Annie and Jay Dialot that are here over on Comedy Hub and Sideshow Live,
it's a Sideshow Live takeover.
This is Jay and I, G Joy, sitting here during special government
political events.
Big one that looms is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area. There are some
like
very
politics
big
in
counties
this household.
the fringes of the
You don't
Atlanta
celebrate
metro.
them
And unlike this
necessarily,
area, they're all
but
red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump
I
lost
hope
the state.
everyone
In fact,
got to vote today, or at least already sent votes, you guys. I don't really care. I mean, I care.
There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping.
But I also don't care as far as you actually voted. Don't tell me your preferences if you did not vote. Okay, that.
This is one of the biggest.
But
Cherokee County.
get out.
Look at that. More than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here.
Vote, vote, vote. stay in line. Some of those lines are ridiculous. Okay, Jesus. I can only imagine what it would have been like when I was a kid voting for the first time. If I had to wait in line for 3 hours, I would have walked away. I didn't care that much, you know?
Well, I mean, that's why both parties are really big on telling people, stay in line. If you're in a line and you're watching this on your phone, stay in line.
When I was first able to vote, I remember being pissed off because there were 2 polling places near my home. One was like 4 doors away from my house. It was an elementary school, okay? But that wasn't part of where I could vote. I had to go vote like up a hill, like quite a hike up a hill at somebody's personal house. And I had to wait all of 5 minutes to get in and vote. And I was pissed off at that. I could have just gone next door.
So again, it doesn't mean that we're anywhere closer to a result, but I wanted to.
Yes, bring a book. There's so many things to do to wait in line, you guys. Bring a book.
I mean,
you got your
it's
phone,
the modern
make sure
day.
it's
You have access to a phone with internet.
Also, fucking make some voting friends. So one thing I do want to do, Jay, like as we get more into, Jay and I have recently been exploring doing more live events where we go tour places. Right? My favorite places to go is, fun fact, Disneyland. I see a lot of streamers that they like to avoid the lines as much as possible. Get in the lines, kids. Make some friends around you. I would do that. If I had to wait in the voting line, I'd be doing that. I'd be talking to the people front and behind me. Meet some. Don't make it political. You don't have to vote for the same.
In some of these counties. So
know some
again,
people.
a lot of incomplete here.
I know it's hard to be the first person to say hello, but after that first hello, there's nothing but getting.
Almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 40-45% black population.
Also, find a live stream and be like, yo, send me pizza. In fact, here's what. If you are in line right now, let us know. We have people to confirm it, so you got to take some live shots of it. But send us where you're standing in line. It should be pretty much over at this point. It's getting late, kids. But send us a picture. We'll send you a pizza.
These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all.
I'm broke, but I don't believe any of you are going to send us a picture.
But that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now.
I'll go start that.
Like statewide,
like now's a good.
Empty here is Gwinnett.
Yeah.
Outside the park. Don't pay extra for a fast pass. Just don't buy food inside. It's hard when the food inside is.
About half black.
Yeah, be some good food, and
there's some really good.
Friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here.
Really
we
good.
Haven't seen anything from that
That's
yet.
how good.
And I also think we've got some numbers here. Yes, in Pennsylvania, and I just want to tell you what to expect.
And that's what my dad would do when I was a kid.
Massive Harris lead.
He basically would get like, we're going to Disneyland. We're not going to eat. We get one meal inside the park, and that would be like the restaurant of his choice, and then all the rest of them had to be McDonald's. Pizza, or that was like the one time of the year we would like to get to eat a cup of noodles.
Most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first, and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear.
I'm going to go start
some
some
other states where
kids.
the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic, and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch. All of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is, about 1.2 million people.
That's right, Stream Elements. Hit the follow button to be alerted when the best.
And also in Lancaster County.
Well, I guess comedy on Twitch goes live. I guess that's only for Comedy Hub, but still.
We're getting a little bit more now.
The other channels are the politics channels.
It's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania, so you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead.
Right Right now, I'm looking through gaming news.
Hour and a half, whatever it is, and the story in
I mean,
Pennsylvania
guys,
is
if
gonna
you
be
play
the opposite
Fortnite, there
of
was
the
a
story we followed 4
Kamala
years ago. 4
Harris
years ago, the story
Fortnite
was
island
they counted the same
called
day
Freedom
first, they had a
City.
big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day, and the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again,
Steve, can I interrupt you just for one moment? We have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest.
Oh, they're calling South Carolina for Trump.
Just checking in on a couple others there, but so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way.
I will go ahead and give that a red on
look at this.
my board.
Biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees, right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections.
They are looking on the MSNBC channel. They're looking at particular counties in Michigan.
Advantage of that. There's also vote by
They're looking
mail.
at where white people with degrees live outside of
There's not a lot
Detroit.
of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin,
That's
looking at
Oakland
a lot of
County,
vote by
not
mail,
the
early
city of
vote here.
Oakland,
But
where
remember,
Annie and I.
we said at the start of the night, the tests we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Steve, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you just one more time. Well, presumably the first of many more times.
Calling something else.
North Carolina in the governor's race. NBC
North
News
Carolina.
that Josh Stein will be.
Hey, Josh Stein has won the governor's race.
Very controversial Republican
Democrat
candidate,
governor.
Mark Robinson. Republicans tried to get Mark Robinson off the ballot.
That's that dude who was like posting on the porn sites. The Republican. Looks like he lost big time.
Carolina as well, but NBC News can now project that in this race,
Florida, penis man Rick Scott has won.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going
Lou Gross in Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn has won. Tennessee, what's wrong with you? I used to live there. Y'all got some cool people there. Marsha Blackburn is not one of them.
Counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour, most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly just to keep an eye on.
But hey, that governor who was on the porn sites, he lost.
Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan, the Grand Rapids is sort of
the Black Nazi.
Is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question
needs the blue wall in one more state. Actually, it's the blue wall and that one electoral college vote from what is it, Nebraska or some shit.
In this region, it's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand
Sheldon Whitehouse back into the Senate from Rhode Island. That's someone on the blue side.
Big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. You know, cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they have given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And, of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn where the Gaza...
Yeah, I'm really hoping that governor's race in North Carolina there is
10% in here in North
kind of showing us what might happen altogether. Because, I mean, it's looking like Harris is up in North Carolina. He's bounced down to the counties now, where only that County only has 7%.
Counties in the state, not much in. Democrats just want massive margins.
But yeah, I'm really hoping because of the way that Republican governor was acting. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you enjoy porn sites, cool.
But it's sort of they call it the triad.
Maybe you shouldn't be posting on them under your own name that you're running for governor as.
This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now.
Especially when you're posting things like, yeah, I'm a black Nazi.
We want to see those take shape tonight, and I want to draw your attention to.
So, I mean, he shot himself in the foot.
Very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County's
looks like the Democrats ahead in the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Michigan Senate race is looking like it's going blue so far, but it's too early to call. Too early to call. Only like 10% of the votes in so far.
At Union County, here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't.
All right, let's turn Annie's camera back on.
Core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30.
Michael, who do you think is going to win?
You feel like you're going to vomit. I mean, politics generally makes me feel that way too.
Also, pace yourself. It could be too much alcohol.
Yeah, don't drink too much too early.
I'm not taking that advice. I'm getting drunk tonight, kid.
We can't do a Trump presidency, and we can't do this shit every 4 years. Well, I mean, we've been doing this shit every 4 years since like the fucking 1700s. So, and it ain't got much better or worse. I mean, every once in a while, there's just a candidate on. There's a candidate on the other side that you just absolutely hate, or there's one you just don't care about.
I feel, I think 2008, the divisiveness. Politics used to be more just like something that would happen. You didn't fight with your neighbors over it.
And I wonder what happened in 2008.
Well, I mean, that's when the racism came to the forefront.
Could it be that the black man was elected?
Yes, but you agree with me, though, that's when it took a different turn.
Yeah.
2008 was a whole different beast than anything we've ever seen prior to it.
Then we had an orange man claiming a black man wasn't even from the USA.
No, meanwhile, orange men aren't even natural. They're not real.
I mean, I don't think orange people are from the USA. I think they're from Oompa Loompa land.
I do.
And again, just going to take a quick look. I have struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett.
But I mean, come on now. I worked for John Kerry back in the day, and I really hated George W. Bush, especially with locking up people in Guantanamo Bay and bombing and starting wars in countries.
You think you just fell out of an orange tree?
Possibly. At least that's where he gets his makeup from. Where the pigments for his makeup.
I thought that was bad.
What?
I thought he got his orange look from the factory.
Oh, is that where it comes from?
Yeah, sure.
The makeup he uses is just Cheeto dust?
Yeah, you just add a little bit of water to that and spray it down and boom, Donald Trump color.
More emailed the Fulton County chief saying that all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread
all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats at their election offices.
Americans, stop it!
But I mean, they haven't claimed this, but the FBI has claimed that most of these bomb threats are Russian started. So,
like, what's just sad? I remember I was little. like little,
terrorizing us.
like under the age of 10, you guys.
This is the sort of thing that is
horror
that
movies,
has a functional
oh,
effect in terms
they're
of how people think about getting out.
so my granddad and my own dad like to watch about wars. Terrified me. There would be like that would have fiction of like tanks running through just demolished towns, trying to find people hiding. They could pop open their bunkers and explode them all. You know? And I would cry at those things. I would cry at things exploded. And my dad and my grandpa would assure me, it can't happen to you. Okay, it's not possible, right? Like they would tell me, it's not possible. We're too strong. No one is ever gonna explode us because we can't, right? Now we're at a place where it's totally believable that fellow Americans would do that. And I'm mad. I'm mad that I could believe for a second. And I hear you. You're like, it's Russia that's doing it. Not cool, but
okay,
also,
Russia did 9 out of 10.
It's totally believable,
Farmer
though.
John did the 10th one.
It's totally believable to me that a fellow American is capable of doing something like that, and that destroys me. I don't think we're gonna like extreme. I think we're gonna side net. Bad. Oh, I'm beef. Because I'm cooking. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, and he was telling me about that. You talking about the 2 planes that blew up before they made it to the U.S.? All right, polls closing soon in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's if Fox News is to be believed. Looks like Senator Warren has maintained her seat. Good for her. Seems to be good people. Generally like her economic policy. Yeah, they went off early, Mac Dave. Yeah, for real, dude. That's crazy, huh? And ain't no news stations been talking about that. Target could have been the planes, but experts believe they were targeting places that supported Ukraine. Oh yeah, I believe you, Mac Dave. I believe they were trying to, create some kind of false flag, terrorist, or coming after you kind of bullshit. All right, looks like we got some more projections.
Rhode Island
Sheldon Whitehouse, we already announced that one.
Has been reelected in the great, mighty state of Rhode Island. NBC News can also project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Massachusetts. Democratic incumbent Senator Elizabeth Warren will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Connecticut Senate race. Democratic incumbent Senator Chris Murphy will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Tennessee, where incumbent Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn will be returning to the United States Senate. At this hour, this is the standing.
All right. Right now we're looking at 32-42 in the Senate. 26 uncalled elect. We'll take a look at those shortly, guys. We do have Senate map as well as the presidential map. Looks like we may have lost a channel. Let's see, what channel might that be? We still got C-SPAN up and rolling.
Republican candidate for governor in Indiana has prevailed over the Democratic candidate. This is Mike Braun, the U.S. senator who decided.
Popular vote, only 6% of the votes are in, according to C-SPAN. Next poll's closing in like 2 minutes, y'all.
A Democrat hasn't held the governorship in Indiana in 20 years, so it would have been a big upset. It is the Republican.
They are already calling Tennessee for Trump.
Look at a couple of ballot measures now. This is interesting. In Florida, one of the statewide ballot measures in Florida was an amendment number 3 that would have legalized marijuana. That is now projected to fail. So legalization of marijuana will
Wow.
fail.
In Florida, they're not going to legalize marijuana. I guess I can never move to Florida. So that kind of tells me Florida's going to go for Trump.
That feels like fake news. They said no to legalizing marijuana.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
I'm not going to like be like, we need to sue them and go through months of trials, but it doesn't
looks like
feel
right to
possible.
abortion is passing 57-43. So you want abortions, but you don't want marijuana.
In favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida, but 57 is shy of the 60% needed to get.
That's got to be from your computer, though.
Yeah, that was my computer alerting me to Digital Slumber Party would be starting in 30 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
agencies, including state law enforcement, to try to tip the balance in those races, sending state police to people's houses because they signed the petition to get the abortion rights amendment on the ballot, sending threatening letters to Florida television stations, threatening them with prosecution for airing ads in support of that abortion rights measure.
No, I mean,
so
I get.
See how that comes out.
I don't know.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis has put.
See, I've watched her since back when she was on Air America.
The whole time throughout her career, I hate that people associate her with a far left, like radical news site, because she's actually just a good journalist.
Yeah, well, I mean, out of the talking head hours, which is what I consider whether it's CNN, Fox, or MSNBC, anybody else, usually between like that 5 p.m. and midnight slot is just talking heads.
Yeah, but Rachel Maddow actually digs deep.
Out of all of the talking heads, Rachel Maddow is like the only person who does investigative journalism.
Is in politics in the state of Florida. The advertising against the marijuana amendment was really
another Bay Area gal, you guys. Bay Area gals are great. Kamala Harris, Bay Area gal. Rachel Maddow,
all right.
Bay Area gal.
All right,
what's up?
All right. Homie here just told us what's up with that why the legalization got voted down.
Okay, tell me.
All right, so much like a few years ago, or I think it was 4 years ago, could have been longer back, but Ohio had a similar legalized marijuana, but it was only going to give power to a few motherfuckers to control all of marijuana. And that's exactly what Florida's did. It was going to give two distributors all the power.
Here's the thing. We have a prop here in California where on paper it sounded like it could be good, but it launched to gotta look it up. But basically, so like you guys in first of all, full disclosure, as far as crime rates across America goes, they're very much so down. Okay, like.
Thanks for the update, Mac Dave. We've got breaking news in from Mac Dave. It looks like all red is
ahead by 100K. Let's go.
is ahead by 100K with 48% in over Ted Cruz. Yeah,
Fuck Ted Cruz. Fuck Ted Cruz. Together. Fuck Ted Cruz. I mean, if you're at work, please don't chant that. You might, but.
Or if you are at work, chant that really loud and you might get a raise.
Maybe.
I'm not saying which one will happen.
Go ahead, hit record on your phone before you do it. Send it to us.
I'm not like, yes, please. Let's go viral together.
But no, we have a proposition this year in California. One thing that's been really bad in major metropolitan areas throughout California has been smash and grabs. Like, they're on the street in traffic, people smash your windows and take whatever's in the back of your car, or large mobs flood stores and just steal a bunch of stuff and leave. And it's a problem. It is a problem in California. And so we had a measure on the ballot for that. Should they be prosecuted more heavily? However, they chose to lump with it, because I say yes, honestly. I want prison reform, but I also think that someone that can smash and grab like that shouldn't be able to just go home at the end of the day. So I would have been behind it, but Jay, they lumped it together with drug offense.
And that's what sometimes they do to make me, we got a new projection here. Projection.
Yeah.
Coming in from Delaware, Kamala wins Delaware.
Okay. Kamala. Coming with that comma blah. Let's all carry on.
Go over to the big board. You'll put Delaware in the blue section. So according to mine and Annie's map right now, the official sideshow map.
Democrats 115, Republicans.
Yeah. And I mean, come on, you know I can go red with Wyoming or South Dakota. I mean, come on, y'all. When I run for office, I'm going to try to put South Dakota and North Dakota back together again, because they shouldn't be separated like that.
And they only separated so they could have more votes.
Exactly. That's wrong.
Wrong.
They're taking votes away from me. They're making my vote less valuable. We should have a say-so in that.
Good. I mean, y'all, Puerto Rico should have a say now. Did y'all know that Puerto Rico can't vote in the presidential elections? That is some bullshit.
Oh, and see, that's the thing. I mean, I do think they have congressional representation.
They have representation, but they cannot vote for the president.
Well, and they don't have Senate representation.
They do not. They do not have Senate representation.
And that's the thing. I think they should be made full state, flat out, bam, done.
I mean, there's millions of people.
Get your 2 senators.
There.
What's that?
There's millions of people. There's more people in Puerto Rico than there is in fucking Wyoming.
There's more Puerto Ricans in the continental United States than there is in Puerto Rico.
That's true as well.
My Puerto Rican fact of the day. I've never met a Puerto Rican I didn't like.
I haven't either.
I've also never watched a Puerto Rican baseball player that I didn't think was awesome. And I mean, Javier Baez is like one of my favorite people of all time. But yeah, I want to go to Puerto Rico on vacation just so we can watch baseball there.
That would be dope. That would be dope. When I was in college, Jay, we had to for a textiles class. Yeah, I think it was textiles.
Oh shit! News of the night, Annie. News of the night.
Matt Dave just got their double burger.
Hell yeah!
You guys, this just in.
We know.
It doesn't matter. Oh, I'm beeping. I'll be back.
Annie will return.
GG on that double burger. There is no bigger news of the night, Mac.
I mean, I feel that away. That is breaking news. Annie's cooking, so that I'll have some breaking meal news myself. But the fact that double burger, with 100% of the votes counted, will definitely be going into your stomach, is a win for all of us. All right, looking like DeKalb County is going kind of as expected. I do wish dude on CNN had a little pop out like dude on MSNBC has. Steve Kornacki, where he can look at what that county did in 2016 and 2020. That way you can see if like Harris is gaining ground or if Trump's gaining ground. But I always like to see when Trump's like in the. Nah, I ain't even gonna say that. Because he's done that way too much. But what I was gonna say is, I like to see Trump in the teens. But no, not in real life. Because unfortunately, he's done that too and should go to jail for it. But anyway, Philadelphia. Oh, we got Steve Kornacki back. He's showing out the differences. And he's even writing on the board talking about how different it is. And I mean, in Philadelphia, we really want to look at that Puerto Rican vote and see how that's changed. Because there's over 500,000 Puerto Ricans live in. And then after the Tony Hinchcliffe comment, how will that change?
18 victory for Biden over Trump. There was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats. Give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods.
So there was slippage in 2020, but right now it looks like
470. Is it getting up to 5, or does this tick down another
possible future President Harris?
So we're going to be looking out of that in
is getting that slippage back. Go ahead and show us 2016 as well.
These 4 right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost 2 sections here.
Allentown, the home of T-Mobile. So when you see which way Allentown goes, if you disagree, maybe don't use T-Mobile.
Racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points.
I say the home of T-Mobile, but that's just like their biggest call center for customer support. That'll all go to AI in the next few years anyway.
Fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump.
And I'm glad y'all can't. I'm using maybe a questionable website to broadcast the news from tonight, guys, because I don't pay for cable. Y'all need this questionable site. Y'all just let me know. But
in Chester, because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in
boy, the advertisements I'm getting on this site.
What's happening in Pennsylvania?
They really want me to get some crypto.
Base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up
high concentrations of college degrees. I wonder why they vote a certain way. And you've been a little more educated and you've met a few more people.
Big one, about 450,000 people here.
But if you have less than a full set of teeth, you might vote a certain way. Why is that? Can someone explain? By the amount of teeth you have in your head is relative to what side you might vote for.
South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage.
Annie explained to me earlier why, you might, if you lived in an urban area where you're closer to your neighbor, you might vote more blue. But I still don't know what teeth have to do with it. If you have to eat softer food because you have less teeth, you vote more red. What's the deal?
75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start.
And only 11% in. They counting slow tonight, y'all. I mean, granted, it's only 6 p.m. Or getting close to 6 p.m. on the West Coast. So
the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats.
Well, that's one thing, Mac Dave, and I mean, I don't even look at it as so much liberal conservative right now, because I mean, if you look at a lot of the Democrat policies right now, they're basically right conservative policies of 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's like the Democrat Party has moved more to the center, if not more toward the right. And the right has moved further right. I mean, at least under this current configuration. And Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. I mean, I want, like, us to get back to some New Deal politics, where the government helps the people.
In a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations.
Oh yeah, Mac Dave. When I look at Democrats, like even Harris, for example, oh my God, he's 1,000 times better than Trump in every way. But overall, I'm still way more liberal than her, because she's basically a conservative Democrat.
It's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania.
I mean, shit, Obama was really like about as moderate as you can get. And then they want to jump, I mean, the other side want to jump up and down that they're so liberal when they're really not.
You're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last.
And maybe that comes from trying to be a president from everybody versus only being a president for half of the country. But overall, I think if somebody came out all super libbed up and was all about kind of quasi Bernie Sanders politics with a little more New Deal politics, with a look to the future, especially expressing opinions about how AI may affect the workforce, that's where I think it's going.
But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for.
Thank you for the food, Annie.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in.
Hell yeah, it's first meal of the election. You want your camera on or off?
Because we had breakfast. That was my.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We had McDonald's.
Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more.
Like I said, do you want camera on or off? Or?
It's already on.
It's
already
on.
too late. I already blew my nose. You all saw it. There it was.
Arkansas was called for Trump.
Arkansas, big surprise. It is.
My map.
No, you know what?
I called Arkansas for Trump before they started voting today.
Isn't it crazy that Arkansas used to? That was a Clinton state, you guys. What happened?
Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Also, I mean, prior to 8 years ago, I thought Mike Huckabee was a. I think is also crazy. Like, first time I learned of him, I was like, I wouldn't vote for him, but it wouldn't be the end of the world if that guy was president. Now I'm like, oh my God, that guy is crazy. Thank God he never made president. Yes,
damn right, Dark Secret. Vote for Pedro.
Make up the story of your life. But as you get older, you can miss them because
that's the only solid vote you got.
COVID-19 or RSV. So get vaccinated because your presence makes all the difference.
But yeah, with like Mike Huckabee and that kind of Republican, man, they've just showed over the last 12 years what pieces of trash they are.
The only thing left to do is
I think it works in a certain direction.
Yellowstone.
All right, Trump comes on the scene. He starts whipping all their asses in primaries and whatnot. But then all of them just change their tune to, oh, let's kiss his ass.
That's what actually made me think that they weren't so great, because prior to Trump, they seemed to be very cemented in their belief. This is what's best for the country, and this is what my platform is. And Donald Trump comes in. They go, except unless it's Donald Trump, and then I'll go ahead and bend for that guy. And that's like I said, Huckabee never had my vote, but also didn't have my abhorrence for him, right? Like, I actually thought his policy seemed reasonable for someone of
And we are
his
talking about
perspective.
Daddy Huckabee, not his maniac daughter.
No, not Sarah. Sarah's Sarah.
actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden behavior.
But no, Mike, a decade ago, I thought was a
allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially.
now I think he panders to whoever is kind of on.
Know how Ingrezza
I think is
before operating a car or dangerous machinery.
All right, we're gonna mute this channel, guys. We're going to breaking news.
Breaking. Huckabee. In fact, Dave, I'm a massive fan. I heart Huckabee. I love it when Naomi Watts goes, Huckabee.
States we're seeing and get
There we go. We got some Kellyanne Conway giving us the breaking news from behind the scenes in Trump
whether
world.
we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Quickly.
So what was funny is when her daughter went off on her on TV the other night.
When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat.
It's
If
just
he wins
incredible
Virginia,
how someone that is
this is a
nowhere
big thing.
near
This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on.
Congressman
That
from
number
Memphis
suggests
who
that's what
feels
she
like
was
a
suggesting. It could
sellout
close
now.
there. We'll see as the night goes on.
Yeah.
But Georgia, North Carolina, still the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia,
is that the speaker right now?
we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night as we think about
right there
these
on Fox
numbers
News.
here over the next few hours.
It might be a shorter night.
That's to the left? I don't know. Oh, the center one?
Virginia. So we really have to look at the gender
main one that's up
breakdown
front right
in
here.
these states
Okay.
and where we are half
the
the
dude
vote
who was just on
in some
was,
place like
his
Ohio
last name
and
is
Texas,
Ford. He wasn't
where
a
that
congressman.
vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Now he's a Fox News commentator.
Minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Sean Hannity, that'll make everything better. You totally trust it when Sean Hannity is on your team.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitor.
That's right.
How do we
Alternative
compete?
facts, Smack Day.
Simply
Press
hoaxes
any
designed
Fox
to
name.
dissuade
Not real name.
people and to cause chaos.
1980, like a tabloid news. Really weird.
Officials have attributed these things
Things
to
that
Russian
when I was a kid would have been called fake news. Still, like you could only buy it at the grocery store, and it was very obvious that it was
email
not
address,
real.
but that is
now,
something somebody
Fox
could
News
spoof.
is
It doesn't necessarily mean that it is from Russia, but it turns out that's going to be a lot of the background noise of today's election day in multiple states in the United States. Our friend Jen Psaki is here. Jen, good to have you here on set.
Be here.
From what you have seen in all the results that we've had come in thus far as we head towards 9 o'clock, what's caught your eye?
I'm just going to give a couple
all
of
right,
like,
so
everybody
10
take
minutes,
a breath
next round of
warnings here.
Okay.
One is DeKalb County
which
is
polls
not
are
in
closing?
Georgia because of the
We
poll
have until
extension of
8
the poll
p.m.
hours.
Is that
That is
correct?
such
California
a big
has until
county for the
No
Democrats.
clue.
We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia. I would also just reiterate, I mean, maybe you've always have said this, it's like a baby blue state, I'm going to say, in that it has not been blue for a long time. It is a hard state for the Harris team. Georgia is. The other thing that I think is, I'm just going to remind people of, is that these college towns voting, as people are talking about long lines in these college towns, that is a huge deal for the Harris team. Because remember, over the last couple of months, there has been understandable questions about whether or not young people, college students, would turn out, given Gaza, given protests that were happening on campuses. That's something I've heard from officials in Michigan. I've heard it from officials in Pennsylvania, that there are big, long lines in these college towns.
Idaho,
I don't know that we would have all predicted that just a couple of months ago.
Oregon,
Interesting.
The other thing is, we've talked about, I mean, I think the
all closed
Iowa poll
at
and
8
your
p.m.
interview
So we
with them
still
also
have
really
2 more
brought this
hours,
to
you
bear.
guys. You got
Polling
Hawaii and
young
Alaska
people
too,
is
but those are
impossible, and
pretty
really nobody gets it right.
solid.
So we don't have good models for how many of them will
As
turn
far
out.
as
We don't
what
actually
they're-
know till day of how many will turn out.
Would
It
be.
depends on their schedules, it depends on the weather, it depends on the entertainment, it depends on their motivation. And we don't have great models for predicting their turnout, and we have even
But for
worse
the
models
majority
for
of
predicting how
states,
they're going to
this
vote.
is
So it might
it.
be
In
one
10
of the, I keep
minutes,
saying we might not
majority
know
of
until
all
late in the
U.S.
night, or
states
maybe
will
even
have
tomorrow, but This is one
that
of the most
point,
opaque voting groups.
waiting for
Chris,
Adam,
one thing I think, I mean, again,
California,
we're early in the
a
evening.
little
One
bit
of
of
the things that
Idaho,
was
a
so
little bit of
striking
Oregon.
about the
Washington,
public polling
Hawaii,
and
and
the public
Alaska.
data going into this election was that the public polling said this is the closest race that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, that was the consensus view.
Tied.
And there was a real question about, well, maybe the public polling's wrong, and maybe it's going to miss a few points in one direction or another. We don't know at this point. It's very early in the evening. But I would say at 8:50, like, it's a very, very close race. that right now, it looks like the public polling, broadly speaking, that this was a very close race, is broadly at 8:51, based on the data we have, about what we're seeing so far. We are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us,
I
right
agree,
this
which is
second
why I
at
think
8:52:06,
tonight is kind of
and I
funny,
have to
Jay.
summarize what's going
We're
on.
here to like
No
give
surprises.
chunks of hope.
Pretty
By
much
the
that's
way,
what's
Kate,
happened
I
thus far.
think we're
There's
gonna
been
have
no
results for
surprising result
days.
anywhere,
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna be
think.
here live
No,
drunk
that doesn't mean
No, no,
that's
no.
the no surprise result.
I am
for the
here
presidential
drunk
race.
for
Yeah, I gotta go
however
to work
long
tomorrow.
I can be drunk.
And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on.
And if I
turning
go in
out,
a
and
few
we don't
hours,
know
I'd
if
rather
they will
like
or
play
won't. When you
Fortnite
see
while
a
waiting
huge
for
number
results. I'm gonna play
in a
Fortnite
state like
while waiting
Michigan
for
seems to be
results.
from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for Harris? We don't
yeah.
know.
And that's the
one of
thing,
the
guys,
challenges,
as it gets
typically,
later and
you
we're just
know
waiting
if
on
there's
shit
bigger
and
turnout
it's
in certain
not
areas,
like
it's good
popping
for the
off every
Democrats or
hour,
good for the Republicans.
we
This
might
year,
start
because
playing
there's the low
Fortnite.
propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding
Yes,
it, on the
mac
other
and-
side.
Yes, mac and cheese, and I also had a turkey sandwich, a turkey melt
We
with
are
it.
eating garbage today.
And
We
there's
agreed
also-
last
let's not
night. We
forget
start
the
off the day with a
mama-driven
McDonald's
But it tastes
breakfast.
good.
I have 3 humans
Oh, it
that
tastes
are
so
grown
good.
adult children.
I can only
and
imagine
you
where
have
my
a lot of young voters who
sodium
wait
levels
till the
are
last
at right
minute,
now.
who are pushed really
But,
hard by their families
yeah,
to vote, pushed
started
by
off
their
with
parents to
McDonald's
vote. So
breakfast. Right now
you
we're
have
eating
some
mac and
of that of the youth vote that actually
split, a
reflects
turkey-
what you're seeing
dinner.
in the sort of grown folks vote,
They're
because there are,
not.
especially when you're
They're
talking
not
about black
watching
voters,
our
I'm telling
diets
you that black
today
mamas
at all.
are making all the
Happy
kids vote.
Election
I mean,
Day,
not
everybody.
only my kids, but my bonus son also. I literally I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus. You have to have an extra because I have 3.
It's like multi-ball and
Yes, way to work the
I don't like to be
States.
outnumbered with odd
Or
numbers.
Wisconsin.
And so we have 3, so
Wisconsin.
we add a 4th so they can team up. And it kind of
Patriotic sweater, Annie.
That's
the
actually
stars.
why I wore it. I was like, I can celebrate the 50 stars. There's no stripes. Fuck the colony.
You know, I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have.
Oh
not
no.
mentioned.
Cancun Cruz was pulled ahead.
They decided
Come
on
on,
this thing called
Texas.
the Electoral
You can do better.
which, interestingly, no
No,
other
Cruz.
country in the world
Hashtag
decided
Yeah,
to
we'll-
copy. And because
We'll
of that,
go over here to the
in
web and
presidential
see
terms,
if
in effect on nights like this, you
find,
are right
like,
to think
some
that it feels like
minute
no
results.
one cares about your vote. If
That's
you're
the
in California or
interactive
if you're in
map.
New York, and when you think about how enormous
Give
a
them
force
results.
that
I
can
don't
be
see
in
results
voter
on-
suppression, there may
So-
be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever
Right,
got to think
Right.
that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in
On
California.
Oh, wait,
CNN,
hang
we'll-
on. I
They're
like what he
registered.
said.
They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York. Mr.
Yeah,
New York,
I don't
another 7
disagree with
million
that.
people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know.
I don't
what
know
the
if you were
outcome is
listening
for
to
their
this
state.
or I
Most
said
of
anything.
those, if they voted, would add millions
But
to Kamala Harris.
his
And,
wonderment
this
came from
Electoral College
how many more
problem,
California voters would
is
show
one
up
that
for their
bedevils
local
us in the
election
21st century as it
if
never
they
has
realized they had more at stake for the
I'm sorry, let me
presidential
just jump over
election.
to Alex Wagner with the
Because we were talking about
insiders.
this
We're about
earlier.
4.5
If you're a
minutes
California
from this
voter,
next poll
you are
closing.
aware
You guys
that
have
you
been talking
only
about
have
what you've been hearing about some of
1/4
the
of the
specific
vote
swing
that
states that
an
we know you have a
individual
result in.
Wisconsin has,
Rachel,
right?
thank you.
Like
I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar,
it's a 1 to 4
Michael Steele and Simone Sanders. Simone,
ratio there.
Michigan
Like their
is
vote
among
matters
the tranche
more.
of states that are
Our
gonna be
vote,
closing
not
polls
so
at 9
much.
p.m.
Let me go to my Michigan
And
page.
so if you're showing up for the presidential election, really care because you already know it's going to go Democrat way. No, so you probably might not vote.
All of my Democratic friends.
Meanwhile, we actually have some very important things happening across California right now.
Hesitant to say.
Yeah, but one thing with California, they generally have a little bit higher of percentage of voters that get out in every election, just because it's more an activated
But even with the gaps, they are encouraged by what
well, not just that, but we don't have to. You don't have to leave the house to vote either.
But still, even before that, more California people voted per capita than most states. So people are a little more active with that here, but I do see what dude's saying. I mean, but that's true for every state, no matter what side you're on, because presidential elections always bring out more people. So what he's talking about is really true everywhere, because people don't give a fuck when it's not a presidential election.
Again, this is early.
It does matter.
Can you talk to me about your thoughts on those numbers and what that
Goes
might
the House
for a
and
state
Senate.
like Pennsylvania,
Absolutely.
where there's a huge Latino population?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because a lot of these exit polls, it really depends on where you're standing, what's precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino voter representative of that person? We don't know.
All right,
If
so
you look back at 2020, exit polls were
we got the numbers going on in the Senate in Texas right now.
Well, that's close.
Pennsylvania over the
Yeah, Ted Cruz, yes, has pulled ahead. It is only 50% counted. And yeah, there's some pretty heavy blue areas that has a long way to go before we see what is what.
And my question is, where are the big Austin at? Where's Dallas at?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's a place between Austin and San Antonio that has 0% in. But yeah, there's still a lot to be counted.
That kept coming out and coming out
before we even get close. I mean, if we look at all the more blue areas as being fully counted, and Ted Cruz pulls ahead, then yeah, I'm like, oh shit, it's over. But
in Pennsylvania, from the campaign side, to tell people to stay in line.
Right, and so if you look at how much the Harris campaign has spent close to $400 million just in Pennsylvania, they understand that that's the holy grail. And between
next polls close in 30 seconds, y'all.
And the young vote is so hard to actually analyze because some of them could be registering to vote right now. Some of them
doesn't give me a link
are
to
not
click
on
on.
landlines. So I think those are going to be across the country. Those are going to be the two populations.
It's like a dozen states. It'll be like a bunch of these.
But my question is, are there swing states that are up here?
This election season, Michael Steele, let's talk about the Senate. We're getting various degrees of bullishness. Claire McCaskill was here talking about Chuck Schumer. We know that Justice has won Manchin's seat in West Virginia. The Senate is officially split here. What can you tell us?
Well, the other race that a lot of people were focused on was in my home state of Maryland with Governor Larry Hogan.
I do like that Robert F. Kennedy's pulling 0.5% in Michigan right now.
That fucking.
All right, Wisconsin just closed.
Brainworm himself.
But yeah, Wisconsin just closed. Arizona just closed, which I would consider swing.
Thing, and I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking
Minnesota,
about.
I think, will go blue. Louisiana just closed, which I believe will go red. Iowa just closed, which some polls say Harris might get that one. So, I mean, that'd be like the first snipe of the night if they close that one early.
I should mention, Michael Steele just said that the Maryland Senate race has been.
Oh, I heard that poll closing
but
sound.
I think she was just saying it's close to call.
It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We've got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early.
Michigan, too early to call.
As crucial a swing state of Wisconsin. NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in
Mac Dave, Cat, y'all in a gross-ass state,
NBC News
man.
can also project a winner in the presidential race in
Also,
North Dakota.
Texans, way to get out and vote.
NBC News also projects a winner in the
I
presidential
don't
race
agree
in
with
South
you.
Dakota. The winner is
Disgusting.
Donald Trump.
Okay.
NBC News also projects A winner in the Wyoming
Not
presidential race.
surprising
The
there.
winner is Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the
Too
presidential
early
race
to
is
call.
Too early to call. In the
I figured that would be a landslide, but okay.
Iowa, too early to call. That expected.
That's expected.
NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota
Yeah,
is too
we
early to
all
call.
thought that
NBC News
too.
projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call.
Well, I already gave Trump Kansas, so.
In New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. Looking at the road to 270, with those races called thus far, we've now got Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral votes. Looking back
Well,
at the ballot
my map's a little different, y'all.
just recapping from earlier
On my map, I have Democrats 115, Republicans 139.
a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two.
And that's because I've already given the West Coast to Kamala Harris.
Of the vote in there, and that is too early to call. And in the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania, not even 20% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
I know you want it.
And it is too early to call in Pennsylvania. Let's look at some of the Senate races, starting with the key and very interesting Senate
Double
race
grossing
in the great state of
at
Texas.
double
Again, we got
grossing.
presidential
Yep,
race called
this
in
right
Texas,
here is
but
making
in the
it
Senate
the
race
double
between
gross.
Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger, Congressman Colin Allred.
Oh,
It is in the Texas
so
Senate
gross.
race. Too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is also too early to call between.
Come on, Ruben.
Like Ted Cruz looks like a disgusting sweaty guy that walks up to you while you're sunbathing, not paying attention, and asks if you quote unquote girls are having fun while his sweat is dripping on your head.
Michigan Senate race.
So disgusting.
Alyssa Slotkin is up against Republican Mike Rogers. The Michigan Senate race, NBC News projects as too early to call. And in the very interesting Nebraska Senate race, here we've got an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, up against not a Democratic challenger, but an independent challenger, Dan Osborne. The Nebraska Senate race, too early to call. The Senate at this hour, again, it's a 100-seat seat.
I mean,
Senate.
once again,
We've got
Jay,
42
I
Republicans
totally
seated. We've got
agreed to do a live show
33
tonight.
Democrats
I'm
seated.
down to
This
sit here
reflects
for as long as I
one
can.
seat gained by the
Also, I
Republican
don't
Party
see the
in
point because
West
I just don't
Virginia,
think
the
we're going to
seat
have any
vacated by
solidified
outgoing
answers
independent
for the end.
Joe Manchin.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's hop back down to Florida.
But it's still
That's
early.
an opinion.
We don't know.
The
It's only
abortion
6.
rights measure in
We're
Florida.
about to
This
get
is
a
an
lot of
ending
answers.
that
But
enshrine
y'all,
abortion
I think
rights
we're in this.
Florida. This,
first.
as you see here, has 57% yes and 43%.
See, I think
no.
it all relies on how much Pennsylvania gets counted tonight.
Needed to meet in
I
Florida.
mean, if we get some definitive Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and then Pennsylvania goes hard with the counting, then it's over. I mean, no big deal. I mean, it doesn't have to be all that difficult.
Threshold.
Will Trump concede? No.
No.
He never conceded the 2020 election.
He will not.
At this hour, NBC News is projecting as too early to call. So again, lots of calls there. I think the one that, I don't know if it qualifies as a surprise.
I'm looking for surprises. That's what I want. I want some
surprises. Is that what you want? You want a surprise?
Florida abortion rights measure.
You want something that says, Jay, you weren't expecting this, but here.
Yeah, you know, like Kamala wins Louisiana or something, just totally out of the blue.
Margin, but not a large enough margin to put it over 60 points, which is what they'd need to get a yes.
Yeah, and this is the reason that Republicans wanted that 60-vote threshold.
I mean,
because,
if
as
Kamala
they tried
won
to do in
Kansas,
Ohio, you know, Governor DeSantis has
that would be
bet
crazy.
his political future on being the champion.
I mean, I think it'd still even be crazy if she won Nebraska,
He's competing,
which with 25% of the vote in, she's in the lead.
About a future in which he would like to inherit Donald Trump's white evangelical base, and he's decided that this is his marker, and he's been willing to use really the awesome powers of the state to try to intimidate and bully even television stations in the
And
state.
I love that Robert F. Kennedy's getting 1% in Kansas.
All of the
Can't
other
believe-
states, including
I know.
very, very red states that have protected women.
That
Florida,
thing
in
I
a
mean-
lot of ways, it's going to be interesting. And
Now we
maybe
just
that's
know
why
how many
it'll
people
be
out there have
interesting
had
to talk
brain
about
worms.
what Florida's
It's
future
like
looks
like
as a place that can attract
Don't-
corporate headquarters
Can't
and
comprehend.
investment in a state where the
Out of the-
governor routinely bullies companies.
See,
routinely
I think those
sues
brain
companies that
worms are kind of
displease him,
like
sued
those
Disney, sued cruise lines,
what's that
bullied
shit from
schools
like
out
Rick and
mask
Morty
mandates,
where they come
bullies
in and
TV
like the
stations
one
about ads they
entity
can
takes
run.
over the
It's a
minds of the
pure
whole planet
Project
or whatever.
2025 in miniature
Oh, okay.
in
Like a
Florida, and
unity.
that kind of
Yeah,
extreme,
yeah.
sort of
There was an actual
made
term for that. I don't know what it was,
fascist-type
but
government in
that's what I
make
think
it
the
a
brain
more
worms are
attractive
doing.
place,
They took
or does it
over
make it
JFK
more like some of the
Jr.
other
and they've
southern
spread
states that
out.
don't get a lot of
Symbiotes.
investment and interest from,
it also means
particularly
that-
international investors.
That Florida trying to be.
See, when I think symbiote, though, I think more like the Marvel symbiotes.
Incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban.
Yes.
Which is going to make
Yeah,
it
like
harder
Venom,
to
but no,
persuade
RFK
any
is not
company to
Venom.
move their female staff there.
Because see, Venom can somewhat control, or the person, Eddie Brock, has some control in the situation. RFK ain't got no control. The brain worm took over.
American democracy in the 21st century,
Just the king brain worm has
less votes
a say-so, and that's all that matters.
right through to tonight, 57% in Florida loses. That's what loses in Republican-defined minority rule government, which is intentionally designed and structured as a minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
Yeah, right. It looks like a Senate vote where you see the motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this. Then we're going to go back to Stevens in
All I
North
was going
Carolina.
to say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap ticks up to 57%, that has 57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access.
Yeah.
If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states we've been talking about. 57% in Florida voting for reproductive health care is an important number to keep an eye on. Is 55 to 57? Is that if that's where Harris comes in with women, with all voters, with men and women? If that question was number one, it might be a long night, but it could be a very good
I
night
mean,
for
it
the
means
Harris
that your
campaign.
voters are
Steve,
fucking
let's go to you.
morons. They
I can
voted
see from your board
for
there that you're looking at North
access to
Carolina
abortion,
numbers.
but
Yeah,
against
so we've got
Kamala
some
Harris.
counties where we've got a lot,
I
maybe
don't-
all of
I
the
don't
votes that
know
I think
what
are
all
very
of
significant.
that
We highlighted at the start of the
rhetoric
night in
was
North
about,
Carolina,
but you fucking
right
tell me
outside Charlotte,
shit.
this county right here, Union County in
Voted
red.
for
It's a
abortion
core
access,
suburban
but then
Republican
also
county,
for
and it's one of
Donald
those. It's
Trump.
gigantic,
Fucking
first of all,
moron.
and second of all, it's one of those where
That's the
Trump still
great
won it
talking,
in
but also I
2020, but he
believe-
lost ground. Key question tonight.
Yes,
Lose
Texas was
further
called
ground.
with
That's what
only
Democrats are trying to do in
48%
Union
of the
County. We
votes
basically
counted.
got all the voting in
Because they
Union
also
County, and
do
you can see
exit
Trump
poll
gets
data,
about a
so they have kind of a,
25.5 margin.
oh, he's winning
Compare
in
that
this
to 4
area,
years ago.
winning in this
Trump won it by
area,
24,
blah, blah,
so no,
blah.
Trump did not lose
So
ground.
they
In
kind of
fact,
they
he
kind of
gained
know
back a little
where
bit
certain
here
numbers
in
are coming
Union
from
County. That is
before
where this
it
campaign
gets
wants to see.
counted.
They did not
So
allow
they can
any
be a
more
little
slippage. You can go
accurate
next door
in
from Union
certain
County,
states like
and you
that.
see another
Dark
trend that I
Secret
think we're
says,
starting
I'm
to see
breaking out
pretty
the hard
clearly in
cider.
North
It's going to be
Carolina,
one of
and
them
I'll show
nights.
you that
Cheers.
now. This is
I just
Anson
finished my
County.
glass.
Again,
I'm about
just
to refill
complete.
it.
This is
Okay?
a rural
Well, it
Where
sounds
you
like
at?
I need to catch up with Annie.
Population.
Let's go.
And one of the concerns
But
for
yeah,
the
it's going to be a
Democrats,
long
they
night,
believe
so
the
you know we
It
got to
is.
pace ourselves.
among
It's only
we
African
6.
have
these
been.
rural
No,
counties
we
has
have
been
not
lower
hit
than they need. You know, when
and
Barack
close
Obama
to
ran
half
and
of
won the
that
state in
bottle.
2008,
Good.
he did very well.
Good.
Won a lot
I
of
mean,
these
my
counties. The
God, we
question
better not.
was,
It's only
would
2
Democrats
hours into the
improve
stream.
in these counties tonight?
We
What
shouldn't
they've
be
said
anywhere
about the
close
ground
to
game,
half of the
here's
bottle.
top
We're
of the ticket
not. That's
thinking,
what I just
This
said.
might help them. So you see it right here.
But you were saying it like it was in achievement. I'm like, no.
By 4
Oh,
points 4 years ago. Now
sometimes
Donald
JT
Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get.
I mean, really,
most,
if we have a
not
drink
all the
now, we
results.
shouldn't even have another
Vance
drink till
County here,
7
large,
o'clock.
Rural African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by
Hell
less,
yeah.
only
Good
12
food,
points
Annie.
right there.
Thank
You
you.
can go next door to Warren County. 26 for Biden tonight. 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get,
Dave, not all the eligible voters actually voted in Texas. That's kind of true all the time everywhere.
That same day vote. We're finding that that's a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up.
Yeah, all right. Wake County's looking good, but a couple of them other counties weren't looking so good.
You don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes in 2016. It was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again,
yeah, because I mean, like in that more populated county, like he's looking at right now in North Carolina,
down for Democrats.
One county counts as like 8 Republican counties
the other
because of the population density. As you could see, where it was less than 2,000 people voting in that other county, that they were like, Trump got 80% in this county, but there's less than 2,000 people there. And they made that up tenfold in this one county.
This is, not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's that's one we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big
I forgot
suburban
already.
test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there.
It
Still to come, though.
is
We want to see how Wake finishes.
gelato clouds.
The triad, you got Greensboro.
Lot of what?
Again, we don't have
Clouds.
a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage
taken
here.
2 or
It's about
3 hits. It
240,
still looks
3,000
nice and
votes.
golden.
And we are getting a lot more clarity in the Metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, you know, where this was a Republican stronghold.
Oh, have a great night, Kat.
Democrats are
Yes, good luck to Harris. I hope you have an
2020.
amazing night, and I'm
Yes,
excited to see you
I hope
on
you
Wednesday.
wake up to a better president tomorrow.
Harris, this is the early
but
vote
also don't
likely.
be surprised
Harris
if
is
you don't
winning
know
here by
for-
16. The concern for Democrats is
Love
the
you,
remaining vote, we
Kat.
suspect, is that Election Day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb.
Waiting for the
but
final
does that
video
come
of your
down?
favorite
If it
political
falls below
commentator
that
drop,
2020
but it's
level,
now his wife
that's
that has
very
taken
alarming
over
for
channel
Democrats.
responsibility.
Fulton County, again.
Oh,
the early vote in
are
here,
you
and
talking
some
about
the same
Bo
day as well.
of the Fifth
It looks
or
exactly
whatever his
like it
name
did in
is? I
2020.
noticed that his wife be on there all the time now, and she was not on there at all before. Did he have a Dr. Disrespect moment?
In Fulton
Oh,
is a
so
little
kind of
less
an-
blue,
Jay
and that number
Dye-ish.
slips below 2020. That's a troublesome.
What's
I
that?
mean, I said it almost feels kind of Annie and Jay Dye-ish.
Oh,
I
just
definitely-
because you've been streaming lately?
Yeah. Like, absolutely. Jay and I have been streaming together from the get-go, but Jay absolutely
almost all
more than
in
me.
right now.
Lately, I stream more than you.
Oh, Belle. Yeah, that's her name. I mean, she don't make bad videos, and she keeps it very similar to how the channel energy already was.
Counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It is transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here is just, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see, it's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size
Seconds after
and
that,
because
show
of the
your
trajectory.
boobs if you want Kamala to
and
win.
we can also just take a look
Then
at
a few
these
seconds
sort
after
of
that, show your
exurban,
boobs
fringe
if you want
Atlanta
Trump to
metro
win.
counties
There's always
that
going to be
are red.
dudes
The
that just
question
want
here
to
is,
see your
do they
boobs.
become
They're not
less
interested in
That's
anything
right.
else.
I mean, hey, can you blame them? I mean,
Show your
boobs are
boobs.
nice.
Canton, Georgia is one of
your
the wealthiest
boobs.
counties
You don't
in the
care about
state of
anything.
Georgia here. Take a look.
I mean,
This
my
is what happened in
IG is the
2020.
same as my
Donald
name
Trump
in
won here
gaming,
by
so, you know.
39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in
His criminal past was being brought up. I believe it. I mean, that is funny. I mean, dude, what was it? One of them Republican commentators that was getting paid by Russia, Tim Pool. That dude said he's leaving YouTube now. Because, yeah, well, I think it's
I
because.
mean, good riddance, but also really.
I mean, I think it's because he's about to go to prison.
County almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You could see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here, Walton County. Again, this is the early vote in Walton County.
I don't even know why you have it up. Like,
I'm being fair and balanced, Annie.
Points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day.
You know,
Does it
Fox
get back
News
to
is the
49? Does it get
epicenter
back
for
to 50?
creating an
That's what Trump wants
unfair
with
and
the remaining vote
unbalanced
there. I think
news
we've
cycle,
got just
right?
about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically.
Tim Pool needs to get all his assets bought by Russian.
Politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is... We were talking about this in North Carolina.
Is it time to check out Twitter again?
I'm looking at
with large African American populations.
But I think it's never a good time.
Can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously,
it's very
relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier. Baldwin was just about all in. This is a change.
I'm on it.
This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, you know, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're, seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County. Very small, but a lot of this is in right now.
Wait, now hang on. Tim Kaine is still in the Senate. That I didn't realize.
Yes.
8 points right now. That's left to be reported out in Randolph County.
Didn't he win or is winning?
He won. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties too. It's a bit
Florida
similar,
is number one in my trends.
To what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one. Very small.
For you, I'll look at
but again,
trending.
this was
Florida is number one
black
there.
population, 19 points here in 2020.
But it looks like in Florida, Rick Scott or Penis Head has won.
Slight differences in a state.
Also, Matt Gaetz and Anna Paulina Luna have won.
And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there.
Florida,
so
and I don't
close
intend
attention
on
to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, guys, if we started a drinking game and we drank every time Steve Kornacki said slippage, Steve would already be laying in the floor right now.
That there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected
Why
to
we're not
win
playing drinking games. We're drinking as we fish.
in Rhode Island.
Because I think if we had a game,
in Mississippi,
you'd be
that the winner of the presidential
the
contest,
only losers would be us.
NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential
The stream wouldn't
contest
last very long.
is
That's the
Donald
problem.
Trump. A couple of other interesting
but I would
updates
wake
for
up
you.
feeling
Back to
like,
Delaware.
okay, I feel terrible,
This
but
is
also
a
I'm
historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat.
Oh, is this fresh?
An at-large House seat.
Not
This is an
fresh.
open
It's
seat
not a
because
brand
the
new
incumbent was
bowl.
Lisa Rochester, who just won
Only had a couple
a
hits
U.S.
off
Senate
of it,
seat
but
in
it's still
Delaware tonight.
tasty
When
as
she
fuck.
left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah
I'll still
McBride.
give
The
you first
Republican
hit
running
off
for it
next
is John
bowl. That
Whalen.
just might be a
NBC
while.
News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat, and I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress, and she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. I should also mention this, another race that would not necessarily make national news except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment, which is that our affiliate, our NBC affiliate,
because like
in
Florida
Georgia,
doesn't even make it legal for
has
former
now
felons
made
to
its
vote. You
own
have to go
call
through a
in the
whole
Fulton County District
court
Attorney's
process.
race. Again, we
allow
wouldn't generally
yourself to
be
vote
following
again
individual
after
district attorneys
completing
races in the national news. But this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia, tonight. I have one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania.
New bomb
Governor
threats.
Josh Shapiro says that there have been
Pennsylvania
multiple
closed.
bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in, or otherwise communicated in multiple
All right,
states.
Cruz
Voting hours
still
were
up by about
extended to
40,000.
9 p.m. in
Texas,
Clearfield
what
County
the
in
fuck?
Pennsylvania.
I mean,
Backpack.
400,000.
Part of the state because of a bomb threat in
With
the
about
building where votes were
62%
being
of the vote
counted
in.
there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily
Where are the
apparent
big
to the
cities at?
FBI that these new
Where's
bomb threats
Austin?
that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones are
Right
attributable to
there in
Russia,
your
but they
face.
say they are investigating
I mean, it's not in
Russian-attributed
my
bomb
face,
threats in
'cause-
Georgia,
all right, that's
Wisconsin,
better.
Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly
So,
investigating
what
more
is
threats
this?
in undisclosed other
That's
states.
just Texas.
That's
It's
the
more
totals
than
right
you
now.
previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and
Tell me
underscore
where
and
Austin is
repeat.
at first.
There aren't bombs. There is
Plain
no.
County.
There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in
That's
the bomb threat
84%
where there isn't a
in.
bomb in place.
That county,
specifically to try to achieve
74%.
chaos, to try to get these sites
That county,
evacuated,
91%.
and in
All
some
right, now
cases
let's
to
put,
disrupt
let's
voting
put Dallas
patterns.
there.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb
60%.
threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Joining us now
they're
from
all
a polling
red right
location
now.
in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, what are you seeing there in Reno?
Yeah, two things that are all the rage right now, Rachel, in Nevada. One is ridiculously long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Right here, this is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is. The
So
clerk's office,
they're
the
using
registrar of voters,
the
county
Raiders
recorder,
Stadium
which, by
as
the
a
way, if
vote
you've made
as
it
a
to this
polling
point,
place
it means
today.
You are now 40 minutes
Yeah.
from the front of the line. The other thing
And
we should talk
also had
about
like
is that
entertainment
nonpartisan
there.
vote,
I don't know
right?
what
It's about
type of
a third the
entertainment,
electorate. It
but
is
they were like
confounding
making
pundits
it
who are
almost like a
trying to
voting
decipher
festival
what
at the
vote is
stadium.
going to be as
Some
we
shit.
continue to walk through the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that it is such a big part of the vote now that these pundits aren't necessarily sure how these
I'll be honest,
nonpartisans
guys. I
are
know a
going
lot
to
of
vote.
people
And
have a
they are that way
as to
because
who's going to win
primarily
tonight.
of
I
rule of the
don't.
law that was
I have
instituted in
no
about
idea.
2020. It said that everybody that gets
I
signed up.
have
By the way,
no-
this line snakes past the chamber in there.
I have
It goes
preferences,
ridiculously long through this
sure.
building. Eventually,
But
pop
my
out here and you see the
expectations
beginnings
are
of the line.
incredibly
Again, about an
low.
hour to get to this point. But a rule in 2020
now,
that said that anybody
is Texas one of the
essentially that signs up
places
for a
that they
driver's
do
license has to
the
be registered
mail-in
as
and
a
early
nonpartisan.
ballots
You have
after,
to,
or
essentially
no idea.
assign yourself to
because
a
that could
Republican
play a
Party or
major
Democratic
effect
Party
on
in
all
this
of
state.
the
A lot of
Texas
people chose
stuff as
not
well.
to do that. That's why there's such
Although
a
they
long
have
line of
called
issue of
Texas
nonpartisan
for
voters.
Trump at this
But I've
point,
spent
and
about
I think
6
the
months here,
majority
and
of
I've
states
equally
you're not
seen
allowed to
many people that
open
are
the ballots
proudly
or
nonpartisans
ballot
that don't
areas
want to
closed.
essentially
So
be a part of one of the
that-
parties, want to vote the
like
issues,
California,
want
we're
to
not
vote
going to
based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering a place
But
like this, a
with
bellwether within a
with
bellwether,
like Trump
where so many people are trying to read the tea
in the
leaves. It's so
presidential
difficult
side
to
in
do.
Texas, which I was hoping it
But
would be a
certainly,
little closer.
nonpartisans, as
Trump's up
returns are coming back,
10%
about
there.
a third of the vote between Republicans,
I mean, fun
Democrats,
fact, I don't
and now
like
this
the
third
guy.
group,
I'm
which
not
we
going
don't
to be
know which way it's
surprised
going to
if
go.
he-
I've spoken
I'm
to
not
both
going to be
campaigns.
surprised if he doesn't
Everybody
win.
seems to think they have a
You know,
Trojan
like-
horse in this population. Republicans think that they are
Much
leading
unlike
Democrats seem to think
8
that
years
this is
ago,
a younger,
I
more
don't think
diverse
it's going to be
population,
a shock
and that will turn into a
no matter
Democratic
who.
vote. We'll see. Although we're hearing lines are particularly long.
Which
not just
also,
here,
fun
but
fact,
also
you guys, 8
southern
years ago,
Nevada
everyone was like,
counties, 3
Trump can't win,
hours we're
Trump
hearing
can't
for
win.
some
And I was
lines,
like,
which could
right.
push
And then
this
it
into
did.
the
And I
night.
was like, oh
Rachel.
no.
Steve Patterson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know
I
it's
mean,
going to be
in
a long night. It can be
2016,
hard to
most
arrange
people
childcare.
that
Better
of
not-
intelligence
Why not make it into a field trip?
just didn't even
for the
take
kids
him
to see how voting
seriously
works.
till like
Steve,
2
we'll be
weeks
back with
before
you
the
later on,
election. They
as
were
we
just
enter
like,
the
that
polling
ain't
season. Very much
real.
appreciated.
That's a
We do
joke.
have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the
But then it was
presidential
like,
race in
about
New
the time
York
they
has
realized it it wasn't a joke, it was
Kamala
too late.
Harris has won the presidential
Democrats'
race
biggest
in the great state
misstep
of
was
New York.
allowing
Steve Kornacki.
Joe Biden.
Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say?
That never should have happened. It would have been a primary.
Looking at the road to
There should have
270
been
map, Donald Trump with
electoral
168
candidate.
electoral votes.
And then I think
Kamala
it wouldn't
Harris
have
at
been
62
public.
electoral votes. Steve Kornacki,
We didn't
you
see
are looking
that.
at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania is we say most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and
I
reverse
just don't
it. Now,
know. I think
this
it's
one we
cute how
flagged
they
at the
keep
start of the night, so I
debating
want
over
to check
who
in on it.
could be the
Lackawanna County, where Scranton is.
But
This
I
is one of
sit
the
here
most
and
complete
I
counties.
mean,
It
we're
is not
doing this
complete yet,
because,
but it's
you
one
know,
of the most
A,
complete we
we
have
like
so far in
talking
Pennsylvania.
politics.
About 80%
If
of the
we
vote
weren't streaming,
is
we'd
in
be
right here.
doing
And
the
this
same
is
thing right now
following
that we're doing
exactly
right
that
now,
pattern.
you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's literally why we decided to stream it, because we're sitting at our computers with
This is what we do.
3 or 4 different tabs open, screens and whatnot, looking into the bullshit.
But the truth is I don't think we're going to learn
to understand where this might be going, because
I don't think there's
this
any
is what we're
air
looking
there
at. In
until closer to the
2016,
weekend.
Donald
And
Trump,
I think
this was
we all
a
have
huge
better
gain
things
for Republicans. They used to get
than
absolutely
watch
flattened here.
watch
Donald
this.
Trump only lost this county by 3 points and
But
change.
also,
In
this is what Jay and I would be
Joe
doing.
Biden,
So we're
Scranton
going to
native,
go ahead
got
and
it up to almost
guys,
10. And the
tell us what
question
you
is,
think.
this is
We're not
winning for
opposed to
Democrats statewide.
any
And
opinion.
this or anything less than that gets
Where are
very
you at,
shaky for
Stacey
Democrats
Abrams?
statewide.
That's a great question, Dark Secret. Where is
gonna land?
Stacey
Right
Abrams?
now,
The last
if
time I
you
saw
froze
her
the
was on an
election here
episode
and
of
said,
Star
"That's
Trek
it,"
Discovery.
Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna
It was
County.
fantastic.
We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come
Didn't
down, and
she-
it ends up
didn't she
looking more
run
like
for
this or
something
even
somewhere?
closer than this.
She
That's
won,
the most
governor of,
complete
I
we
think,
have right
Georgia.
now of a big, substantial
But she
county
first
in
ran for it.
Pennsylvania,
Okay.
and that's what we're looking
And then I
at
think
there.
she ran for
And again, just a
Senate.
couple other things to flag. We don't have
Something-
much. Erie County, we will
But
we'll keep an
I
eye
don't
on
know
it
where she is
because
this
there's only
election.
2 counties in Pennsylvania
Georgia
that
is
actually
falling
swung
off. Is it
between
now,
16 and
Dark
20. 2
Secret?
counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden.
Now, guys,
in
if there are
2020. Erie
states
County's
y'all
one,
want
we
to check
basically have no
out,
vote from there.
I'm
But
happy
that's a
to click
bellwether
on
county
those states.
we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now, we got about a quarter of the vote in here.
Yawning.
A lot of this, you can just see it. This is what it is. The
I
mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020.
So far,
This was a
looking
flip.
at the
And again,
congressional
this is the question
race,
now,
there's
as the
been
remaining vote
65
starts to
called
get
for
tallied up and
Democrats
come
and
in.
104
Can
called
Donald
for
Trump get back to
Republicans.
that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially
place has
bellwethers,
flipped
in
for
Pennsylvania.
Republicans.
By the way, Wisconsin, you know, we started to get some
But
results
I don't
here
even
out
know
of Wisconsin
where that
too.
is,
And I just want to
so.
show you. We said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties,
Let's see the
Brown,
action coming out of
Allegheny,
American
Winnebago,
Samoa. Dark
blue
Secret
collar
wants to
counties,
know, what's
Green
America's
Bay,
Samoa
Appleton,
looking like right now?
Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald
Say
Trump
what?
lost some ground in
America's
2020,
Samoa.
still won
I
them,
think
wants
that
to win it
is
back.
like in the
And wow,
Pacific,
that's,
so.
It is in the
Washington,
Pacific. Good
Waukesha,
job.
and
Way to-
Ozaki. These are core Republican suburbs where
And
the
I can
Democrats
click
have
on
been
Hawaii
gaining.
and
Are the
Alaska. I
Democrats
don't have
gaining more?
American
So we do
Samoa.
have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And
Not
just
even
to
giving
put
me
this in
Puerto
Mac
Rico
Dave says
Congress.
that Laughing
showing
Larry
for
AI
Republicans. Trump won
joke about Dark
Waukesha
Secret.
in 2020
Laughing Larry
by
AI says,
21
why
points.
did Dark
But look,
Secret
in
bring a
2016,
ladder to
Trump
the
won it
bar?
by 27. Go
Because
back
they
to Mitt
heard the
Romney, it
drinks
was
were
more than
on
2
the
to 1 Republican.
house.
This was
That
bad.
was terrible,
This is one of
Laughing
the
Larry.
reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago.
Go to bed.
Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some
But
of these
also, if
counties.
you're
It's
watching
done at the municipal
on,
level, but there could be opportunities here for
Live
Harris to
Show
grow
Live,
the
you
support.
guys
This is
were
not
also
like Pennsylvania,
over
where this
on
is just all
Comedy Hub on
Republican
Twitch.
gains later
That's
on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris
Over
over
there, we've got the
40% in Waukesha. They want to
worst
keep making
AI
gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about
if
the
you go ahead and type in the chat
2020
at
level.
Laughing
And this is the
AI,
other one.
followed
Ozaki
by a
County, of all
He
the
will
counties in
comment back,
Wisconsin,
and let me
this
tell
one
you,
has the
it's not gonna be
second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe
tell him
Biden in
that.
Ozaki County
Do that.
in 2016,
Hey,
I don't know why I did
that-
that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving
How
on this,
about
getting
maybe
this
not
down
you? Let's be
into single
for
digits,
joke's
5, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win
well, if my
for
jokes were any
Republicans.
better, they'd be
Democrats have been
illegal. But
eroding,
hey, at least
that
I'm
support
not
for Republicans.
charging
If they can
for
do
this
more,
comedy
that's
gold.
big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the squares in a massive county, Madison State Capitol.
Yeah. I mean, till Steve Kornacki like starts,
suburbs here,
till you start seeing like that vein in his forehead start throbbing, and he's like counting up how many registered voters are in specific counties to figure out how many votes are left to be counted in that county. We've not even scratched the surface of Steve Kornacki.
78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats.
Yeah, he's like the worst kind of onion. There's multiple layers.
Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20.
Control Alt Quinn! Oh my God!
Hey!
I hope you're having an amazing day, you guys. Control Alt Quinn, by the way, no matter where you're watching,
they get this thing up to 195?
Control Alt
Could they ever
Quinn
get this
runs
to 200,000 votes? Every time you think
they
they've
are
gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Oh, you stressed out. I feel you. I feel you. But I'm trying to take it easy. I've got whiskey tonight because I don't think we're going to have any definitive results before I go to bed tonight. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are three Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, at least same populace.
All of the election updates. Trying not to let our emotions hence the whiskey and the marijuana. Yeah, Jay took the night off. I don't have work, so we can both sleep tomorrow, and we're gonna out drink. We're not out about presidential election choice.
Wow. I have gotten word that Tina is in. This is a picture directly from the front lines of voting today. Let me
Santa Rosa?
I assume so. Area. Let's see if I can get that adjusted so you guys can see it. But yes, if you look in the top right screen, that's the line just to drop off your ballot.
Oh, that's just like the drive-up line?
Yeah.
That's what, so there's
and that's
one,
at 6:20, so that was like 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
Oh, Tina, because you know there's a bunch of those states where nobody lives.
Also, Tina does live, so California, you guys don't realize how interesting California is. Like, Jay and I live in a major metropolitan area. We're in Oakland.
Wait till we look at the California congressional map, and you'll be like, "How's all of California red?"
I know it does. It looks like that. It's one thing that's why I think it's funny when people are like, "Oh, if you look at the American flag or the American states in general, it's all red." It's because we're not zoomed in major metropolitan areas. If you look at California, it's county-wise majority red, dude. So Jay and I, we live in the Bay Area, Alameda County, and we have a huge voting center just a few blocks away, and it's got a massive parking lot. There is no line to drive up and drop off your ballots, and there's really no line to vote. You just kind of
it's a very
short
all right.
line.
So today I went there to drop off our ballots.
You did.
There was a line out the door today.
No way.
First time I've ever seen a line there, and when I walked in, because as I'm walking up, some guy goes, "What if I'm just dropping off my ballot?" And so the lady was like, "Oh, you can come on in, and you just walk right over there." And so I just followed that dude and didn't even say nothing to nobody. But there was a line outside of people just waiting to get in to vote in person. And when I did walk in, it was packed on the inside. Like there was somebody voting at every station. There was a line of people waiting for people to open up spots at the station. And then there was that line outside. And that was at about 2 p.m. in East Oakland.
You guys, lifelong Californian, I wasn't expecting to get surprised by that.
Yeah, usually in the past, when it was next door, that's when we would just walk in and walk out.
We would just walk in, walk out. But even like, okay, so like my very first voting, like I was telling you earlier, was a house multiple blocks up the street, and it pissed me off because the school next door was taking it, but that wasn't like my zone, so I had to go. And even there, I only had to wait for the vote, right? Like that was it. I was it. As a kid, my parents would take us every time they voted to, I guess they wanted us to see the voting process, you know? Good on them. Even then, it just was not that long. I've never had to wait long to vote in California. Never, not once. When I see those hours-long ones, I have a hard time comprehending that shit. But I get it. If you're in a place with like Tina, who lives north of here, yeah, I can see why there might be a line. Not as many places to vote. Hashtag #2. How are this many states red? Listen, I feel torn about that one. Like, I get it. I think, like, Jay and I were talking about it earlier. I think if you live in a place with a lot of people, then it just kind of, sort of, your experiences are going to make you more liberal to a degree. Like, your allowances for people to fuck up, you'll let people push boundaries a little bit more just because you want your own boundaries to be allowed pushed.
All right, I have officially given Illinois to Harris.
Okay. That's Blagojevich. It's also Obama.
And the country of the Cubs. But yeah, I believe MSNBC just officially made it Illinois for Harris, so...
Oh, but, I agree. Spreading kindness. The best thing about kindness is it's free. I don't get why more people aren't in. It costs you literally nothing. It costs you nothing to. And outcome is usually better dialogue and more trust. Nice to people. Kind.
And if we're looking at the popular vote, which, you know, doesn't matter anyway, Trump is currently in the lead by 3 million votes.
Well, you know.
It's very early. I mean, you know, half the country hasn't even, and by half the country, I mean, California hasn't even been counted yet.
Oh yeah, they're not even going to open up our ballots for another hour and 17.
Position on a federal abortion ban, which, you know, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. I mean, I talked to Gallego the other night. There could be we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion.
I remember that was a Letterman top 10 answer. Blagojevich is so much fun to say, Matt Dave. I can never forget. I don't know that I can forgive him, but I do know I can never forget him because it's so much fun to say, Blagojevich.
And one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, where you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because
I love yelling out, Lego, my Lego.
And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump, and we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split
But see,
ticket
that's okay.
voting,
Once
looking
again,
at-
Blagojevich,
I'm honestly
Democrat,
looking at horizons
right?
here. I mean,
Chicago Democrat.
Depending on what happens in
We
these southern states, we're
all
going to know
were like,
how important
fuck that
Pennsylvania
guy
is to the
when
whole
we
thing.
learned what he was doing on the down under,
once we
right?
know
Like on the
about
down
Pennsylvania,
low.
we're gonna know
Like
how
all
important
of
those
us
western
collectively
states
said,
to the whole thing.
go to
But
jail,
regardless of what happens with the
Lego,
presidential, we
playing
are
ours,
seeing
we ain't voting for
a
you.
sort of,
And now we live in a time where someone that's even
splatter
worse
painting
than
in
Blagojevich
terms
is
of
like,
the
yeah,
way that
I'm so
voters
much
are
worse than
plotting the
Blagojevich.
valence of
And
their-
half the
their politics
population
here,
is
their
like, we're going to
ideology,
vote
and what
for
the
you.
priorities are.
So I've heard from
What
more
happened?
than Trump.
But I mean,
that,
Annie,
this
it's called the
phrase,
Windy City because
it's
of
not
how
an issue.
corrupt the
About abortion.
politicians
It's not
are
an
there.
issue. It's not an issue.
Not
Which is
because the
which is
wind blows
exactly the
there.
feeling Donald Trump has tried to
Okay.
get across. It's not an issue.
Hey
It's
Jay,
up to the
check the
states.
Discord.
He kind of shuffles the
I
deck.
think I already
and
had.
I
but
think
I'll
that
check
was
it
what we
again.
saw earlier, but maybe
Okay.
I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Seems to have succeeded.
Going back to it
with
again
some
just
Trump
to make
voters,
sure.
but it is also.
Check
I mean,
it
the
so
Trump
hard.
voters I know who are
You know, we're
in
coming to
fact,
your house.
staunchly anti-abortion also have other
Gonna
thoughts.
rate it. We're just
and
gonna like
could
walk
very
in and be like, "We're
conceivably
here."
Want to vote
That's
for
not
a
true.
senator like Gallego,
You heard that Kat
vote
is gonna be
against that measure, vote for
gonna
Trump.
come,
I mean, I
with y'all.
know people. It doesn't. Abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote
Whether
all the
it's
way
in your
up
house
and
or
down
out.
the ticket.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state
Ohio.
Vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again,
I
no
mean,
surprise
Donald
there.
Trump
Ohio used
looks
to be like
he smells
prototypical
like
swing state,
sausage
just like
that was
Florida.
left out in
Neither
the
of them
sun for
considered to be a
13
swing state
days. Like,
anymore.
it's not good. It's not a good look.
When the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought,
like,
if
there's probably
that's the
fungus
kind
growing outside
of
of it.
race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe's at, right where Jen Psaki is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are waiting
Also
for
good
what-
for you,
what just
Ohio.
mentioned.
I'm going to
They're watching the
continue
blue
to
wall,
be
they're
like
watching
good
it,
on you for voting. I'm never going to stop
not
that,
anxiously
right?
yet, that would be too strong. But
It's just hard to say
I
something.
mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say,
But I do
these are
like
not
it. I
calls,
do
but
like
let's
people
say
having a voice.
Trump
It's a nice thing
wins
about America.
Georgia
As
and
long
North
as Trump
Carolina.
doesn't,
Let's say he also wins
he
Nevada
can still
and Arizona.
vote for who he like. And
if Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of
Dark
these
Secret
individual
thought it was called the
swing
Wendy's
states. It's a
city
tight
because
race.
of their
It's a
love
tight
of
race.
square
It's a
burger
tight race.
patties.
Even
Oh,
once we
look
start to get
too.
first swing
Wow,
state calls,
Mac
none
Dave,
of which
what
Spelling
did I?
matters,
By the way,
everybody.
That is the old-fashioned
Spelling
way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world.
What
in
did I
2020,
think about
the
my
old-fashioned way
Dodgers?
the
I don't
Democrats always
have
won
the
was the blue
Dodgers.
wall.
Don't
It was
like
that
the
Donald
Dodgers.
Trump
I'm a
broke
Cubs
and shattered the
fan.
blue wall in
Matt
2016
Dave,
that threw everybody's brains.
Don't be that way.
off,
Matt Dave,
kilter, and so everyone is
I
sort of
had to have a
waiting on states.
conversation.
You know,
Y'all,
yeah,
if you're
waiting
watching on
Florida is a
Comedy
waste
Hub,
of
you
time.
probably
Like, it's a red
already
state now,
know.
and we understand
Myself
that.
and
But
Jackie
I think
Monahan,
the
I had to
old-fashioned way
school
of doing
her
it, plus that
on the
Nebraska,
fact that
special
California
district
does
that's the
not
one
just
little
have
doodah.
one
I mean, that is the
baseball
way the
team. Oh,
old-fashioned
no,
way
no.
Democrats won
Jackie
elections, and I
lives
can tell
in
you the
Los
one place
Angeles. I
that
live
at
in
least the folks I'm
Oakland,
talking to in the
California.
campaign
We're
are looking
all
outside of the blue wall and paying really close
California. But
attention
Jackie
to
was
it,
like,
and they'll be
can
watching
you
whatever
guys
Steve
just like,
Konecki
you can't
does,
even
is
deal
the
with the
Georgia
riots
suburbs.
anymore, right? I'm
Because
like, there are no
that
riots
is where
here.
they're seeing overperformance.
It's like, but the
for,
Dodgers won,
Vice President
and they're
Harris
wrecking the
is in the
city. And I'm
suburbs
like,
of
yeah,
Georgia.
but
And if she
everyone here
overperforms,
hates the Dodgers. I had to
Biden in
explain to her
2020 in the Georgia
that here,
suburbs, that is where
we
they
like
see the one place to do
the
sort of a
A's,
reach state. Because
and we
again,
like the
Georgia's a reach state.
Giants.
I know
Even
it's
like
now
us
got two
Oaklanders that
Democratic
are really
senators,
mad
but
that
it's
the
still
A's
a
are
reach state for
leaving, we're
president.
still
Let me
like,
interject. I
it's
don't have a
A's and
call to make
Giants,
here, but
full
we have a
stop.
change in characterization
we
in a
hate
couple of very
the
important
Dodgers.
states.
Collectively,
In the
everybody
Pennsylvania
here
presidential
hates
race, the
the
previous
Dodgers.
characterization
Hate them?
of this race had been too early to call.
Hate them.
It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin
That's what I think about the
presidential
Dodgers.
race,
I
this
hate
had
them.
previously
I
been
hate
too
them.
early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization
Oh,
in
hell yeah,
a couple of
Tina.
Senate
Let's
races.
do it.
Let's look
Let's
first
do it.
at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this
We're
is
going to
Democratic
eat
incumbent Senator Tammy
Big
Baldwin
Mary.
facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also,
Okay, so
in
it's
the
been too close to
Pennsylvania
call, and now it's
Senate
still
race,
too
we've
close
got
to call.
a
Thanks for
similar
letting
shift.
us know.
This is
Rachel.
incumbent Democrat Bob
Well, it was too early to call. Now it's
It
too
was
close
too
to
early,
call.
and now it's too close. How about them Yankees? Hate them as much. This is the sad thing. Okay, so you guys, I am a lifelong Oakland A's fan. Oakland chose to destroy my heart by telling me they were going to
change in characterization. This goes
but
back to the
at my
presidential
core,
level.
I'm still an
This
A's
is
fan,
in
you guys.
Michigan.
I just
in Michigan,
need
the
to be a
presidential
few
race had previously been too
That being said, as an A's
early to
fan,
call. It is now too
there is
close
nothing
to call
more
in
offensive
the
than the
state of
Yankees.
Michigan.
Why? Because
Also,
they
let's take a look at
are
Michigan
actual
Senate.
team,
A similar pattern.
like
In
they're
the
one of their
Michigan Senate
farm
race,
teams. Like
again,
they
here
regularly
we
go
have got,
ahead and
a
buy
Democrat
out our
versus
best
Republican.
players
This is an
before we
open
get
seat
to
in Michigan.
utilize
Democrat
them in
is
the
Alyssa
best of
Slotkin.
ways.
Republican
I
is
hate
Mike
the
Rogers.
Yankees
This had
for that.
previously
I
been
hate
too
them
early to
so
call.
much.
It is now too
Y'all
close to
cannot
call.
even
So just
understand how much I
recapping
hate
here
the
in
Yankees for
Pennsylvania
taking my best
and
players
Wisconsin and Michigan,
constantly.
all of the calls in those
Now,
three
as a
states
Bay
now
Area
have moved from
resident, lifelong
early
resident,
to too close.
I don't like the Giants if we have a World Series or like a Battle of the Bay, but the rest of the time I'm pro Giants. And their number one competitor, Dodgers. So you guys don't, can you even, I love baseball so much, I could not bring myself to watch any of the games for this World Series. I do not care at all about the Yankees versus the Dodgers. I want them both to lose, and that wasn't a possibility, and it's so sad. The only thing that was awesome about the Dodgers winning was that the Yankees got to lose, but then Dodgers got to win. So I don't like either of them. That's the end of that. I'm done. Done. Back to the election.
She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes,
Jay, check your Discord again.
I did. I responded.
Oh, okay. Jay's already done it and has responded.
And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say. It was
Have it up.
so far from being
But this is a personal message about.
Oh, okay. I'm not involved.
It says, Kat asked about weekend lunch. Tina says she's down, but needs details, which she hasn't given her.
Okay.
We might have a secret as well, so need the details.
I would say, so...
We have no, I mean, I responded with, we have no details either. You should make some up.
Yes, yes. And I would say a Sunday afternoon would probably be the best for details.
Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different.
Because we have a Jackie Mo show at 3 on Saturday. But I'm sure we can figure out. So.
Yeah, I've talked to folks
Well,
on the ground.
I'm going to fix the coffee because this is so exciting.
So exciting. You guys just heard it here first. Jay's so excited. He's getting up to make
the only two out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over.
Godspeed, Jay. May your coffee track bring you.
Margin in Montana. And Sherrod Brown.
It is good to
we
get
don't
it.
know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the three states we need. We don't have to have Georgia, don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those three. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day. They weren't
Why are they
expecting
surprised?
such long lines that actually
Here's
is
the thing,
requiring
y'all,
in some of these
the youngest
locations
of
that
the
they keep them open
generations
longer.
are absolutely
Claire, thank you for that.
pro-lib,
Much appreciated.
which
It is, of
kind of
course,
does.
like
I
our
appreciate
fate
that.
But
that's not a surprise, Miss Claire McCaffrey.
That you've got to have these
A
swing
surprise?
states that are absolutely
Not a surprise at all.
unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race.
Fact,
And they
it's
also
incredibly-
have incredibly tight-fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve.
Steve, we're going back to Steve Kornacki, kids. Steve Kornacki.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties,
this is Pennsylvania. We're looking at Pennsylvania here.
Vote by mail in the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here. We've talked about this.
Wait, you're moving that day. You're moving.
Where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote.
Oh, girl, we can go out and eat, or we can help you move.
We were saying
whatever,
again that we
whatever's
Trump
clever.
To close to cut into the lead that Harris had.
I'm not sure what days Cat is here.
Now with 90%, and you can see he's cutting a bit. It's down to 5
be good with
points.
Sunday afternoon.
Remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016,
but if that's the only day allotted,
3 points behind
probably
here,
make
he won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats
and then, like I said, I don't know when Cat gets here, but I would think
Biden won the
Thursday and
state.
Friday
so
afternoon.
We were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now,
check your,
it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day.
I'm just happy to hang out with y'all.
How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania.
I feel like
Yoder and Company of the night. It's a very
really make contracts
region,
with,
where
right,
is,
like
Lackawanna County is.
I feel like he is the best
political terrain. I could just show you some of the other
a live advertisement for a function deodorant, even if it's just natural. I don't know, but this is like the most sweat-induced job I think.
Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more
he always
gains
seems
with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020.
Absolutely.
The Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back.
Yeah, anybody's welcome
Georgia, because again, and Joy was just talking about the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area.
Suburbs, okay.
The diversification is the most dramatic, and that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County, just about all of
black
the vote
majority
is in
and more women are voting.
Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020.
One thing Jay and I will not be
doing. Has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at
Fun fact, our own county is
of
very obvious.
Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so.
It's 100% going to be Harris. Maybe not 100%, but probably like, you know, like what, 96% going for Harris.
Populated counties, the ones with the huge, the huge populations. You start with Fulton County.
Not fit the majority. Jay and I are not black.
Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within.
They're more on the other side of the peninsula, though.
Because of the sheer size of Fulton County.
They're like Santa Clara.
A couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris is falling a tick below that.
Yeah. To Sacramento? Yeah, we're down to drive out there.
Is a tick above his
whether your way or Secret's way, we're good.
Well, Secret said they'll be in and around Sac, so
yeah.
And since they're the ones the location.
Fact, I hit up Brian and Katrina barbecue. You tell me, do we want a restaurant to hang out at, or do we want a house to hang? Oh, I get it, but you that way. That's more why I'm bringing. Probably, and they've met most everybody. The only person they know is Kat. Katrina's even has even said like, "Oh my God, bring Lavender over anytime." That's right. My sister-in-law thought your daughter was absolutely horrible. Dark secret happened there. Oh, I'm sorry. But she is. She's can't finish your milkshake. Oh, over this.
Bringing that Trump number down further, and when finally we close out on this, we're basically done in Fayette County.
What?
And we can't have another drink after 7 o'clock. Look at what time it is.
After 7.
Look at that.
Georgia looks like they're going to come short.
Yes,
Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points.
That's right.
Now sitting
It's
at
election
3
night,
points.
and Jay and I are we're drinking. We're drinking.
And so down to the
End up turning on Fortnite.
All right, we'll see. We'll have full information for you guys as long as we are live.
But we might play Fortnite while we're checking out the polls.
Projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner
Saturday
in the presidential race in Utah.
Saturday, no Sunday.
Presidential race in Utah.
Sunday.
And now Secret needs to pick the
projecting
restaurant.
a winner in the presidential race
Hey.
in Montana. So Nevada too
Not
early
hear
to
me?
call. Trump win in Utah. Trump win in Montana.
I'm saying Sunday.
Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between.
I don't know why you can't hear me, but I said Sunday.
Jay says Sunday. Jay. Okay, so fine. Sunday.
All right, and maybe Brian's house, maybe a restaurant. That's TBD. Get all that?
Wait. Oh, my phone. I officially hate my phone.
Dark Secret, you hear me, right?
Oh, because my phone decided to take it off the speaker.
That Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held.
Or is that just like they had more that weren't election? I don't actually graphic.
Yeah, it doesn't show how many seats were
already.
Yeah, it just already shows how much is blue and how much is red.
I don't think I mean I know I understand it, but I don't think all Americans that the Senate is every 6. So not every
some of them
Senate
are this time,
yeah,
some of them are
not up for debate right now.
Some of them will be in 2 years, some of them will be in 4 years.
Every full house up for right now.
Yep.
I actually don't like that. It makes me feel like all House representatives are just campaigning 100% of the time.
They are doing a lot of that.
Right, what we're seeing is what that looks like. And You take a national number and you toss it around and you think, oh, I don't know, that feels fine. I think that you said a few minutes ago, let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. I think when you watch
I'll hit up Brian and
did in 2020, what Democrats were fantasizing about was a landslide victory, where he wouldn't be able to.
All right, Tina. Hopefully you heard that.
Falsely claimed victory. And so some of what was wanted and desired was
it totally fixed the phone issue.
50-50 country.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, Annie said it was like the only person Brian hadn't met would be Kat. So
yeah, that's it. He already knows you. He already knows Dark Secret. And like I was saying, my sister-in-law was just like, "Oh, Dark Secret baby is amazing." They enjoyed all of your guys' presents. So they're in Roseville. It looks like Saturday. 70.
but I said Sunday. So
Sunday is.
You said
67.
Sunday at first too.
Yeah.
That's
Sunday,
the only reason why I went Sunday.
I think Sunday would be better because we wouldn't have to
Work-wise
cancel
for me,
anything.
it would be better too.
Yeah. All right, I'll hit them up and see if they want to do barbecue. And if they can't, we'll just meet up at a restaurant in the general vicinity.
Yep. So Annie will work that details out, then we'll get with y'all on it.
Absolutely.
And I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well. It is fairly shocking. And I don't
Let's see. And on the congressional map, guys, we did check it earlier. The Democrat congressional side is coming in a little bit behind the Republicans right now, 85 to 132. But you are looking at a lot of Democratic areas, mainly California. Will be throwing several representatives up in there. Coming in quite a bit later. Currently, there's only been one that's flipped, and that did flip to the Republicans, who already had a slight majority.
So no surprise.
On the Senate side, it is 34-43 at the moment. As far as I have numbers for you. 28 seats were not up for election.
Okay.
28 Democrat seats were not up for election. 38 Republican seats were not up for election.
Oh, okay. So there's not a whole lot of seats up for.
So, I mean, that's 28 plus 38. What's that equal? 66. So there was 44 seats up for vote.
For vote. And
And
I'll
so
bet
far-
you the majority of them are going to go incumbent. So
Well, one has flipped Republican.
I heard that.
And, well, that was also same number in Congress so far.
Campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail, and it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him. So
I really hope that Ted Cruz is.
One of the things that we've discovered in these last
I know he's a senator.
is that these two
Mitch
parties
McConnell rerun this year.
have the
Still
same
up.
rules.
And
Who?
Mitch McConnell. And I doubt would.
That'd be Kentucky.
Yeah, he'd be Kentucky.
Probably not up for election because we didn't hear much. Plus, he'd be free.
If Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time.
All right.
I know that our state is on the ballot, but it's a special election for us because it's not the every 6 years.
Nothing in or the Senate in Kentucky is not going down this time around. So.
Okay. And California ballots, we have our polls haven't closed yet. So I'm going to imagine it's going to go towards Adam Schiff. But what most people don't realize is, as much as you like to think Democrats are a super blue state, we're actually.
As Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us, that I think is striking and maybe.
And while I'm fairly certain our Senate seat is going to go to Adam Schiff, I'm not 100%.
Every presidential election cycle. But part of this,
Could go to Steve Harvey.
It's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina, he said, really it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states and one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city and the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's that's where we still are, despite everything that's happened. And that has been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles. But to me, it's interesting. It hasn't changed. And maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment, regardless of who wins.
Well, it's not, I mean, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done,
Who's that, McDave? Is that the
and not college educated. And
Bo of the Fifth
what is different is that
video from them, or
about the base of each party. And there are warning signs for everybody here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans and in a targeted fashion. But, you know, I was in Saginaw, Michigan.
9 minutes ago. Let's talk about Georgia, DC, and some other things.
Jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally created for them, did not know who they were going to go vote for. And that, to me,
well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again. So today, we're going to talk about Georgia,
This
DC,
is a wife. She took over the
Rudy,
channel.
and a few other events.
Okay.
I'm recording this as, like most
Have
of the
that shirt in
country,
hand.
we're waiting for the election results. If you're watching this on the night of the 5th, we don't have complete election results yet. So, we're going to go over a few of the other events that occurred today that might get lost in all of the election coverage. Rudy Giuliani made an appearance to vote in Florida, and it certainly appeared as though he rolled up in a 1980 Mercedes-Benz SL500 convertible, which, incidentally, is the same type of vehicle he was supposed to have turned over to the election workers he was found to have defamed in the aftermath of the 2020 election. On Thursday, Rudy is scheduled to appear in New York to explain what's going on. In Georgia, several non-credible threats were made against polling locations in the Atlanta area. They briefly disrupted voting, but it appears both local and state officials were on the ball, and things got restarted quickly. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger indicated the threats originated in Russia. At the Capitol Building's Visitor Center in D.C., a man reportedly arrived smelling like fuel. During a search, Capitol Police found a torch and a flare gun. Law enforcement reportedly arrested a 28-year-old Michigan man and canceled tours for the rest of the day. While a motive is not clear at this time, there is some rumor mill indication that he wanted to deliver some papers to Congress.
I mean, no
Officials
shit.
said there was
Just
no
those
indication
papers might
that the
happen to be
events
on
had
fire.
anything to do with the election. Elon Musk appeared to be leaning into a conspiracy theory, suggesting Google was trying to influence the election. The idea is that if you Googled, "Where can I vote for Harris?" you'd get a map and directions. But if you Googled, "Where can I vote for Trump?" you wouldn't get a map. This, of course, was taken by many to show
This
some
sounds like
elaborate
something that was
conspiracy.
fabricated by Elon
It would have been
Musk.
better if they had just remembered that Harris is the name of a
That's
county in Texas, and it was showing a map related to that. Just as an aside, if you Googled, "Where can I vote for Vance?" you'd get a map related to Vance County, North Carolina. Again, misinformation relies on using emotion to overpower your critical thinking. Google explained, and Musk shared the clarification. Okay, so now we hurry up and wait. In one of the more consequential elections of the last few decades, tensions are high and misinformation is rampant. Remember to stay calm and wait for the results. It could take time. We might not even get them tonight. So far, at time of recording, none of the results have come in have been
Yeah, but see,
surprising.
I'm rubbish with names.
There's
so
still
when
a
you
lot of
said
votes to be
Brian,
counted and a lot.
What's that, Tina?
So Sunday it is, and when you said Brian, I didn't know who you were talking about.
Said Sunday it is. Said Friday there was about something else.
Yeah. I mean, because I think Friday leaves out secret because of work.
Okay, Sunday. Sunday it
Yeah,
is.
my only vote was for Sunday.
Yeah, I'm good with Sunday. I will hit up my brother and sister tomorrow and see if Sunday works. And if not, we'll meet up at a restaurant. It's all good.
All right, just let me know.
Guys, that's right. We like to hang out with y'all. I'm going to hang out with Tina and Dark Secret. We're gonna relax post-election. Yeah, we got to just over like the New Year's, guys. We all met up. We met up at a Brazilian barbecue house over in Roseville, which is 5 minutes outside of Sacramento. And we hung out with Tina and her fam, and my bro and my sister-in-law and Dark Secret and his fam, and it was great. All the meat, all of them. There was no meats left out. It was meat there. That's right. Meetup 2024. It was great. Great. Hey, what's going on? Cornacki.
Let's unmute him and find out. Has he got
Okay.
anything important to tell us?
I don't know. I have
like
no.
Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in.
But Philadelphia County is the exact same thing as Philadelphia City. I guess the whole city is just one county.
Because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the
What did
state
it look like in
and improved
2020,
2016,
Tell us.
Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia.
Joe
And the reason
Biden
he
lost.
a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was
Biden
Donald Trump performed
lost.
a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground?
It's
Now,
pleased to meet
can see
you. Also
Biden
meet
won
you.
81 to 18, essentially, in
Mac
2020.
Dave says
and
only
right now, it's 79 to 20.
Here's the thing.
Is this, as they
So
I keep
the
saying
Brazilian
the same day vote. I'm saying
steakhouses
that
are
because
just amazing.
we know the same day vote is favoring the
I've been to a
Republicans bit.
few
So
of
when I
them
say
now,
they're tallying up the same
and what
day,
they all
there's
have
an
in common
expectation
is
there that
just
it's
the
the best numbers for
barrage.
Trump that are still
That
being
just
tabulated
it doesn't
right now.
stop.
The twist in Philadelphia,
As long as
though,
your card
they
says
still have
green or
tens
it's
of
thumbs up,
thousands
they're
of
just going to
vote by
bring
mail ballots, and we expected about
freshly
midnight
cooked
that they're going to release that
perfect
second batch of vote by mail
right
ballots. So as
or
we get closer there,
without
we're going to
stopping.
follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic.
Yes, shout out to
if he does
Zillavision,
that.
guys.
About
Zilla
a very big
various
batch of what are going to be very
originally
Democratic-friendly
from the
votes are gonna
Bronx,
come
now
in.
she's
And so
streaming.
that may answer, or really
Is it out
give us
of Philly
closer
now?
answer on this
New Jersey.
other
New
key question we're
Jersey.
asking
Now
in
she's streaming out of
Pennsylvania.
Jersey.
Are the Democrats able to hold
Zilla
what they have in
is.
Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads?
Show.
Because again, this is a county where Democrats, the Democrats won.
Lives in Jersey, works in Philly.
Some
Okay.
really good comedians, but Zilla is just like, I would be surprised if Zilla does not have her own talk show in like the next 5 years. Like Zilla is just.
I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide.
Philly fam. All right. Yeah, Halloween. We didn't even realize we've been so busy. We were like, oh, we don't even have a Halloween show. We didn't even like talk with Zilla. And in fact, I didn't even know that there was going to be a Halloween show until a few hours.
In this region of Pennsylvania, you got Lancaster.
I guess I talked about it and then forgot about it. But we had a Halloween show. But yes, I agree. Not the same.
This is actually, you see red right now. This has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here.
Oh, I know. I dropped the ball on trying to hit her up to do a Halloween special because I was just too busy and whatnot. But
this was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now, you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number.
We need
That's a
to
bad
find
number for
some
him,
new
and he's a little bit
replacement,
short of it now.
or at least
This is the
some
thing to look
fill-ins for Annie
With all
Day.
of this remaining
Pick up
election
the
day
ball.
votes still to be counted, is that we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020.
Oh,
This
okay,
is a
I get
big
it. All
part
right.
of why, or a
Red
significant
Mirage
part
comes
of why
first,
Trump
then the
lost
blue.
Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it
Not
continues
talk
to
about
come
either.
in. And I can also note
Also
Butler County.
close,
This is red.
guys. We're also
obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not,
We are all looking at Schrodinger's box right now. We don't know whether or not the box is blue or red, okay, kids? We don't know if we are or are not an authoritarian country. We don't know.
This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump.
And we won't know until we open that box, and that might still be a few days away.
Only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton. But there's more of that same-day vote to come. And
but
this is,
I don't
again,
know.
the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back.
The many tubes of deodorant that you go through
County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther.
Also, how many
just
shirts
check
do you
in,
think
too, on
he goes
Allegheny
through?
County.
I think he
There's
changes
more
out
than
between
1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton
What's that
of
now?
interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there.
Changing
3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, you know, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see what this remaining 25%
in my Twitter feed at number 8, I see California trending. I'm going to click on that.
The other question, we're going to try to get an answer on here too.
Top, it says California, New York, and Illinois holding it down in states every election. Okay, that's not
in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh.
That's just
but these are places, you know, where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins. You know, by
California
a few points,
is red. You can't change my mind. Followed by people stretching over. It looks like maybe 5-8.
Excuse me.
All right, Steve,
yeah, I mean, that's dumb, because if you look at a California county map, it is mostly Trump County country. That was dumb. That's all. Also, in responses, y'all know damn well he's not winning the state. Right, because more of us live in the big
NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state
How
of
it feels
Maryland,
voting for Trump. And it's Jon Snow amongst everybody descending upon him. I mean, in California.
Ooh, they just projected it's Ted Cruz.
Ew, Texas has just been projected for Ted Cruz, Mac Dave, Kat, aka Prismatic Ascension. Sorry.
To the United States Senate. And now let's
it's not the end, but that's the projected.
Effectively 2 Senate seats.
That guy fucking sucks, and I'm sorry.
On the same ballot, which is rare, but that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska
Matt Dave says, I think another good analogy for the cat is Jay has 3 flight routes to go from California to Texas. All 3 flights are equally possible, but only one is true. You won't know unless you call Jay and ask which route he took. And Dark Secret says it's kind of hard
in Nebraska, and
to
this
decide what
is very
Texas.
Interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger, and the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the 2 that were on the ballot, this one too early to call.
I see someone named Will.
Special Senate election.
Their
in
way to
Nebraska, the
vote
other
for
Senate
Trump in
election in Nebraska
California. It
has been
looks
called
like
for the
he's pulling
Republican
himself
incumbent Lawrence.
behind a pickup truck on like skateboard, like Marty McFly style,
Nebraska is now
or
the
holding an
only
American
possible
flag. You're smart,
loss
bruh.
of a Republican Senate seat
Or
that
that road
remains for
rash.
tonight, and that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred, Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. To every election, it looks like someone.
All right, we
might
got
be
someone
able to
that's
get it in
like,
Texas, Beto
Justin,
O'Rourke, every
don't get
time.
population
and they
of
come
California,
close. And
38
so,
million.
So you, I think,
who knows?
we have to be honest.
965,000.
If
109
the Democrat comes in second in Texas, you're just not
are the
allowed to be
combined
surprised by that.
population
And it's
of
a question
Idaho,
how much ground did they gain this time?
Montana,
Well, I think
Wyoming,
it's also understanding
North
the election,
Dakota,
right? The
South
assumption would be
Dakota,
demographic
Nebraska,
change favors Democrats.
Oklahoma,
If
Missouri,
it's becoming a
Arkansas,
broader state, there's a
Louisiana,
bigger
and
Latino population,
Mississippi.
and we know from
Oh
Paula
wait, the
Ramos'
first
amazing
number was the
reporting on
population
ground
of
in
California.
Texas.
All those
Just
other
because
states I
someone is
just
brown,
met.
just because someone's Latino
Their
does
actual
not
number,
necessarily make them
34
an
million.
acolyte of the Democratic Party, and I think there's some
It's
real,
not
you know,
people.
we don't
Land,
know
land
how this
doesn't
is all
vote.
gonna shake down
People
on
that
race,
vote.
but I
was
think there's
the
going to
point
be
of
some
the
really interesting analysis
message.
that is going to need to be
That-
done in the
that's-
coming
that's
weeks
true.
and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built, either intentionally or unintentionally in the 21st century.
But Texas is also a state. I mean, you talked a little about realignment before. It made me think about when
What's
I
your
worked on the Kerry
Hassan, bro?
campaign. I mean, he would still say to this day that he would be president. if
Nothing,
not
because
for
everybody
Ohio,
would be
which is
able to
kind of
hear
how
it.
goes. But that was a state
And I
that
see
we were
him, I just
waiting.
can't
that
hear.
was the state that determined.
I know,
that
because I
night
have it
that he was
muted.
going
I
to
don't.
lose.
Not playing
That is
it.
no
I was
longer a
just checking
state
out his
we're
chat.
watching
Oh, I
with
want to
the-
hear
with
what
the,
I'm
you know, on the edge of our
But he's
seat
not
seriousness.
talking.
Texas,
Watching
and
the-
I agree with everything you just said, Alex, but it is still
I'm
a
hearing
state
someone
where
that I
maybe
can
it's
see
4
on
years,
your
maybe
screen.
it's 8 years. That's a state where if
I
Democrats continue to
understand
organize,
what
it
you're
has
saying.
at some point it couldn't come into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going
I
to happen in
never
Georgia and North
unmuted it.
Carolina. But those are more purple states now for Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually, over the last 20 years, been a complete realignment of the states in the country that are leaning each way. And that's kind of interesting. And Texas it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter
You're withholding a rant. You don't have to hold it back. Matt Dave,
from that state
rant
capital
all
is
you
Harris County, where Houston
can't
is.
rant
And they
anywhere
are
else. We're
relentless in it, and that is also the largest
Have
symbol,
your
physical number
full-on
of black voters in any
melt
county
down.
other than Cook County in Illinois.
I mean, I
That's
think the same
largest
thing,
number
Dark
of black
Secret.
voters
He had on a
available,
poop
and
shell
they are
necklace.
deeply
That's just
suppressed in
lame.
terms of their ability.
Says,
and
I
access to
can't
the ballot.
believe
So
the line with
Democrats will have to
Texas
do a lot
Civil
of
War.
work there in
Oh,
terms of
okay,
voter
Darcy.
suppression and also voter
Okay.
motivation.
And then
you
Mac
have
Dave
to,
says,
this
I
is the
predict
thing. You can't
O'Rourke
just
will have
reappear
better
every 4
results in
years. This is true with
2018.
every demographic
Said
group.
this.
But the
Or-
reason
I
that
don't-
Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then Raphael
Brown.
I think it says
Natasha Brown.
Hassan
They
lose
all
the poop
continue to
shells.
organize. They're on the ground.
Oh
The
yeah,
reason we're even talking
that
about
that's
North
very.
Carolina is because they have this amazing
I agree with
state
that.
party chair who's like
Annie, are you
26 or
okay?
27
They
years
give
old,
our
and because
hero
they have
a hug,
great
please.
governor's candidate. It's because
Okay,
they're organizing
here's
there
your
and they're
hug.
not leaving and coming back.
Is this for Matt Dave or for
Which is
Jay?
I think they did like 900 some thousand, you know,
I think
texts,
you
and,
mean
mean,
that
you've
for
got people that
Matt
have been
Dave.
in there
So
trying
Matt
to
Dave,
organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of
Like,
sad
you are
about
my
my old state
cherished-
of Florida is that that kind of organizing kind of vanished with the money.
Now Dark Secret says you need a hug,
I need a hug.
and I'm supposed to hug you.
I'm not a little bit buzzed, honey.
You know, the money that used to go
A
into
little bit
Florida
buzzed
is
was
now
like an
going
hour and a
into
half
Georgia,
ago.
North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time, and there's 7
I'm
million
now gonna
people
have to
who do
rewatch
not
this
vote
tomorrow
in
to
Texas because they
happen.
know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it. Yeah.
And so within
Wanna
that
give me a
7
hug,
million
Jay?
who don't vote, there's a
Ooh, gross.
possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down
check.
a voter suppression system that is better than
I mean,
anything
put it
anyone's
that
come
away
up
now.
with,
Just
in
seem
the
me.
modern day.
I don't.
In Florida,
Oh, I get a hug from
did
Jay.
not vote in this
Guys,
election. They just don't vote.
gather
Let's
in.
just give
Oh,
it
I
a
get a
chance.
hug.
California
Thanks,
could determine
Jay.
who controls the House.
I didn't need it, but I appreciate
people are voting. You can still vote in the space-time continuum. You can still vote.
Oh,
but there
Annie,
are
we
states like
all
that
need
where
hugs.
people hopefully are voting.
And to
hugs
sort
are
of
always
synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying.
well, okay, I
in
say
Texas,
that. Hugs are mostly
the
a good.
unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may
Yes, we're
not
all
matter
going to
in
get
the
through this,
electoral
you
college, or may
guys,
not be
tonight.
competitive in the electoral
We're all
college,
going to do
may
it.
be because of
Doesn't matter
state
how you
policies
vote.
that are
how you believe.
Outrageously suppressive.
Yes.
We're all going to wake up tomorrow morning, and guess what? It's going to be a new
state legislative and other state.
Guess what? We all still got to go to work.
Regardless of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing.
But yeah, man, it looks like Allred's almost 1 million votes behind Ted Cruz. And 72% in. Yeah, I thought Allred was going to do way better.
What the voter turnout
I did too, because Ted Cruz
this is
so
percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi.
Like I really don't get how you watch thing with him and go, yeah, that's the right guy for me. Like he's so pathetic on so many levels. Like if you like,
if you're saying that abortion policy,
if you're one of them like the alpha types, I don't know how you watch Ted Cruz and go, that's an alpha, because he does not read alpha to me in any way, shape, or form. Does not. The guy's a fucking pussy. I mean, I'm a pacifist, and I look at him, and I know I could absolutely fight against that guy. You know, like I also know how to throw a punch. I don't think he does.
One lives in California, and the way that I've had to.
What's going on up here?
Going on, Mutt. We are watching the American election. We are drinking heavily. That's what we do.
We are watching the finale of America.
Understood.
Good to hear your voice. How's Fortnite going for you?
Fortnite has been going well. I got 6 crowns under the belt now.
In response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the American County Recorder's Office, they say these bomb threats again are not credible, but they are.
Jay, whenever we get the chance, I think you got to do a custom solos reload, so it's just the gang.
That could be fun. You gotta find time. Dan we've been finding like moments, like, oh, we both have 40 minutes. Let's jump in and play a game, and then jump out. We haven't had a whole lot of time to devote to just strictly Fortnite, but we're trying. I might try to open up some custom.
These are not real bombs.
Maybe after the Fall Guys stream.
This appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates.
Yeah, I did recently start. I'm gonna try to play like Fall Guys for the couple hours and end on some.
Of Virginia, NBC
Sounds good.
That Democratic incumbent Senator Tim
Well, you guys have a wonderful night, though.
Absolutely, Mark. It's always great hearing your voice.
Of course. Catch you later. Tell Tina I said hi.
Yeah. Good night, Muck.
Good night.
I'm here. Hello. He left. Sadness.
Oh, no. I have been really enjoying this season of Fortnite, though. Like, I just love, this is the season I fell in love with season 2, chapter 2, and we're there with the map, and oh, feels so good. Feels like coming home after a long day at work.
Yeah, because, I mean, unlike today, where maps only last a year, we had 2 years with that map.
We did. We had a lot of time with that.
And supposedly, as of new leak today, starting in December, OG will be a permanent mode. And what's going to happen is the map we'll get will be Chapter 1 for the permanent mode. Each month will be a new season.
If I can go back and play Chapter 2.
Or Chapter 1.
Okay, I get
and a 1-point swing away.
But then I figure next year it'll be Chapter 2, and all of its will get monthly changes between that.
I like that. Yeah, because we're right at my favorite ever.
Biden was over 60% of the vote here at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020.
That's where I'm existing right now, and that's why I don't care so much about the vote, because no matter what happens,
are going
They ain't
into it are the
taking away.
ingredients he needed coming into the night.
I know.
Just check in
Shallow.
coming into the night to have a good
the
night
one
in
thing
North
that I
Carolina.
have
Take
the
a trip down to Georgia.
positive thing that I
86%
have,
of the
no
vote
matter
counted
what.
now. Trump's margin over 153,000
Tomorrow,
votes. Remember, he
play
lost
Fortnite.
this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here, and now you can see
That's the craziest part. I was saying earlier, you guys, I'm very, very curious as
by more than a point
how
here.
the Senate,
county this size,
House
well
will
over a
develop.
million people here.
Because I don't
that is
think
a
Trump has
significant
much
shift there, and with more same-day to come, that may get even worse for
both
Democrats
of
right there.
those
You
as
can take a
well.
look. Douglas
We
County,
can still
have,
do a
like,
lot of
Cobb
damage.
County, again, we still
But
have
I
a vote
just
to come
don't
in
think
here, but Harris now
kind of
basically
damage
falling back to
wishes.
Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points.
I
Or
feel
so
that. I
in
feel that,
2020.
Matt.
He's performing
Come on,
even
North
better in these
Carolina.
counties.
Shit
So
blue.
look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this
It's also
continues with the
interesting when I
votes
look
that
at
are
like
still to
interactive
come
maps
in Georgia, North Carolina. I say
that
this is a
even
very, very big
places
if
that
here,
are
but if you just play this
voting
out to let you know about the
for
implications here.
Republican
If Trump gets
or for
Georgia,
Trump,
and
it's
if Trump gets
know,
North Carolina,
30,
okay, there's
70
no other
at
surprises
best,
outside
and
of the
30%
battlegrounds.
of the
We already
populace.
saw Iowa call.
But there's
that
a
was
lot
one of
of
the potential
people
surprises
that
people were
still
thinking about. With those two
feel the
states,
same way as I do.
Trump would move probably to 251
Really
expected
focus on that.
electoral
Not
votes.
all that
And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and
Welcome
Georgia,
back,
Donald
Jack.
Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that
Trump
would get
wins,
him
Freedom
to
Town will be
270. Now,
changed to
Pennsylvania,
Town.
still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here.
I will be right back,
again,
y'all.
2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here, so keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional districts.
Nebraska
So I
went
need
for
to
Donald
be
Trump.
Specific here. NBC
I mean,
News is
realistically,
projecting that
yeah.
Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Yeah, the polls are closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10+ sites in the county with an hour-plus wait, and one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today, that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee. Rachel?
Steve, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours, we're already more than a half an hour past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3 hour plus lines, to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote.
We might not hear Nevada's results tonight is what we're saying.
So even if they've got
If what this dude just said is true, we might not know nothing about Nevada tonight.
Who's cast votes.
What did you just say?
We won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
Oh, this dude was talking about 3-hour voting lines in Nevada, and they won't release any results till the last vote is cast. So we might not hear anything until after 10 o'clock in Nevada.
Incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that
Well, hey, Annie, it's pre-8 o'clock. We should hold off on that drink.
Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting,
I mean, and according to Annie's drinking speed, the stream's going to get shorter and shorter.
Have closed a long time ago, and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote, and if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly, you don't get the sticker. Stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friends.
Oh yeah, hopefully Democrats already got their lawyers on the ground working on that dark secret. I assume they would.
So in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County was one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular. And folks who are, I've talked to 3 different people at this point, who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they cautioned that Fulton County's all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And
the blue wall is looking a bit red.
But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
All right.
I never
Thank you very
believed
much
in
for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining.
I mean, but
what they say
generally earlier in the night, the blue wall always looks pink. So
by the Harris campaign about
right,
the
Dark
potential
Secret.
effect of these
On the
bomb
5th of
threats. Again,
November,
there
we're
aren't
still
bombs. There are
waiting
just
for
bomb
that
threats being
October
phoned
surprise
in
to hit.
in order
I mean,
to
I kind of
disrupt and
feel like
clear out
that
polling
happened last
places.
week.
We've
I
seen a
feel like the
number
big
of both
October
court-adjudicated
surprise
and
was
election
the
administrators
Republicans
deciding,
letting
to
a
keep places open
racist
longer
speak
than
for
they otherwise
them
would
in
have
the
been
days
because
leading up to
those
the
places had to be
election.
cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when places
that was the
evacuated,
October
or somebody who's
surprise.
deterred
Republicans
from going in the
themselves
first place
saying
might not
that
come
Puerto
back once they all
Rico is
clear,
a floating pile
is
of garbage.
given.
But like right now, out of Minneapolis, one of the largest areas in Minnesota, you've only got 3,000 votes counted, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands of votes to come out of there.
Wow.
So that right there is going to tell the story of that state way more than this county that has like 12 people in it.
Because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties.
This county right here. Oh, look at all this red area right here, but only 93 votes have been counted.
Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged.
So, you know, that's what, I mean, Cornell West got a vote in that county. There must be a Black Panther Party member or something that moved to that county. Yeah,
this is the one, you know, with a lot of college.
I like Cornell West, but yeah.
But what about Briscoe County?
Is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this.
But yeah, we're still too early in all the battleground states. I mean, right now, I don't trust any of this Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. None of that is even close to being counted enough to even think about a determination. Same way in Arizona. I mean,
I don't think we're going to have it. I appreciate everyone being here tonight. Thank you so much. Out with us, whether you're watching on Comedy Hub or the Sideshow Live. Appreciate all of you, or even all of our regular Annie and Jay dialogues. Thanks for being over on our other channels. I don't think we have an answer, guys. I think we're all just hanging out and speculating. I don't think we have an answer.
In the other gigantic blue-collar
that is Annie's prediction for the whole election.
Well, no, I think there's an answer at the end of the election. I don't think certain people will accept that answer.
One other county that I think we can look at here,
but I don't know what's going to happen yet. I don't know if it's going to be for the Democrats or for. I think if it happens for Democrats, we're going to have another insurrection on our hands. I think if it happens for the Republicans, we're going to have some like yours, like, okay, I just lost my tape.
Yeah,
we're just going to suck it up. But then when he starts jailing people, I think that's when people get hyped on both sides.
Yeah, because the other group is already cheering it on. But like right now in Arizona, 51% is in, and less than 1,000 votes separated.
Now, Arizona is interesting because their Senate race involves Carrie Lake. How is that race going?
All right, let's jump over to the Senate.
Because there's something else that's totally different, but still matters nearly as much.
Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too.
Going for Pablo at the moment by quite a bit.
How you going for Pablo, but then also for Donald Trump? Arizona.
Well, that's the thing, 51% reporting, and he's up by over 100,000. Trump's only up by 900.
So far, like 2016, than it is.
So this could be the interesting state to watch of the night right here.
Counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this.
In New Mexico, we also have a Senate battle. I don't know either of the candidates. Martin Henrik, I think, is the incumbent because he has a star by his name. So Democrat was already the incumbent. And the Democrats crushing it right now there. Wait, yeah, by almost 55%, and 64% is in.
Gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is
and if we go over to the presidential results, yes, and that is leaning blue in New Mexico as well.
Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains. Some in Virginia, Hudson County, New Jersey is another, and here in Berks County, again with
so that's going. that's going pretty well Senate-wise.
That's basically the vote here. Winning it by 13. Look at that.
That was an incumbent continuing, and
this
basically.
Is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do.
Overall, though, looking at everything and everything that's been called, we are still at only one Senate seat has flipped, and that is all that it takes for where I believe the Republicans to get the majority, though, if that holds true for the rest of the night.
Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit.
I think the Democrats had it by 1 seat.
Well, and this is one of those reasons why I'm like, Democrats have, because we actually had the president, had the Senate, and we had the House for like a year. Why did we not get anything accomplished?
Oh, that
why
always
did we not add motherfucking
first 2 years of Obama's administration? Exactly the same thing. I always complain about Democrats when they have total control, don't get near as much done.
And it's because, I mean, I guess this is commendable, but also it's gotten us far behind. I think the Democrats as a whole tend to have this idealistic belief that were it turned on them, the other side would work with them, and so they try not to make it one-sided. Meanwhile, we have had nothing but positive proof that that is not how it works.
It's because overall, Mac Dave, if anybody other than Trump is in charge, the same people are pulling the levers. But when Trump's in charge, it just all goes out the window and anarchy ensues because he's just horrible.
Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states.
Yeah, that's my favorite conspiracy theory, Dark Secret.
Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real.
They're not real.
They're spying on you.
Your favorite food isn't chicken. It's made up.
And 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now. It's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia.
Wouldn't that be awesome if tomorrow morning you woke up and you found out that, like, chicken wasn't really meat, and that it was guilt-free, and I would be just like a chicken.
It isn't that birds weren't always real. So those farmed animals are actually birds.
Basically get that Biden number under 80%.
But like the birds you see on Highline wires and flying around, they ain't real. It's farm animals, yeah, they still some exist, but
starting to see some patterns you're not
the sparrows and ravens are not real, sir.
No.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls.
They've all died off due to global warming, and the government has replaced them with animatronic birds that spy on us.
Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey.
Know this?
NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican. Former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu, an incumbent Republican. The Republicans are really hoping to hold the governor's seat, and in Kelly Ayotte's victory.
But no, actually, this dude did this as a joke and traveled the country. Yeah, like
birds aren't real.
Yeah.
One of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on.
There's a picture of a dude in his van.
Oh, I feel like I've seen it before. This was like a viral thing back in the day.
Yeah.
This is not real.
Projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and
But yeah,
Oregon.
he traveled around to a bunch of small towns and whatnot, and actually got people believing him and joining the movement and shit, and he was just doing it as a joke.
Wasn't that the fun part about the late 90s?
This always happens on election
was
nights
how
where
easy
the
it was to get people involved in something. I wish it was that easy. I mean, I guess Trumpers are that easy. But okay, so
Dane County in Wisconsin.
Titanic.
We don't know what they'll
Remember
be,
that movie,
but we
right?
gotta
Remember
wait and see what
Titanic?
they are, before anybody starts.
So that
freaking on
came
their
out,
couch or whatever they need
and
to do.
by the way, y'all,
Just one other thing, because we talk a lot about national security issues.
there were
they
no
don't always
deep
get front and center attention.
Anyway, it was a big deal. It was a very big deal. Blockbuster announced they would be
administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't want
the two VHS tape set of Titanic at midnight on this one fucking day. I don't remember. But what I do remember is that me and my friends, we made like all these flyers, Jay, and even a website that was like, it was overthrow Titanic. Titanic fucking sucks. Don't let them be this big holiday that they wanted them to. Let's gather around Blockbusters on this date to protest the release of the Titanic VHS box set. All right, that was the whole thing. Protest Titanic VHS box set. All right, it was really dumb, and we were all in high school, guys. We didn't buy it. I think anyone would listen to us. We thought it was really funny. We thought it was really funny. Here's the thing: drove around at the different Blockbusters around Castro Valley and Hayward leading up to it, where we had posted most of our flyers. We put out hell of fucking website blurbs, like in different like chats we'd been in. The parking lots were full of anti-Titanic posters. And I thought that was hilarious because we weren't there to protest anything. In fact, I went to Blockbuster the next morning and guess what I bought? Box set of Titanic. I still own it. But yeah, that's how easy it is to sway people. You don't need a lot. You don't need a lot at all. Inebriated? I am drunk right now. That is true, Dark Secret. That is very. So yeah, there were all these kids out there outside of the cat. Were very stupid. All right, Jay, what are you looking at right now?
I was looking at the results in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Which I gotta say, I think it's going Trump's way. I mean, Kamala is down by about 150,000. And when you look at the population epicenters, most of them are reporting in the 80 to 90% range. And that kind of tells me there just ain't enough votes out there to make up the gap.
Same.
Fayetteville only 21%'s in, but that the 21% in, that's 17,000 to 14,000. That ain't gonna be enough to help make up the gap. We're looking at Riley with Riley, North Carolina. Raleigh. There we go. 82% in, and this is one where she's going to be up a couple of 100,000 at the end, but there's not, out of that other 20%, there's not enough that's making up that extra 150,000, maybe a little bit of it. Same way in Durham, 94% in. So it's looking like she's not going to flip that state. That was kind of a hopeful state there that might flip early. It's looking like it's not happening. We'll see when they decide to call it. Like Steve Kornacki's going hard on Wisconsin. He's even writing on the big board.
Board.
What Kornaxification is happening.
Number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming into tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaki County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaki County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, you know, that is a county, you know, a few counties where we have that much vote in that
Down
size.
by
That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
21,000.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closing.
Not looking good in Wisconsin, y'all. Not looking good.
Georgia, Blaine Alexander
Might be the first of the blue
We're
walls to
watching
go
him on
down.
the cycle on NBC. Yeah, I mean, Kornacki has worked himself quite a ways up from just the Willie Olson of newsroom boys of the early 2000s, but also
he tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like, but he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned,
And I'm looking at it similar to how I was looking at South Carolina a few minutes ago.
It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there.
I'll switch my screen back. I'm looking at the population epicenters. Like, all right, we want to look at Madison. Madison. Yes. Harris crushed it there. 74% to 24%. But 91% of the votes in. That means there ain't a whole lot to catch up. Milwaukee. This is a good spot where she can make ground as far as where, you know, she's overall in the state losing by 20,000 roughly. Here, only 53% of the votes in, and she's going to win this by 35, 40%. So that right there can be what makes it a blue state. So at least, you know, Milwaukee's not, or Wisconsin's not totally out. This is a smaller place. Let's kind of go here, kind of small. But yeah, that's the thing. It's Milwaukee's going to make this state or not for Harris. So
every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I
gotta go hard there.
Here as well, guys. We understand that.
Because I mean, we look in the red areas, and
just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so
there's still a lot of those. At least they're smaller, but when there's only like 6% in, but only 100 people voted, you know, it's not going to be a very big county anyway.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County.
Go back out to the national map.
Underscoring what Blaine just
If there's any particular states you guys want to zoom in on and check out, just say the word.
The vast majority of Georgia votes will be in
Pennsylvania. Let's scroll back in over there. Let's see what's happening. That's it. You know, a 0.5% separates them right now. Or wait, no.
We're getting close to the end of all the poll closings.
1.5% separates them right now.
Four closing right now in California.
About 100,000, 120,000 votes.
Projections here. NBC News can project a winner.
Look in Pittsburgh, 86% in. Harrisburg, 56, but Harrisburg's kind of smaller.
In California, NBC News can also project
Scranton,
a winner in the presidential
almost
race
done.
in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump.
Philadelphia, 73% in.
Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State.
Philly's not, I mean, overall, 46% in Montgomery, which will have over close to 500,000 voters. So that horrible. That'll help a little bit, but
the electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214
Bucks
electoral
County,
votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145
and
electoral
I gotta
votes.
say,
Again,
looking at the early numbers, man, it is not promising right now.
Continue to come in all of them. Right
You know,
now,
understand that that's where they was talking earlier. You know, was it red wave early, blue something other later, or whatever? What was they? Red mirage early.
Between the two candidates. Here's Michigan.
But when they were talking about the Red Mirage.
The Red Mirage was more like, it looks like a
between the two
guy, but
candidates.
it's Mirage.
Here's Wisconsin. Also,
Yeah, because the later vote will make up for what looks red early. But yeah, I gotta say, I'm not very confident right now when it comes to looking at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania mostly.
NBC News projects
And I'm not seeing anything in Georgia, South Carolina to show that those are going to flip to make up for it.
Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races.
Nevada's too early to call, y'all.
Senate races in some
I
of
could
the
have told
states
you
that
that
just
because there's
closed
still people in line.
California, where
Up,
Democratic Congressman
Adam Schiff
is
versus
facing off
Steve
against
Garvey.
baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey.
Too early to call.
That Senate race in California is too early to call.
Guess
I'm
our
being
polls
informed by
just
the control
closed.
room that baseball guy is not the right way to think. Right,
Yeah.
right thing to call him.
Okay.
I
3 minutes
apologize,
ago
I'll
they
revise that in a
closed.
moment. In the Senate race in
Also,
Washington
I don't
State,
think that's a big
incumbent
one. Adam
Democratic
Schiff.
Senator Maria Cantwell
There's no-
is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call.
Well, I've already called California for
Harris, and I think if you've done that, it should already be called for Adam Schiff too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia.
I only think there's only a couple of controversial things ballot. You know, I don't think a lot of hard calls.
Woo!
Democrats in the Senate.
Republicans are up to 48 secured.
As of yet in the United States Senate. So again,
15 uncalled races.
We don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised. Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections office in Bisbee in Cochise County, Arizona. The county building was evacuated as a result of that bomb threat. Again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries,
Okay,
state
gonna
secretaries of
curse.
state are commenting on
Well, you
the
curse
effect
all
of
you
these
want, Mac
bomb
Dave.
threats
You're in the
called
privacy
into
of your own
polling places
home.
and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be.
Yeah, man. I gotta say, it's not looking good for Harris tonight, y'all.
There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be
It's
false
still early.
bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to
Most thing I'm
They're
reading
just
says, do
investigating whether or
not
not these may
panic
be
during
of
this first
Russian
part of the
origin.
evening. Rural counties report first because they have fewer votes to count, tends to result in Republicans coming out to early leads. Democratic
Well, yeah,
count
that's they
determined
call
later
it the
in
Red
Wisconsin.
Mirage, but I mean, I'm digging into county numbers in certain places, and that's what's disappointing me when I'm looking at the counties that and where they're at in reporting in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin right now. That's my disappointment. Because I mean, there's been no surprises so far. That's the other thing. I mean, it's
Liz Cheney has made that somewhat
every state that they said would be red has red, and you know, pretty much all the guaranteed blue states are blue states. I mean, even Iowa, which was looking like a surprise 2 days ago, with 80% in, is double digits over Harris. Even though they were saying it was like 3% toward Harris.
Blue wall states to come in.
Let's see. Let me in on this. Okay, Iowa City only 50%. And Cedar Rapids.
So I think it's going to be a late night, and I think it's
95%. Yeah, she's cooked there. So
the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Yeah,
Ari,
that's
since you were last with us, I've got
that just shows how bad polling is when people were like, "But this is the best polling person ever," and then her poll is just jacked.
And then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and we've got too early in North Carolina.
71% in Pennsylvania.
Well, freedom's just
We're looking at Trump up by almost 200,000 votes.
We don't know who's going to win.
About
Michigan,
180,000 at the
Wisconsin, and
moment.
Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see, because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent her final day campaigning, doing all 5 stops in Pennsylvania. Yeah. The campaign, and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some of the interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump, over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I
would be crazy if he gets the popular vote, but she wins the Electoral College.
The true thing.
That'll be quite
We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of
Kamala
Oregon.
won Oregon.
Projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House
I called
races
that shit last night, y'all.
Just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years. But Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the control room here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so
I cannot believe Ted Cruz is up almost double digits on all red.
Yeah.
I think my batteries died, so take it away.
Go to Steve.
Rachel, you seem so energized.
I am energized. But I do know, actually, with nobody
Hey,
talking
Dave,
to me,
what is up with this?
Yes, Steve.
Yeah. Okay.
What happened in your state? Why are they voting for Ted Cruz?
Somebody was talking about IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some stuff, some more.
Let's compare it to the presidential election.
Again, my train of thought here. I wanted to update you on 3 key
and Trump is winning by more than 10 digits.
We started the night saying
winning by 14%
there are only 2
in
counties
Texas.
in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden.
County, the pink county outside of Austin. That must be where all the Joe Rogan people.
About half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8
just because you
points
haven't done
in
anything in so
2020. It's a
long,
little
probably.
under 5 right now.
I just put you back in.
You know what's nice to see?
Is in Lehigh County.
What's that, Tina?
What's nice to see is that Jill Stein only got 500,000 votes so far, whereas last time she got a lot more.
Particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here, 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia.
What?
Donald
Are you
Trump
going to
in
sleep over there?
2016, he brought it down to 67
Oh, just looking at
points.
Kornacki going back to all 2012 and what the numbers look like. And then in Pennsylvania, it's got more and more close to the center each time.
71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56.
Also,
Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020.
Yeah, don't go sleep on stream. We'll
precincts of
just
Philadelphia,
we'll
we
just
saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20,
Guys,
30
that's what's
points here.
happening.
We're talking about enough, though, to bring
Kornacki is getting
67
boring.
point gap down to
And he
63,
keep
and
Annie
tonight,
awake.
currently
Find out.
56.
No,
The
we
margin
have
for
to keep
Kamala Harris in
Annie
Philadelphia
awake.
right now
Keep
is
Annie
just
awake.
about
I totally
300,000
dozed
votes.
off.
Democrats
Dave's
would
like,
love to see
"Are you
that
still there?"
land
And I
tonight
was
at
like,
500,000.
automatically, I'm
We've
like,
got
"Yeah."
a long way to go to get there.
And
The
then
one
I
thing
was, I
Democrats have to
processed it. I'm like,
hope
no,
for in
I totally just
Philadelphia
woke
right
up
now
for
is
that
there's
question.
a large number of
Go ahead and
mail-
shut it down.
mail ballots that are
Oh,
gonna be
I'm
released
here.
if you
Rest.
clock
Annie
here.
is
We think
resting
in
the
next
hell out of
45
those
minutes or
eyes.
so.
I
That
was.
should boost
I
the
was.
Harris number in
But
Philadelphia.
now.
That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where
I mean, she definitely doesn't want that pizza we're going to have later.
No, no, I want that pizza. Like, I
take a
want it
quick
with a
look through the
ferocious
collar counties here,
appetite,
because I think
y'all.
we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big.
Oh,
core
Mac Dave, I'm all
Democratic
scrolling up.
vote-producing
Yes, I
counties.
agree. I
Delaware
really
County is
hate
the
that
most
Adam Schiff
Democratic of these 3,
ran against
and you can see
Katie
it was 63,
Porter.
36
She
here
was
in
my number
2020.
one choice.
The name of the game
Like,
in all these
hands
counties,
down.
Democrats want to be landing
Yep.
north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're
Down.
on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now.
Joe
Take a
Biden.
look out in Chester County. Again,
So are we
this
still
is
in
where Democrats,
Pennsylvania
I said
with
at the start of the
Kornacki
night,
here?
They want to
Yep.
land over 60% in Chester
15
County.
minutes after you fell asleep.
59.8 for Harris right now, but the wild
Guys,
card is
I think we got to
waiting
blame
on
Jay
what
here.
same-day
Hashtag
vote. Is
put
that
on
gonna
something more
affect,
exciting this season.
Is that going to affect?
I mean, we're going to end up playing
right now?
Fortnite here in a
Look
few
to
minutes.
Montgomery County.
That's
You know,
more
this is- you got
exciting than
cities
Steve
here on the towns
Kornacki.
on the main line here, old school.
Tell y'all.
26 points for Joe Biden.
Dark
It's
Secret
30 right
says, when
now.
you go
Again,
back and
30
watch
would
this
be where
stream,
Democrats
Annie,
want this to
oh
land.
God,
The
when I have to
danger
go
for
back
them
and
is
watch
still a
it,
significant amount of
keep
same-day
track of
vote
when
there.
you drift
But
off.
Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the nail. They need
Oh
massive margins to
no.
hold in these
I'm
counties,
sorry I
and
drifted
they're
off
also going to need
everybody.
that.
I guess I have to go back and watch
Well,
it.
I mean, Dark Secret did say good night, Annie. Someone tuck her in
Yeah,
4
yeah,
minutes
I see
before I
that.
said something about you falling
I
asleep.
see all of it.
Secret's smart and pays attention.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
4 years ago. If this
I
is
did
basically a
get bored.
push
I
with
have-
2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that,
But now I'm back.
they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining
I'm
vote
here.
does.
I want pizza. I
Steve,
want
thank you. We've
drinks.
got a few
There's
calls that we have to make in
motivation.
Senate races. NBC News can
Yes.
project that there is a
Projecting some
Senate
Senate
race
races.
in Ohio. This is
Oh.
a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic
Well,
Senator.
it's a Republican pickup. That's not
losing his
good.
seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project
Hey, Annie.
an interesting Senate
Oh,
result
they
in
went ahead and
California.
projected
Now,
Adam
this is
Schiff.
Adam Schiff.
I mean, of
Democratic
course they
candidate
did.
in
It's
But
California.
Annie, gotta look at the positive.
In terms
Sure.
of the regular Senate
All right,
contest, but he also
on our
wins the
way
special,
of
which
going
means
back
that
toward
seat that was
the
vacated by the death of
bridesmaiden's
Dianne
tale
Feinstein,
thing.
The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, that's bit.
The Margaret Atwood series.
Yeah. on our way going back toward that, it'll be
going back towards that. Have you read that? You know the series?
No. I just know women are oppressed.
In New Mexico, NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic
A lot of people talk about it when they talk about how women
At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate.
But anyway, hey,
+2 net gain.
Channels like ours do better, and certain people are in power.
39
So,
seats. There are 12 seats uncalled.
so you know, gotta look at the positive, right?
Aren't those same channels the one that are thrown into political, like,
prison?
evil? Yeah, prison, because certain dictators become elected.
Yep, that's it. But see, that's when we move.
Once upon a time, Annie dies a lot. You laughed at the thought of Trump becoming president. Go to jail, beast.
That's when we continue our channel watching from abroad. In
you guys haven't got enough money
Portugal.
to like just uproot and move.
We do.
Okay.
All I need is a backpack.
I'm not leaving, and you guys can all give me shit because I am. I'm a childless cat lady. I'm not leaving the cats behind like that.
I didn't say we were.
We got 6 months of putting them in, like, you have to prove that they aren't full of disease.
Is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also. I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who is
incredible loss, and he was one of those miracle workers politically of the
Senate. Also, you guys, because I am a childless cat lady, I want a better place to raise my cat.
Yeah, long after the state turned very.
But they poured massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Right, Tribble?
Hundreds.
You want a good life right here, where you were born in the United States of America.
She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud,
all right.
but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some entered the lexicon.
Sure.
Is the
But hey,
people here are nauseously optimistic.
your cat needs to be microchipped. Current rabies vaccination, a veterinary health certificate endorsed by the USDA, and contact Portugal authorities 48 hours before your pets arrive.
Is that's it for Portugal? Oh, that's so much like less than like so like we're talking about traveling to
Lisbon.
Not Lisbon,
Australia,
Wisconsin,
oh, New Zealand,
and that second district.
And for New Zealand, that had to be like on a 6-month veterinarian hold. So like basically, they had to be checked out. They had to keep doors for 6 months and checked out again to ensure they didn't have certain.
Joe Biden in some
then they could
key
go.
areas,
but you're saying that for Portugal, I just need 48 hours
among Hispanic voters, despite all
yep.
the things that he
and
said
meet those other couple of guidelines, which is so easy.
Yeah.
Be up to date on vaccines and you're ready to roll.
Yeah, we're fine. Treble, go. Let's go to Portugal. She passed out. She don't care.
And they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they want
like raising minimum wage and other Bernie issues
is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ and the dancing and the line dancing.
And Harris rejecting wage and American Reduction Act hurt already.
That is exactly what we're
that day. That is a very strong opinion.
At Howard University,
I don't
with campaign is
oh, dude. Well, I mean, that's why when I've been talking quite a bit about we need to get back to New Deal politics, is, dude, the Democrats should be preaching. It should be like part of everything they talk about everywhere is increasing minimum wage, putting more money in people's pockets. If you're not talking about that, then you should just shut up. If you're a Democrat, that should be number one. You should be, oh no, know minimum wage in 90% of the country is too low. We got to raise that shit. It's not kept up with inflation. It's horrible. It needs a whole new process. It should not only be increased, it should be tied to inflation. That way it directly increases every year in check with inflation.
Close, very, very close.
But yes, that's just one thing that Democrats have not just capitalized on wholeheartedly. And if we don't get back to New Deal politics, we're going to lose so many social programs over the next few years.
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted,
Dark Secret, I have looked above at all of your
but they're clear-eyed.
danger
and people within
yes,
the campaign,
I passed out. I'm back now.
Have all said to me within the last hour,
I might choose to fall asleep. We'll see.
Now, folks may not have believed that,
now
given
and
the energy and the momentum.
But what I do know is I'm fully awake right now.
And the folks
and I don't want to keep on watching all this. I have to do sober. So I'm going to
Pennsylvania is still in play.
Happening.
Yeah, I told you I was ready whenever you were.
Oh yeah, I just wasn't rushing it because I've been waking up, dude. Calm down.
It's after 8 o'clock. That was like 40 minutes ago when I said, hey, we shouldn't rush that.
After 11
as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin,
yes. All right, I'll be right back. Goodbye.
And I'm just saying the news better start preparing folks. Trump to be our next president. Ooh, it is not looking good, y'all. Hey, Dark Secret says we respect the women's right to choose sleep.
You Dark Secret.
I mean, they still calling a lot of states too close to call, but man, I don't know. We'll take another look at Georgia real quick, cause I'll unmute Republicans talking.
Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in.
Michigan looking good for Harris, but
Detroit that are going to land. But the reality on the ground there,
he needs Pennsylvania though. I don't think she can do it without Pennsylvania.
The House to the Republicans, but
North Carolina called for Trump. Yeah, I think so. I think that happened earlier, right?
It's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those two bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
I'm going to be asking my Switzerland family to adopt me so I can move.
Well, see, we found out a friend of ours, one of our comedian friends, told me, because they were planning, like, this is even before Kamala became the nominee. They were like, yeah, we're looking at maybe moving out of the country if Trump wins again. And we found out that in Portugal they have a creator visa. And I was like, what? I stream on Twitch. I'm a creator.
Oh, lucky.
So we can get a visa to go do content creation while living in Portugal. And if those cat restrictions hold true, yeah, Annie might be there pretty fast. I might have to work like 90 days straight, but I mean, shit, I can drive in fucking Portugal. I got a license. It ain't like we got to go long without a job.
Weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are
we'll look up Ubering in Portugal later.
Votes to be counted, all the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is
be learning the finer driving laws of Lisbon. Dude, I don't even know if I want to learn how to drive there.
Just
That's
reading
just
this, I was
crazy.
thinking of
What state was
happening
we
in the
about to
boiler
look up,
room.
y'all?
That's a very high pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but
Michigan's
Nicole and I
looking
probably spent
good.
a collective hundreds of hours in
Wisconsin.
boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign.
It's down. It's only a 60,000
like our
spread
team
right
looked at
now.
the decision desk, right?
Minnesota, not enough in to even worry about. Got the West Coast wall.
Looking at vote goals.
Nevada's still not reporting shit.
Achieve, right? So in these
Hopefully
county,
they'll
you know,
start
in
reporting in
Philly,
about
they're
another
trying
30,
to
40 minutes.
Run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did, and they're looking at, you know, what the percentages were then, and Biden did about 2 percentage points.
Arizona, we're looking at Arizona.
Parts of Pennsylvania, so they're looking at that.
All right, Arizona. We're looking at less than 3,000 split. Arizona might be the most interesting state of the night.
They need to do better in certain states, in addition to
We weren't looking at Nebraska. I don't think it's going to be that interesting.
Well, I think the important thing with Arizona
in this email, but it is quite telling that
well, we'll
she
take
really
a look at the
focuses on
Senate.
the blue
I mean,
wall
I
states
think she's
here,
losing.
which again, as Nicole said
that
earlier,
makes me hopeful for the
has
state
long been
overall.
probably a baseline of the path and is a
Yeah,
core to
she's
the
losing
path,
by
and they
a
see it
lot.
that way.
Then
But
I
will
don't
just say
think
the
Trump
thing
is
that
going to
becomes hard
state
on
of Arizona.
campaigns is as
That's
the
the
path
case.
narrows.
Okay, well,
that's a
part of the
personal.
objective of this
By the
email
way, you guys
is
don't
to say to the
take
people
stock in
on the
that.
team,
But Carrie
hang in
Lake
there,
has
guys.
been
Like,
a
it's not
fucking
over.
answer
We're still
for
getting
the
votes in. We still need to keep
words
talking to
for
people,
the
keep
Republican
people in
Party.
lines, tell your
And I
grandma it's
just
gonna be
think
okay.
if the state
That's part of the
can't
objective of the
agree
email
on
I got
her
to.
for
We do
Senate,
have a couple of calls to make
then
while we have been
Well,
or vice versa. If the state can't agree for her for governor, then they're not going to agree on her for
Connecticut. NBC News.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's 7 points that are separating Rubin from Carrie Lake. But then we look at same amount of votes counted. We're looking at Trump's in the lead by 3,000 people. This might be the closest state of the night, y'all. And I mean, with a place like Flagstaff, where Harris is going to run up numbers, only 58% in. Same way with Phoenix, only 51% in, and Harris is going to run up numbers. It's looking good for Arizona, for Harris, honestly. So that actually looks good. I don't know if, you know, she can still handle losing somewhere like Pennsylvania.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
But I mean, then she's got to pick up Arizona and Nevada for sure, and then hit Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. I think that's the only way she can lose Pennsylvania is if she takes Nevada, Arizona.
Wait, no, what? Mac, delete that idiot mofo.
Oh
She's
God!
dumb as hell. How did
All right,
she
let's
win
go.
anything?
We haven't looked
Oh
at
my God.
congressional shit in a minute, so
incredible.
let's go over to the House.
Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here.
All right, right now we're looking at 118 to 168 as far as House seats that have been secured. 3 have flipped Republican. We're looking at Colorado.
He's a fucking idiot, dude.
Oh, wow. And he won handsomely. He won by 9 points.
Virginia, you know, on average by about 10 points in these counties.
8.5, 9.5 points. She won. I mean, it's only 35,000 votes.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
But she won hard. I mean, that's probably why she moved to that district, because she wasn't in the same district before. And her money people was like, you need to move next door so you can run in this district. We got you with the money.
So one of my biggest, that I don't care how you vote. I think majority of us have more in common than we know. That is a hard, steadfast belief.
It's significant. It's part of why
You
that
think
popular
the
vote
majority of us
it's
just
maybe a bigger lead this
agree on more.
The bigger reason though is this. This is why I raised it.
But when it comes to that, I don't get it, because that chick, I don't care what side of the aisle that you are on. I don't care what your educational status is. I don't care if you've had some third grade or a little bit of third grade. If you've had any amount of third grade, you should know when she speaks that Lauren Boebert is a fucking moron.
This is significant.
So dumb that she can't even keep up with third grade studies. So that's where I'm coming from. She is so fucking dumb. Like, you have to be really dumb or really ignorant. Be like, yeah, she's...
4-point Biden win down to 63.
That's it. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I don't care. That's not where I'm coming from. If you are a Republican, you voted for her. If you're a Democrat, if you're independent, I don't care. That's not what I'm basing this on. Voted for her. Holy fuck. You gotta be really narcissistic or really fucking stupid. Because she's that fucking dumb. Let's keep, guys. I'm not wasting my time on this anymore.
Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters,
we're
seeing it in New York City.
There.
It's being reflected in that
I don't disagree with you.
Significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey, New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this
somebody
to
check on Jimmy Carter, says Dark Secret.
16-point Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020,
he's probably not happy right now.
Probably. I mean, he does come from a very, like, non-democratic part of the country.
I know. And I'm looking at his state right now.
That state can only count to 20 with scandal.
We're looking at about 140,000 vote advantage in Georgia right now with 91% counted. Looks like Georgia will definitely be red this time around.
This is one of those giant core Democratic counties.
Looking at Clayton County and Fulton County, all over 90%. And
with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have
there's not like going to be some surprise county with like, oh shit, we're only at 25% in, and that means a billion more votes is going to be here. Ain't none of that going down. Georgia, they plan on going home tonight.
And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just said.
But listen, y'all, we got more. We're getting close to
I
don't care who becomes president. Guys, fun fact, I'm going to sleep.
That's the Harris margin.
I might not like the outcome.
In 2020, that was about
but tomorrow, I'm still going to wake up a member of the United States of America, and we still have options.
But when that hits 95%,
still have ways to
so
combat
again,
this.
If anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number.
Like Dave says, at Laughing Larry AI, we need happy vibes. Laughing Larry says, happy vibes. How about this? Life's a joke and we're all the punchline. Laugh it off and keep the whiskey flowing. I don't know if I agree with that, Laughing Larry, but I'm going by that tonight.
I kind of agree with that. So.
I don't agree, but I'm going to go with it because it feels better.
So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. And take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit.
But remember,
above,
when you
much,
question anybody about, it doesn't matter red or blue. When you get into the core of what is freedom, they will all say it's the freedom to say whatever the fuck it is. And if we elect Trump and he starts going after people for the things that they specifically said, I can guarantee
but with reduced margins, is he returning to 2016
there are going to be people that
or is he back at 2020 level? So Outagamie County
don't connect with it on that level.
City of Appleton is in 2016 when Trump won Wisconsin. He won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County, but I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there, but that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those WOW counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane, but if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, do we have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate.
Way to go, Minnesota. You guys re-elected Amy Klobuchar. And it's a surprise to no one. I'm not surprised. Jay, are you surprised?
Races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
I mean, honestly, you guys, no matter what anything says, I really have a solidified answer. And I'm here to hang out with y'all. I'm here to get fucked up every last one. I just don't think that. And if we do have an answer tonight, I have a feeling it's not a good one.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley.
Well, I don't want to hear about that. Keep that to yourself, so I still encourage it. Be quiet. The only thing quiet. Kill as much as you can. Y'all motherfucking males need to fucking learn. Like, if you got something that you like, and you're like, oh, my girl will not like that, then wait until it's profitable. Wait first. Don't just be like, oh, well, that failed. Kamala Harris is one pleasant part. Yes, so important. That's what we're all waiting for. Pleasant part. To win Weeping Woods. Donald Trump won Tilted Towers and Salty Springs.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me
None
pause
of
my
these
subscription when I
matters.
want and have hundreds of free channels.
Sling lets you do that too, Mr. Fish.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day's start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lower.
For Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Foxing. I know. Klobuchar should brand a next time you get Cam depressed, try our kombucha for Cam awesomeness. Change the channel. Any cartoons on? Got like 4 channels up right now. I don't know what's on. I should pull up. I don't actually. Okay. Mac Dave, the answer is yes. We can cartoon. Also, would they be relevant right now? Also, but we'll see. You know what? Mac Dave. I'm about to go ahead. Out. Not Jen. Out. No. That What are you? Jay has thoughts, kid. And able to hear me. My microphone is on, Max. Jay's fault, Max. But yeah, the last time I said something,
both mics are on now.
Yeah, I haven't said anything. So your reaction?
What? That you're drinking more than one drink an hour, which is a good pace. Already passed out once on. That's all I'm saying.
When going out there, there's an experience about to happen. And it's happening now.
When we last left Bill and Ted, they were sitting on their big fat asses playing video games. You know, I don't think there's anything I'd rather do than smoke weed and play Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
You said it, Bill.
How do you do a 900 again?
Right down circle, you moron.
Oh, yeah. Sick.
So, do you have your speech ready yet?
Which crook grind and nollie heel flip out? Get some. What speech?
The one you're supposed to give at the Al Gore for President rally today.
Oh, that's today? Oh, what the hell am I going to say here? I'm nervous.
Just pound a beer and try not to say anything stupid, you idiot.
I don't know. I think I'll just smoke some weed and see what happens. I'll wing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I just want to clear something up. Al Gore was not, I repeat, not in the room with me when Monica Lewinsky gave me that blowjob. He was not even in the White House when she was sucking me off. I just want to make it clear to the American people that when I was getting head from that makeup-splattered cow, Al Gore was probably out doing something very, very presidential. And he most certainly wasn't having sex with Drew Barrymore in Thailand. That's for darn sure. That's, whew. Yeah, you're not going to find Al Gore having sex with Drew Barrymore in Thailand ever. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry, I'm just really high right now. Dude, look.
Way to wing it, Bill.
Shut up. Look, Al Gore would be such a great president, man. He'd be like the Tony Hawk of presidents. If terrorists were holding American hostages in Iran, Al Gore would simply press down, down, circle, and they would be released. Taxes too high? Up, left, triangle. Al Gore will pull a 900 for the American people. So, to sum up, Al Gore is really neat, he's rad, and he's also neat. Thank you.
You stupid hippie! I'll show you how to give a speech! Go fuck yourselves!
Thanks a lot, guys. That was great.
Hey, forget about it. Let's get some beer and go to Charlie Sheen's house.
I'm down.
Sounds like RFK.
Hello? Uh-huh. We're on our way. That was Marion Barry. He's in trouble.
Wonder Twin Powers, activate!
Shape of someone with a very short attention span.
Form of someone who finds ugly women attractive. Quit flying like that.
Like what?
Like that. No one flies like that. You look like an idiot.
I'm just chilling. Chilling while I'm flying.
What? You look retarded.
Fuck it. Hey, Ted, guess what?
What? That's disgusting. What's wrong with you? You're a sick person. Jesus, Bill, what have you been eating? Smells like a rotten hot dog.
Hey, be cool, man. Here comes Wonder Woman. Hi, Wonder Woman.
Hi, Bill and Ted.
What's up, Toots?
I'm heading to the old bridge. There's a school bus teetering over the edge, and I've got to save the children.
That's cool. We're going to Marion Barry's house. He's in trouble.
That's nice.
So, what's up with you and Superman? Are you guys, doing it?
Yeah, I heard you were getting it on with Superman.
What?
Come on, he's giving it to you, isn't he? Knocking the boots, hitting the skins, wham bam, thank you, Superman.
That is none of your business. Now, if you will excuse me.
Oh, he's fucking her.
Oh, you know he's fucking her. That's some nice ass.
True that, true that. Hey, Ted, guess what?
What? You sick bastard! You want some stink? I'll show you some stink.
Uh-oh.
You like that, huh? Take that.
Yeah, got me.
Hey, you made it.
What's the trouble, Marion Barry?
Trouble is, I got all this crack and no one to smoke it with.
Marion, when are you going to learn? Drugs aren't the answer. If you believe in yourself, you wouldn't need drugs. Come on, Bill. Let's get out of here.
That Marion Barry sure has problems.
He sure does, Bill. He sure does.
Wait. Oh, watch it. Hold on. Phew. Oh, this is gonna be the best keg party ever.
Oh, yeah, boy.
I wonder who our first guest is. Mick Jagger? Madonna?
Hi, I'm Al Gore.
Oh, great. Life of the party.
I brought bean dip.
Bean dip? Should have brought those sexy daughters of yours.
Hey, who would have thought that you and Tipper would have good-looking children? Ted, did you invite Marion Barry or George Bush?
No. You got any Coke? Where's the Coke? Let's do some Coke. Who's got the Coke? Ooh, beer. Gimme. It's $3 a cup there, Sparky.
Let's not invade Palestine.
Hey, where's all the foxy ladies at? Yeah,
Here's all the
this is a
non-invading
total sausage party.
Don't worry. I invited some girls from the local beauty school with the biggest gazongas you ever saw.
Is this where the party is?
Palestine.
Okay.
Hey, be cool, guys. Why don't you ladies come over here and get some beer in you?
Now, before I offer you some of this primo Washington, D.C. crack cocaine, I got to ask you something. Are you a cop?
So, do you enjoy going to booby school?
That's beauty school?
Yeah, they are a couple of beauties.
I got a man.
What's your man got to do with me?
I got a man.
I ain't trying to hear that, see?
This party sucks. Got any Coke?
No, you got any weed?
No. You got any speed?
Go fish.
Yeah. Go fish. So, what do you say you and me go for a drive? By the lake.
That's it. I'm out of here. Hey, you guys ready to take off? Yep. Yeah.
Woo! Thank God they finally left.
What? Those were the only chicks here. Why would you want them to leave?
Because I'm tired of holding this fart in.
Me too. Me too.
Me too.
Hey, does anyone else want a bong hit?
Fucking. Hi, Hood. There was nothing worth staying up for there, you guys.
New polling out this week shows a tight race in a
okay,
handful of
that's-
hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground
know what
states.
it
Let's
means.
start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. And I want to
also
go in
super
even
tiny
further
if
than
you
that.
think about
This
it.
right here, this is Mill Creek Township,
just
District
went-
2.
it was,
Polls are showing momentum
Ohio
toward Harris
or
and
whatever,
areas like this.
Pennsylvania.
But to really understand what's going
And
on,
it
let's
went
go
to a
even
very
closer.
specific
Zoom in a
place.
little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114
That's a singular household.
Hilltop Lane.
That's a
Now, I
singular
want to take us
household.
inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be
real,
close.
you guys.
And Jason, what are you
No.
seeing inside this
is
person that might indicate
hilarious, but
movement one way or
also
another?
So this is just a
Not
very
real.
ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values,
But
predominantly
do
white. It's
people
got the
know
lungs,
this?
it's got the vascular system, the heart. But I actually
I don't
want to show you
disagree
what's
with
in
that.
here.
My
This is
argument
the
was, do
neocortex
people
and the
know?
amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next, the Trump campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate being extremely rude.
Like, oh, did I do something wrong? But how, me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let us go back to some of those Senate boards, which I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race. We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting in the Senate race in Pennsylvania that this is a too close to call race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. This is over 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Here in Michigan, also too close to call. This is Alyssa Slotkin.
Maybe it's time to end the stream because my mic keeps dying.
Just over 40% of the
I am
vote
super
in.
tired.
Here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin Senate race.
Could end it.
Democratic
I could
All right.
end it.
Well, it
But
sounds.
also, here's the
facing a
thing. I
Republican
keep
challenger,
going.
Eric Hovde.
That's
This
it.
is with
But
just
it does look like it is a
70%
battery
vote in. This
issue
is
with
where
my
things stand
microphone.
in Wisconsin. Here's Arizona, just over half the vote in Arizona. This is
So
you see
maybe this
Congressman
is the
Ruben
end of the
Gallego
stream,
there,
everybody.
with just over 52%
But here's
of the
the
vote. Kari
thing.
Lake just
If
under
you
46% of the vote. That's with just over
Here's
half
what
the
I
vote counted.
believe.
Too
Jay,
early to call in
are you ready?
Arizona. In Nebraska, this
Are
is a
you
very
ready,
interesting one.
Jay? Are you ready,
No,
Jay?
I'm not at all.
Deb
Ready
Fisher. Her opponent
I
here is
don't
not
think
a
whatever
Democrat,
we
it's an
close
independent
out
Dan
on
Osborne,
is the
who's actually
close
said that he
out
won't caucus with
awning
either party. We don't
stream.
know exactly what that would mean if he won, but the stats
I
between
have
them
no
here, you can
idea.
see on your screen, almost 50-50,
I don't think
with about 60% of the vote in.
that
Also looking at Montana.
So she
Very interesting. We've
says.
only got about 14% of the vote in.
I mean,
in
I would
Montana.
love to
This
say
is
that a
incumbent
certain party's
Democratic
going to
Senator
win,
John
but I
Tester
got a feeling
and
the other
Republican
party's going to
challenger
win.
Tim
So.
Sheehy. This is too early to call just
I
about
have hope.
14%
I just
of the
don't
vote
have high
in that
vote.
Montana Senate race. I think if, you know,
That's
Democrats,
so
obviously, they're pie in the sky
hope.
view of these Senate
Thing.
Go
I
ahead
do believe
and
that we've
Florida
got
was
some
within
pretty good
reach
hopes
against Rick
on
Scott
me
with Debbie
up
McCarcel
with
Powell, and maybe
Dark
Texas
Secret
was
and
within reach with Ted
and
Cruz versus
Bros fan
Colin Allred.
on Sunday.
Now, I
That's
think
where my
we're
high
down to
hopes left.
figuring out
But
what
that's
the
where they
we'll,
also
we'll
end.
see how well Annie coordinates that tomorrow.
Oh.
Annie, just text me about that once
Oh,
you
I
know what's
will.
up.
I'll hit you up. If I haven't hit you up by like 3 tomorrow, would you find me?
Well, how am I going to remind you? You don't check things. I'll text your phone.
Here's the thing. Jay texts. That's how I know. Check.
There we are. Jay, check. Text her.
Yeah, Jay will tell me if I
tonight
missed.
looks like convergence. It looks like, with the
Nice.
exception of Arizona, in which
But yeah,
Ruben
you guys,
Gallego,
we're gonna
it
go
looks like
ahead.
is going
We're
to
gonna
outperform
close
the top
this
of the
out.
ticket, because I think Carrie Lake is
maybe
such an
we'll-
especially
but no
poor
promises.
candidate
Probably
after
not.
her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I
And
would call
we
them kind of
probably think
generic
things
R's.
wrapped up by
They're
Sunday
sort of
night.
classic Mitch
But will they
McConnell
be
recruits
wrapped up
in both
here?
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
not
These
at
are
all.
extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite because it takes some money off the balance sheet for his Senate leadership fund. Honestly, it's like you guys do that. That's less checks we have to cut for the Senate leadership fund. These are very classic McConnell recruit generic R guys.
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And
Oh, James Mike is out. If you're watching
This is
on
a
Comedy
I'm
Hub,
back.
thank you so much.
hedge fund manager,
Hopefully we'll be back here on this sideshow live. And yeah, we
he's married
whenever
to Dina
something
Powell, who, of course,
exciting
was a senior advisor
happens.
to Donald Trump.
We
He absolutely was in a position
this next
to
week
self-fund.
will
But it's
absolutely
noteworthy
be
because
live
Bob Casey is sort of
with
expected
Pinto Comedy
to win that
for
race and be in line with Kamala
election
Harris.
hour.
So if in fact Dave McCormick
You guys
does win,
have an
does
amazing
prevail
night.
in Pennsylvania,
We'll see you
what
on the
could that
next
mean
one.
for Kamala Harris?
Good night,
Bye-bye,
everybody.